Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. And in case you missed it, we've crowned a champion in the Korea-Japan region. Cyclops Athlete Gaming will be at Gamers 8 later in the year. And we're back now to bring you another best-of-5 grand final, this time in the region of Europe. We've had a little switch in the virtual studio as well. I'm now joined by Fresh and Anne, looking both extremely fresh. But Fresh, how many times can I say it? I'm going to start with you. The day is off to a hot start. A 3-0 from Cyclops with that victory just straight off the bat. It's, put us all, got us all a little bit hyped in the studio.
Yeah, they was looking pretty good, wasn't they? I know they got to overtime in that third map, and I think Sandbox did run them close, but I think, ultimately between those teams, Cyclops have always had the head-to-head and have always had a good read on Sandbox, and, we saw it again today.
Oh, well, I'm sure that you two saw the EU semi-final yesterday as well. Anne, how in form are BDS right now, if they can continue it today?
It was also needed from BDS, right? I mean, looking at their form during EUL or Europe League, it wasn't all that good. It wasn't what we were expecting, coming off of SI, coming off of their Yunchiping major win. So they need to be in form. They looked a bit like a Diesel yesterday, having a slow start against M&M, really making it close on that final map, but a deserved victory for them, though.
Speaking of EU, let's take a quick look at the bracket and see what we're looking at. If you missed any of yesterday's action, this will get you up to speed. BDS versus M&M and Wolves versus WYLDE both went to a final map. And now we're left with BDS and WYLDE here in this grand final. On the match on A-Stream, where BDS took on M&M, it looked like BDS were getting steamrolled a little bit. But Fresh, we've spoken about it before, the M&M curse came back into play and BDS are here.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, especially with BDS, is that they're a team that's got probably a higher skill ceiling, that is probably a better quality team than most teams in Europe. But I think they're in a bit of a, I don't yet want to call it a crisis, but they're in a bit of a confidence, drought, I would say, where sometimes they're going to get steamrolled and it's not going to look good. But then when they remember how good a team they are and how they can play together, it tends to look a lot better. And I think that's what we saw, because it was like chalk and cheese yesterday, going from border and then switching through to the maps. And especially once they got into Clubhouse, they then looked really good, unlike the BDS of old.
We can dive in a little bit deeper and talk about individual performances as well, because as Jacob said before the break, Shaiko's angry, Leaky Fack is on form, and this could spell disaster for WYLDE, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, we do have to talk about some inconsistency in regards to performances yesterday. It did look like Shaiko had a slower start in the first map, and then later on it was a little bit better. You can't really expect that from these two players, especially Shaiko and Leaky Fack, to have a bit of a slump in their performance, as they should be those two spearheads of that team. As we mentioned on the last map as well, there was a donut from one of the support players. That's okay, that's normal, but you can't be expecting that from your entry players, and if they want to defend their Gamers 8 championship title, they will have to show up today.
Well, the EU Grand Final will be underway very shortly, but we spoke with the guys from WYLDE earlier this week. So let's see how they felt before this tournament began.
Hey guys, my name is Backbull. I'm a professional Rainbow Six Siege player for WYLDE, and I'm 21 years old. On WYLDE, I play as IGL and hard support. I think our strengths as a team are we're very unpredictable. I think teams are going to have a hard time prepping for us. Weaknesses, we haven't been a team for a long time, so in the best of threes, best of fives, they can be tough, but we've shown ourselves in the best of ones, and in the past best of threes, we definitely put up a fight, so we're coming for the win. We're feeling really prepared for GWB and Gamers 8 this year, so we're hoping to show you guys what we've been working on. We've had about a month since our last game, so we've had a lot to prep in that time. So yeah, our last game against Wolves, they won. It was a close defeat. All maps were pretty close, and we're looking to take revenge on them. We know what we messed up on last time, and we're going to fix those mistakes this time. For us, we wouldn't really be satisfied with anything less than qualifying to Gamers 8. GWB, we want to win. We've been outworking all the other teams, both in the server and outside of it. I know that for sure, and they better be ready, because we are. Our motivation for this tournament is really just to prove ourselves and redeem ourselves for not qualifying to the most recent major. We were so close. We had 3 chances to qualify, and we just barely missed out on each one. We were really disappointed with ourselves, and we're hoping to kind of redeem that with GWB. I think all the teams in GWB are our top teams. You know, anyone can make it, so we don't have anyone in particular that we're looking out for, but I know all 4 of these teams can put on a good show, and we're excited to play each one of them. Thank you guys to everyone that's been supporting Wild, either new fans or long term. We've been putting in a lot of work, so we appreciate that you guys can you know, recognize the work we've been putting in, and we're going to do everything we can to win this for you.
Paul seems like a nice guy, doesn't he? Fresh, are you going to be on the fence with this one? Are you going to take, you know, all that grit, that rubbish that you get from Demo and X about you being a magpie? Or are we going to have some decisive chatter before we go into this grand final?
Yeah, you see, I don't know where this talk has come from, to be honest, because usually I'll give my opinion. My opinion's just fluid and it can change. Do you know what? I actually see this game as being genuinely a really close one. I think obviously the big determining factor for me actually is I will probably side with BDS if you're going to ask my predictions. And I think that's only because of the best of 5 factor that's coming into this one.
Okay, we're going to have vetoes on your screen very, very shortly because we need to discuss about what's been going on with the maps and everything like that up to this point. But Anne, have you got any contrary opinions before we dive into this map pool?
I guess not necessarily about WYLDE, touching up on them real quickly. I mean, I was really impressed by their teamwork coming into EUL, obviously being an organization that's new in Siege and a team that hasn't been together with themselves for that long. But obviously, when you have a new team and you have a map pool with that as well, you can't expect them to have the deepest of map pool. So looking at this map veto, in total, I feel like it's kind of showing there are certain maps that WYLDE really do not want to play against BDS. For example, Oregon, they ban out immediately. They lost that map against BDS, making smart decisions, but there are also maps that BDS does enjoy and WYLDE just doesn't have any information on them.
Go on, Fresh. I know you want to dive in. Let's have a look at these. Come on, yeah. I want some deep insight. I want to know why BDS have chosen Bank. I want to know why they've chosen Clubhouse. Come on.
So the Villa ban from BDS just very quickly makes sense. It's been a perma ban along with Chalet for the long time. Then you're going to see WYLDE banning out Oregon, like Anne's already said. They lost to BDS there. They didn't just lose, they got 7-0'd. So BDS then have picked Bank, which was available. Now, WYLDE have permanently banned Bank throughout Stage 1, throughout every game they have and have done through Stage 1. Therefore, BDS are going to pick into it because that's going to be seen as a perceived weakness. For WYLDE, they've then gone and picked into Border. Now, that's key because BDS yesterday, that was the one map that they didn't look good on. After that, the bans got a little bit funky. They got a little bit funky in terms of BDS then banning away Cafe. And I think that was a tribute from BDS to WYLDE to say, hey, we love Cafe ourselves, but we know how good WYLDE are. And then WYLDE have banned away Theme, another map they've not played throughout the whole of Stage 1. And then that's left us with our 3 deciding maps of Club, Sky, and Chalet. And then we just wanted to touch on this custom graphic that we've had made, which is every single map, and you can see why these teams have picked into and banned the way that they have. So I'll look at the 2 maps on the left. So the first map is Bank, second map is Border. So they're the first 2 maps that we're going to play. BDS in 2023, so this is the map history throughout 2023. As you can see, BDS obviously played 6th Invitational. They've played a lot more maps in 2023 than WYLDE have. 100% win rate on Bank, and WYLDE have never played it. So even though WYLDE banned away the Oregon, because they've never won it, because of the best of 5 format, BDS have therefore picked into a map that WYLDE have perceived to be weak on. And then likewise, with that second map on your screen, WYLDE have played 1 Border, and they played it excellently, won it, and since then everybody has banned it away from them. BDS haven't been able to ban it away because they went for the Villa ban. So I think for the first 2 maps as well, we're particularly looking for both teams to win their map pick.
I mean, that is a graphic that Jesse would love, you have to admit. The stat man himself, he absolutely loves it. But WYLDE, you know, if we look back to last year, they had a really nice strong run at Gamers 8, but they've got like a totally new roster basically since then. So does this roster still have that capability to make a run like this, Anne?
I mean, there's a really clear point we can make about that and their map pool in the very first map. There's no information on how WYLDE played Bank. So either they have something insane stats there, but it has also been their permaban. So we're expecting that maybe it isn't in their usual scrim maps. Maybe they won't see that good of a performance on this map against BDS. And then the very final decider map being Chalet, it is not a good map for BDS. So I think BDS would want to close this out either in a 3-0 or a 3-1, because if we get to that decider map Chalet, they have a very bad track record on it. And while they yesterday won it against Wolves, they won it against Wolves yesterday, sorry. However, in general history, they have a 50-50% record on it.
Okay, let's have a very cheeky prediction before we dive in with our casters. Fresh, I'm going to kick things off with you. Talk to me. I feel like you're both going to lean towards BDS, but, you know, surprise me.
Is this just for this map, or is this for the whole best of 5?
This is for the series. We could do it by map if you want. We could change it up. Do you want to go by map?
Let's do it by map.
Yeah, why not? Let's go by map.
I'm going to say BDS take it on bank.
Okay. Are you feeling the same way, Anne?
I would agree with that, unless WYLDE are cooking up something crazy on this map, which we haven't seen before, and they have been secretly scrimming it because there is no info on them, so they could bring out anything crazy. And as Pac will mentioned in the interview, they play unpredictable, so, you know, maybe BDS isn't ready for it.
Oh, we love a bit of unpredictability here at Gamers Without Borders. Demo and X are your casters to bring you into this EU Grand Final. Let's go. It's BDS versus WYLDE.
Barney, thank you very much indeed. Welcome here. Myself and Demo are going to be running you all through this best of 5 grand final here for EU. Demo, we have got a fantastic game on our hands here. WYLDE versus BDS. First of all, just to touch on it, the circumstance of WYLDE getting here was mental. They beat Wolves yesterday in a very close fight, and that was a game that was actually a repeat from something that we saw in the last chance qualifiers to even get to the major. So WYLDE, as Pat Bull said, they're on that redemption arc. They're trying to right the wrongs of missing out on Copenhagen, and already they've taken that first step.
They have. I think they've done a great job at actually just getting into this position. I think you have to give all credit to what that team's actually been able to achieve over the past, 3 months, I want to say. It's been that long since this team really, kind of formed together, and it was kind of like a mixture of players that we've seen from, Navi, for example, and we've seen, obviously, Hungary comes back into the fray of things. Ace is, has been here as well and WYLDE for a long time, but it's just that kind of mix of teams that we kind of have now.
Well, Bank, as has been said by the desk, is going to be a little bit of a stronghold here for BDS and some relatively unknown territory on the side of WYLDE. They, of course, have also had the benefit of being in Europe during the Copenhagen Major, so they have been available as scrim partners for many teams from all across the globe. So you can only expect that they have been doing their homework.
I mean, no surprise the Bank to see the kind of Monty band come in. I think we did touch on this yesterday, didn't we? I kind of said how strong that Monty is just for open area.
Oh, incredibly strong.
So it's, it's a good one. Iana ban. We've seen this a bit as well, wasn't it? It was obviously Eminem yesterday. They weren't afraid to try and, single out Shaiko particularly. So, again, I think the bans make sense.
Something that I do enjoy about watching WYLDE play is there's always a little bit of banter in the old chat. There's a lot of bait in here. Jegs is going in saying, oh, have we even got strats for Bank? How have we ended up here, sort of thing.
I mean, I hope they do, or else I severely
This
worry.
is the thing, though, isn't it? It's a humongous troll because they obviously do. They've obviously been hiding it to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, you've got
now
someone
they feel like it's time.
You've got Aces there, or as I like to call him, Maurice. He is just, I mean, I don't want to get into recent Twitter drama, but my God, he's a wind-up merch if I've ever seen one.
You know all I think of when you say Maurice?
What do you think of?
Beauty and the Beast. Classic film.
See, I think of Madagascar, King Julian's assistant, Maurice.
Right, okay, well, so it's good that we both link it to a film, like a childhood film.
Of course, a cartoon, of course.
But I always think Belle's dad. He's called Maurice.
Indeed.
And Gaston calls him Crazy Old Maurice. Crazy old Maurice.
That's what they call you. They call you Crazy Old Ollie, don't they?
Maybe after that one. That was a little bit of a off topic. But getting back into the server here, we got WYLDE here starting off on the attack. BDS going to be kicking things off on the defense.
Yep.
Now the bans, we've not really touched on them as of yet, but Amontia's army is fairly par for the course here on Bank. WYLDE opting for the old Iana and Warden ban.
I worry for BDS.
I worry a little bit too.
They've left Ying open.
I look at that Warden ban and I see one player on the side of WYLDE that I know is going to take advantage of that.
He is just... It's Hungry.
Man himself.
He's Ying. Everyone knows that. You think about that operator, you think of him. Fastest ace that we've seen, like 4 years ago we're going back. And yeah, leaving that open with a Warden ban is just absurd. The fact that he hasn't chose it, I think, is even more absurd.
For anyone that doesn't know who we're talking about Hungry here.
Yeah.
Now, Hungry is the player on WYLDE that will very often flex onto one of about 3 different things. He'll play a Dokkaebi, he'll play a Ying, or he'll play a Capitao. all dependent. Now, Wild as an attacking team absolutely love a Ying. And they absolutely love a Dokkaebi. But Dokkaebi's often banned, so that's hence forces them into some, you know, different takes. Jegs is actually going to suffer first here. He gets taken out by a C4 from a Lems. Some nice early info. Where are these kills coming in from? Lems has found himself 2 already.
I mean, it looked as if like BDS were just looking for kind of more of like a soft roam to say, which sometimes you see, you know, teams don't really want to commit fully. They're happy enough to get some kills and then just run away. It's basement at the end of the day. Look, a minute to go, Wally. Wild have actually very little in terms of, you know, what they can go for. They don't have server control yet. They're only just opening up hatches. This was a very wise move from BDS. Just to say, hey, we got our 2 kills. Sure, we've lost EFAC, but look what we've been able to do. We've took up the glass, which is the big pushing power, and we wasted a buttload of time. So yeah, great push right now from BDS's perspective.
Goodness me, look at Packball go here. He's going to hot drop straight on him. Finds himself one onto Renshiro. Great little opener there. That's one way to deal with getting that hatch open and getting down straight away. But he knows there's some players inside a garage. Burns a Lems through the smoke. Good information exchange here. Packball doing a lot of work dropping that backside. And all of a sudden, Wild with an advantage here. Aces has dropped elevator. He knows that there's going to be someone at the bottom of main, but just takes his eyes off the ball at the wrong time. And you can't afford to do that with Shaiko. Levels things up 2 versus 2. Bride, full HP, along with Shaiko. They've not got much denial. Shaiko is going to land his shots. Picks one, finds the second. A triple on the round. Yesterday, he started off quiet. Today, Demo, he started off flying.
I mean, you say Shaiko started off quiet. He was non-existent yesterday for that first map against M&M. And then, obviously, me and you decided to say that, wow, Shaiko's finished, and then look what's happened. I blame us. We've caused this.
Well, BDS is welcome. if they want to congratulate us and send us a nice, you know, maybe send us a nice little meal or take us out for dinner, I'd graciously accept.
Look, I'll be honest. I'll just take a jersey. I'll be honest. I'm such a sellout for a jersey.
You are a bit of a sellout.
You know that.
Well, I met Demo in the airport, and he opened his bag and very excitedly showed me that he'd got like 4 different jerseys from all the teams that were through, so he could basically just support whoever was going to win.
Yeah, it's like
wondering what sort of supporter Demo is. That'll tell you right there.
No, don't say that.
Pulled out an M&M jersey, pulled out a Liquid jersey, pulled out, what else was it?
G2.
A G2 jersey.
Yeah. To be fair, I asked Benji and I said I want a refund after what I see. But that's another story. But you know, it feels so strange saying that both these teams that we're watching right now, the best of 5, were not at the major.
It really does. But
it's crazy.
It's the quality in Europe, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Quality in Europe is insane. We've got teams that can we can compete in 2 majors almost.
Sadly, only 4 spots.
Sadly, 4 spots.
That's it. That's all we can do. Oh, right. BDS. You've got the first defense. You would expect to win that basement, you know, 9 times out of 10, just because the operators are available to you, and you know it's tricky for attackers if things go wrong. You kind of need to play like a perfect attack almost to make it happen. So yeah, now they're going to go open area. I mentioned before, multi-ban being played out. It's going to be quite easy, I think, for BDS to maybe hold this and don't have to worry about, hey, someone just walked inside, because that's what Monty does. He walks inside. You can't really do anything against it.
Something that I'm a little bit surprised about is Wild have removed the removed the Warden, but they haven't played the Ying yet. You do just wonder if there's room for it in this lineup. They're running both Universal operators. They're running the Lion and they're running the Dokkaebi. They've obviously got a real keen focus on this roam game. They know how deadly BDS can be with that. Is Packball just going to hop himself in again? He found 2 kills when he did last round, but
it's risky at this stage.
This town.
If he jumps in at 140, I'm going to have issues with him. But no thanks against that. I mean, as an ace, you don't want to be giving yourself up. You want to get upstairs, open a hatch if you can. There's the first pick again. Goes in favor of BDS, but straight away the refrag. Aces is there ready to go. Look at this, BDS once again. Very quick, Ollie, to go for this roam, get a kill, and then immediately just go back to site.
I think they know and they recognise how much focus Wild are putting on that. They're bringing, like we said, the Dokkaebi, they're bringing the Lion. Wild really want that opening pick, and they really want to start breaking BDS down from the offset, because they know that this team's strong in all aspects.
Yeah.
Leaky Fact picks himself up, another over onto Aces. it isn't going to work when they're just going to try and pick these solo kills off. Like, Pikebull currently in a duel. He doesn't know there's a bot player inside of Tellers looking at the window, gets peeked from the doorway. He's a bit of assistance here.
Yeah, great point you picked up on. It feels like WYLDE are very individual right now. It doesn't look as if that they really want to push together, see there's a guy upstairs and say, right, 3, 2, 1, 5 people hit him. It's just, yeah, they're... Do we already start saying hero plays? Is that too much for me to say? I don't know.
Well, Hungry's found himself one. Leaky Fac is downed and out. There's still going to be a Malusi really hard tucked in there.
Look at this.
Brede. He's not being given much of a reason to move. This is one of the reasons why Monty's so good, because you can bully the player out of this spot, but with a Mute Jammer and a Banshee, he's got everything that he needs. The wall behind him is going to be safe, and the Banshee's the early warning system. Picks one up onto Pikebull, immediately traded out there by Teb. Shaiko in the hot seat once again, though. Look at him go. 5 seconds on the clock. Hungry 1 versus 2, and Renshiro to finish off the job.
I worry for WYLDE. It seems to be very individual right now and very slow. Very slow. And look at the 2 operators that BDS are running, a Legion and a Malusi. Those kind of operators are great whenever teams are panicking, whenever they don't have enough time. Those operators are going to see you across the line. And look what happened. Look, Teb here, stuck inside of the Malusi, and he can't do anything about it.
Yeah, he had to turn around almost a full 180, delete Banshee, and then move on to the challenge with Shaiko.
And Shaiko's just, you know...
I mean,
Shaiko.
You're going up against,
no.
But you're going up against one of the best. That ain't going to give you any advantage whatsoever. Finally, we're going to see a little bit of Ying action. Pikebull switching there off the Hibana. They are potentially going to forego any sort of hard breach here. Oh, Ace is on the Amaru. Oh dear, Demo. Chaos time.
I mean, I'll be honest, this is like what I expect to see. This is the WYLDE playstyle.
It is.
Ying, Glaz, Maru, Dokkaebi.
Them all.
They love it. Oh dear, oh Renshi.
Goodness. No, thank goodness.
I mean, this is where a spawn peak would be instrumental for a team like BDS against this kind of lineup.
I mean, it's not going to change the way the round plays out. He takes
the nade's gone
here, but the nade's removed.
Oh, nade's gone, and there's a castle up. Ooh.
And the sledge gone as well.
It's a rough one.
On the spawn peak, by the way, with the castle. Look at him go. Aces got a good read.
EFAC.
Leaky Fac's there. Surely.
There we go.
I mean, he was kind of asking for that, wasn't he, Demo?
What is he doing?
He's quite literally playing on the Solace and just got killed from a drone that was being watched.
Literally below him, and he didn't see the drone.
Drone activated.
Slight worry, but it is a 1-for-1 still at the end of the day. Oh, is he thinking what I'm thinking? Up the hatch?
I think he's thinking some up the hatch action.
I mean, he's 2 options. He could go in towards Lone Office, or he could go into Janner. That's his 2 options.
He's likely just going to get domed out by Brede, though. The stuns come up. Maybe he's going to do the bait and switch. Bait the janitor hatch, up himself through the stock hatch. Pikebull's actually getting the plant down now under cover of the Candelas. Aces needs to be huge from this backstab, but he immediately gets shut down. Teb on the upside down repel. The diffuser now planted. A very difficult retake here. Winnable for BDS, given that they've got that man advantage, although Alems has been down, so it is effective 3 versus 3. A call comes through. Pikebull, he's very low HP. Can't take any chances. Needs to just watch for a player jumping out, and he's going to be given his first opportunity. Picks one. Pikebull taken out in process as Renshiro.
Oh my goodness.
He's going to fall as well, but the diffuser's being stuck. Brede doesn't fake it, Demo.
He's done a Cypher. He's done a Cypher. Oh my, mate, like, that's genius. That is, let's play the tournament.
Just send everyone out the windows and Brede hits defuse.
Mate, he's opened up the wardrobe, like the big bookshelf that's fallen over, and then he's been able to defuse through it. Remember Cypher did that against Team Secret back at Rally 2019?
Yeah. Was that when he shot the wall open?
Yeah. Exact same mechanic, exact same.
Oh dear, oh dear. That's a couple of rounds now that WYLDE have looked really good in. You think about round 1, it was 2 versus 2.
Yeah.
Round 2, less good. Round 3, they get the plant down, holding it in a post. A couple of rounds there that Wild really should look at and go, we probably ought to be walking away with those.
5 seconds to go.
It is, it's worrying for Wild. I mean, you're losing 3-0 to BDS, and I think a team like BDS that they shown us yesterday, Ollie, if they have just a sniff of momentum, they will decimate teams. Look what they've done to M&M.
Yeah.
Look what they've done.
Very dangerous.
You cannot give this team space to do what they want to do. You can't, because they are that good. You know, yes, they've been in, I'd say, poor form as of late, but they still got it. You know, it's just the inconsistency for BDS that kills them.
Well, they proved it yesterday that they've still got it.
Yeah.
Yesterday was a big test, and I think the confidence off the back of that and, you know, feeling like we don't want to put ourselves in that position again, let's knuckle down from the offset. Oh, great shot there from LMs. Does manage to catch Jegs out. Jegs is having a nightmare game so far.
Is that the 4th OPK? I think they've won every opening engagement, haven't they?
I think 3 of them have been Jegs, mate. He's 0-4.
See, right, I love Jegs. Great player. Me and you we fell in love with him during CL. Did we not?
We did.
It was great. However, we know the inconsistency that guy can have. Where he is almost like, you know, what Doki I think used to be like, where he was to go big or go home.
Yeah, I would back that.
So that's how it feels. It's like he's an unfinished Doki, in a sense. But yeah, it's worrying, I think, for Jegs, because these are the kind of games where he can go like 0-9. It's one of those.
Packball's got himself into server here. Not sure what he's going to be able to do with it. Puts a couple of cursory shots in. Should at least be able to open the wall here, and Teb does have a couple of nades knocking around. Time, not looking terrible, but a minute and 15, you're going to want to start getting stuff done here. Not sure if the hatches have been opened as of yet. Let's see a lion scan come out. There's still going to be a little bit of a presence here that needs dealing with. Do have the open area hatch open. That isn't always the full picture. Wild, desperately stalling out here, Demo. This is just going to end in a hatch drop, but Lems is watching for it. Even caught out on the drone. He doesn't care. Ace is trying to bait out there at the top of main stairs, but once Toxic Babe Canister is going to do a lot of the work. Blackball, you picked up 2 kills last round when you dropped the back hatch, but I don't think it's
one step ahead.
Easy this time.
One step ahead. That's what it feels like for BDS. It's just anything Wild are trying to go for. BDS have seen that move a mile off.
I mean, there's 30 seconds and we're getting hacked open. It really isn't good enough.
Timing is bad.
Even a roaming presence for, what, the last minute or so? Still Valkyrie cameras and information. And Shiro takes a ton of damage. Aces, he's going to drop and find himself one. Toxic Babe Canister's cutting off the rest. Packball can't get it done. Shaiko and Alems find one each. An inevitable end there.
Too slow. Like, the thing is with Bank is it is one of those maps which I think it's very unforgiving. If you're too slow in this map, don't play it. That's facts. It's a big map.
Well,
executes are difficult. Yeah, but
they've been forced into it because it's a best of 5.
But that's, but you know what I mean? It just too slow, and they're not. You're not going to win it if you're too slow.
Wild got the timeout through this time. 4 rounds to 0 here for BDS. If they make this a clean defensive sweep here on Bank, it spells disaster for Wild. Fortunately, it is a best of 5. There's a lot of opportunities here. We're expecting maps to go heavily one way or the other. That's fine. That happens. There's a lot of maps that we need to play today, but you've always got to ask yourself the question, what does that do to the momentum of the team? BDS, once they get going, there's few in the world that can stop them. Usually it takes them almost undoing themselves. And so far today, they haven't shown many signs of that. Capcan! I'm a little bit confused as to why the lineup's changed. Because it worked really well last time. We had the Mute. We had the Lucy. BDS was playing on the quad wall. He was having a great time. He had the Banshee, he had the Mute Jammer, all the things that he needed. Now we've switched it into a Cade. There's no Legion this time either, which is another thing that BDS were bringing to really slow things down. Instead, Wrench is on the cap cam.
I mean, it's definitely an operator which I think has had like pretty good success in this competition. We've seen a few times, Ollie, that it's been like the deciding factor of like a round win.
Oh, yesterday there was a cracking cap can on border.
There was 2 of them. Same door. One thing that has to be said is we're finally seeing, you know, some form of like counterplay to the Valkyrie. We're actually seeing operators that can, you know, go against that, being the IQ, of course, on Jags. However, no nades though, which is a slight issue, I think, for this team.
Oh my goodness,
brilliant,
aces.
brilliant.
The timing. You can't teach timing like that. I would agree with the IQ as well. I think it's taken a while to get to this point. Shaiko's been almost exclusively running the Valkyrie, and BDS as a whole have brought it, I think, nearly every single round. There's no reason why you don't bring that IQ to, you know, really start to deal with that. And there's other things you can try and, you know, do as well. The Dokeby, which is something that has been a mainstay for WYLDE throughout the stage, isn't being brought in every single round. Again,
there he is.
On the lack of the Ying and the lack of this push. Look at the value Renshiro's getting from here. Deletes the Selmas.
Oh, he missed one though.
Only one will get through. Easily finds the last as well. Nobody here to pressure him inside of Archives. He can do whatever he wants. It comes, but it comes late. Aces will find one before Shaiko trades on back. Ace is in a cracking spot here. Gets a good peek through.
Does he know about LMs though? That's the question.
Nobody knows about LMs at the moment. Hiding out inside the elevators. Hungry finds himself one. Shaiko still going strong inside the site.
It's in the spin cycle.
But now he's alone.
LMs needs to help him here. LMs needs to win this one. If he doesn't, Shaiko has to get the ace then. But again, I think LMs is in a strong enough position that they just don't know where he is. And no, Ollie could have had it there, but misses it. And obviously now WYLDE knows site's going to be clear. They know where he is. LMs has been himself back into and finds the man he was supposed to previously. Oh, LMs, how's he missed that?
All he's got to do is find the final one, but Hungry comes through. Oh dear, LMs. Unfortunate stuff. Nearly a hero play there. Just looking a little bit shaky on a couple of those shots, Demo. Hungry. He found the final 2 kills there. Shut Shaiko down. Took LMs out of action as well. Great round from WYLDE. I mean, it comes down to a 1v1. We asked questions of, you know, the Melusi not being in play. We've got to sit here and say it, Demo. What happened to Teb last time he jumped through that window?
Yeah.
Got caught in the Melusi Banshee and was immediately burned by Shaiko. Would that have been the difference maker here? You know, we've got Hungry on the Thatcher, so he could have just thrown an EMP out, which he did. He was obviously mindful that, you know, there's something that could maybe scupper me here. Dude just got to wonder.
It's, I mean, again, for WYLDE, it's the timing, isn't it?
10 seconds remaining.
And, I mean, you look at Aces, for example. Imagine if Aces didn't get, you know, those kills.
Well, he got gifted a freebie, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was just pure luck.
Exactly, and it's a risky style of siege, because that can backfire massively on WYLDE, which, to be fair, it has done. They've lost 4 rounds.
Oh, even if they get a 2-4 split, it's not going to look fantastic, right?
It's better than 5-1.
But it's better than 6-0.
You know what? You're so true. So true.
I would just always come back to the round 2 and round 3 where you look at it and you think WYLDE ought to be winning those. Let's see how they go. Let's see if that's giving them a little bit of a burst of momentum. They did just take the timeout, so we usually say a timeout's good for a round. Not all the time is it good for 2. 2's sometimes a little bit tougher to get.
Look at Aces. He's really like ratting about, isn't he? This game. You know, and this is a lion, by the way.
On his own, though.
It's not like a Nook. It's a lion, and it's quite, you know, an operator that you would like the utility for. obviously has your flashbangs, which is going to be great for those final executes. The gadget in general, he's already used 2, and there's only been a minute, so he doesn't have a lot for the actual like execute, which is where you'd like to have the scans for. So yeah, very strange kind of choice for Aces, but personal preference, I guess.
It's particularly strange given that no one from WYLDE actually made the way into the building yet. You know, we've got a lot of people out on repels at the moment. It's not like they've used those lion scans to gain control or to gain, you know, ground upstairs.
Finally, they do.
He's going to start moving through and doing that. He's been everywhere, Demo.
He has, that's what I've been saying. He's just been here, there, and everywhere. And obviously the thing now for BDS is on this Archives and Tellers, if you give away top floor control, it's going to be very difficult to remain in the site because there's nowhere that you can sit that is safe. You have to you know, find somewhere else. That's where you'll see teams move in towards open area, for example, open up those holes towards the main stairs, which you'll see right now. But again, WYLDE, knowing no one's in the site, they can freely walk in, but where do they get the diffuser down, Ollie?
Difficult, especially with the lines of sight that are open. Packball is going to pick himself up 1. And a second! Goodness. Look at that spray through the wall! Lady Luck is certainly on WYLDE's side, or at least it has been the last couple of rounds. LeakyFak and Brede, they've pretty much had to vacate the site entirely. Brede can hold a long angle here with the DMR. He's going to get called out on the drone, though. The information exchange from WYLDE has been much better in this round.
Look at this from
Pinch onto Renshiro was fantastic earlier on. LeakyFak could be about to play spoiler here, though. He's got a yellow ping. He knows there's going to be a player at the top of the stairs. Goes for the C4. Hungry needs to be shut down here. LeakyFak finally grabs it, but it might be a bit too late.
Patrol.
1 versus 2 now as he makes his way on into the site. The diffuser in Teb's hands. That's going to start going down. He's got live ping information here. He should be able to get this one done. 5 seconds. C4 out. Is going to be successful, but a second too late. Drew for the pistol, but Jegs, he had a nightmare in the first 4 and finally picks up a very important kill here to confirm that 2-4 split.
I mean, EFAC, he kind of trolled his teammate there, didn't he, at the top of square? You know, just finish your dinner. Look at this. Beats his team. And, you know, the C4
that looks like me when I'm, like, changing my weapon with my mouse scroll wheel.
Like, that C4, that's probably the closest we've seen in ages.
Attackers need
We need a VAR on that.
bombs as they can.
2-4 split, is it going to be good enough? WYLDE. A little bit of momentum here moving into the turn of the half. You do just look at what's available and wonder and think, our BDS, you know, it's not necessarily in their wheelhouse to bring the Ying and bring things like that. But are they going to try and take a bit more advantage of that Warden ban than what WYLDE did? Because I feel like it was a very underutilized ban in the end.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. I think we've seen very little smoke gameplay. Maybe I think that 1 round on the top floor, that was really it, wasn't it? Where they got the plant down and then obviously, you know, break up the clutch defuse. One thing I also will say about BDS in terms of how, you know, they like to play Siege, it is still very their way. They will pick the same 5, they will do the same stuff. That's BDS in a nutshell. The way we look at BDS is they will always set up the same way. It's their adaptation has always been the genetic code of that team. They can win from any position. But I will say that, that's...
Dear, oh dear.
2 for 1.
Oh, hit the triple. He doesn't even care about the drone now. He's like, you can have it.
3 for 1.
Honestly, you can just have that shock drone now. I've taken out 2 mirror windows and the default. It's done.
The only thing I will say is there's not a lot of hard breach. Not a lot. Are they banking on that WYLDE have opened up the hatches? Have WYLDE opened up the hatches?
Hungry is playing up here. The hatches are soft.
Oh, what's he doing? He's thinking of reinforcing it. I mean, it would actually, if he reinforces, it actually be quite good because they don't have a lot of, like, they only have 2 thermite charges. 1 has to go down on main breach down in server.
Hungry's playing a very dangerous game here. I think he's asking for the hatch to be open.
He's hatch open. There we go.
He does want to try and get himself out of here. Does need to be cautious, though.
Very slow from BDS. Very slow.
He's got a couple of players in his sights here. He obviously doesn't have the benefit that we do, but Aces just play things quite cautiously, but not cautiously enough. Shaiko from the skylight is going to pick himself up a freebie to open things up. Teb now looking for a drop.
It's a very soft roam. I mean, I think if you're WYLDE, They probably think to themselves, we need to get a kill back because we've lost aces. That's what I think they're going for. Look at Alem's position. This is dangerous, Ollie. There's no info at all on the side of Wild. I don't think they know that he's there. This is
There's
great.
not even a bulletproof. They've got no idea.
And also, if Hungry drops, he dies to Alem's. Oh, he missed.
No, Alems is going to play this so patiently. Alems has got no need to do anything here. All he needs to do is wait for his opportunity. He's going to be given a freebie. Yeah. It's a matter of time. Hello, Teb! Wake up, please! Shaiko from the hatch takes one. Alems finally gets himself into engagement. Chunks Jegs down by half. The mirror window has been open previously, so that's something to peek from. Now we're starting to see this smoke come through and cause a bit of confusion. Another 2 here for BDS. Packbull, he's got a C4 in hand and 30 seconds to try and hold on, but he's getting pinched from both sides. We've got a player in garage, we've got a player inside a site. He's good for neither. Leaky Fack, he's going to finish off the round.
Yeah, again, I think for BDS, that just shows how good they are, Ollie. Again, they set up nice and slow, great pick onto aces. And the communication there from Alems must have been great, because as soon as you see a teammate who is in like a power position, Alem's position is so strong. You know that. You know, it can cover off the crosses between the bomb sites. That mirror window's open, can shoot a guy in red. Whenever you know someone's in that great position, you need to then play around that player. He'll be communicating with his team, you know, saying, oh, I've got this control. We can now try and gear up. Maybe for main stairs, I have the cross, whatever it is. We can push inside. I'll make sure they can't run back. And BDS done that so well. You've seen there was, what, 2 players immediately down to server, 1 guy on hatch, knowing that nobody is you know, going to be able to cross in towards red because Alems is in such a good position.
We're going to see a bulletproof brought this time for the garage.
Honestly, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that.
And it's quite a basic comm, I'll be honest.
You love a bulletproof. You actually do. I don't know why, though.
They're so good. So valuable.
Attacker's objective is to locate.
I want to know how Teb allowed Shaiko to get onto the hatch.
I want to know how they did not drone Teb.
2 good questions.
We've seen a few baits this game, haven't we? A few baiters.
There's been a few. I enjoy how Wild have gone from not a lot of info to all-out info. We're going from, you know, one extreme to the other again. It's like bulletproof and a Valkyrie.
However,
this is just a Mozzie.
They do not have a lot of denial. 2 C4s, that's it.
No smoke,
Goyo,
2
no smoke.
Yeah.
Dangerous game to play.
I'll be honest, I really liked Hungry on the Goyo as well, because those Goyo kind of are just so valuable.
I think you need Goyo. If you don't have Goyo, I think it's a troll. I do.
But now they're so scared about the crouch walk, they're bringing the Legion, they're bringing the bulletproof, they're bringing the info, and they're committing Jegs into garage the whole way through.
The roam game's working better this time, and yeah, Wild are really sticking it to BDS. Hard breach gone, Ollie. BDS mudded from the get-go.
Great couple of kills. It's really worked out quite well there for Wild. They've been able to fend off BDS quite successfully early on. Leaky Fight's got no idea, or does he? Takes an engagement with Aces. Aces gets chunked down, but Aces finds him, drops prone. He's down, but he's done his job. He's picked up 2. Shaiko.
Be happy with that.
He will finish that off. Renchiro from the repel as well. Teb getting caught out there. There's no real reason for him still to be up there. Point. The diffuser can be recovered here. And we've already mentioned, not a lot of denial, so even though there's not a great deal of time, you've only got 1 C4 to worry about.
Yeah, again, this is BDS. I think you could still fancy him to win this round, Ollie. They're great at these, you know, positions where obviously they're on the back foot. Obviously they're in a position where they have to go for mirror windows and a C4 still with, I assume, a great deal of information. May it be Valkyrie cameras. So yeah, BDS just have to go off gun skill. Can't open up the walls. Wild should win this, but I've seen it before, Ollie. I've been confident before with teams, and they've let me down.
Leaky Fight didn't get the mirror window open this time, so that is going to cause a little bit of a problem. Packbull, just going to give Shaiko a little bit of confidence here and let Jegs do the rest, or at least his laser gate, as he does just get caught there, maybe not realizing that the wall had the laser gate placed on it as well. Renchiro now. Bit of an impossible task. Jegs with the 1 tap.
Sniper.
From way downtown.
Tango is down. Tango has been neutralized. Copy that. Bravo. We're going to move on now into Team Streak Alpha. I'm guessing that's the comms. I'm assuming so.
I would agree, yeah.
But with a Finnish accent. Wow.
I didn't even see the colours change there, I'll be honest with you.
You didn't even see the colours change. Another thing as well we should touch upon is the Iana ban for Shaiko.
Attackers need to
The Shaiko ban?
Yeah. Hasn't worked.
Class playing on BDS, you know.
Let's be honest, it hasn't
Shaiko's
worked.
just going to get perma-banned.
No, but the thing is, they banned it and he's 11-6 still. And honestly,
that's what I mean. It must be class because you know that you can just play whatever you want.
even to an extent, I would say the Warden is also a target ban for Shaiko.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's a little MPS ban.
I mean, it's just that's his comfort pick, isn't it? It's Warden.
Honestly, with the way that WYLDE played, I wouldn't be surprised because we commented that they didn't make too much use of the Warden ban. But knowing that Shaiko plays it a lot, is that warranted enough on its own?
I mean, Eminem did it, and to be fair, the Iana ban that Eminem did against Shaiko worked a charm.
Attackers are moving to defuse.
But it's not working here today. So I would say going into other maps, I would be really shocked if we see the same bans again. Because if Shaiko's playing like this without his operators, just there's no point. Yeah. There's no point. Target something else.
Well, something it is consistently doing is putting pressure on the nade game. BDS haven't got any nades here.
Neither did WYLDE for a lot of their attacks.
No, WYLDE would bring the occasional nook or maybe Jegs on the sledge, but
then he got spawn picked immediately.
So often, never really got to see it. Top floor. I think BDS are doing a good job here of taking their time. They're really not looking to rush things all too much. Saying that, Ying's going in. It's going to get caught out there. Shaiko's already dropped on down. They've turned 2 slow rounds into a quick one. Aces has picked up 2. Shaiko needs to be successful here, and he will be under the cover of Alems, the diffuser. It's going to be cold on the ground right now. Packbull in position to respond. But yes, it was all going so well.
Yeah.
Mid-sentence on crediting you for being patient during your attacks, and you just send a few Yings into some Wamais, and it's over within a minute.
They've tried to pull a fast one, haven't they? I think they've tried to catch WYLDE by surprise. In BDS, they can play pretty methodical, can't they? But I think they've kind of chanced it and said, you know what, are they really going to expect us to rush? Are they going to expect us to use their own, what's the saying? I forget the saying. I've blanked.
Go for a Severus Snake line if you like.
You use my own spell against me.
You dare use my own spells against me.
That's what I'm saying, they're using the Ying.
It's only a matter of time for poor old Alems, isn't it? And there it is. Jegs, probably another long angle. Yep.
Is that Bolo?
It looked like Bolo to me.
Could be Bolo. Could be.
WYLDE starting to pick up a couple of rounds here. BDS maybe looking a little bit frustrated. Potential for a tactical timeout to come through.
I think they'll give it another round.
I'd go now, but I like an early one.
Nope.
Attackers need to locate and
Locking in.
as many bombs as they can.
Oh dear, Hungry. Oh dear, oh dear.
It's the clash.
It is the clash. What are we thinking?
I mean, it's in the same vein that Monty is good to get into this site. Clash is also good to keep people out.
Here, the thing about Clash is she's good if you know the team are just going to run the Monty. Monty's banned.
So we know they're not going to run the Monty. The other concern that I've maybe got here is that we've not got much wall denial. We haven't got any wall denial.
Wall denial shouldn't play that big of a part whenever BDS are not bringing hard breach.
They're going to have secondary, though.
Yeah. But that'll be really for hatches, and that's it. Unless you want to run the Kite, which then again, the Kite Claw for open area, you can get rid of that because it's verticality, toss an 8 in. So it's not that much
on this site.
The only issue with sites like this, and the reason why you'd actually sometimes you wouldn't see them or you wouldn't see the smoke, is because it's such a long range bomb site. Who wants to be going at those with SMGs? Let's be honest.
Leaky Fag.
Oh, my goodness, look at this. Oh, that's actually okay. I don't think they were expecting that. EFAC in straight away was probably expecting that wall into open area to be opened up. It's not. So Wild have actually played that really well, just reinforcing that up. It slowed down EFAX on a cheeky play where he's just tried to get in early, find a pick, just Wild. So yeah, that's some good reinforcements there from Wild. BDS just, we're not expecting that.
It is very typical to leave that wall soft, so EFAX probably was a little bit confused when he saw that fully reinforced. And another thing that it does is it puts him very far ahead of the team. If the wall was open and he'd gone in and got himself a couple of kills or a kill, that would have been fantastic. Job done.
Because he can die. He's done what he's needed.
Yeah, he's not. So now he's in a little bit of a more vulnerable position. But Wild aren't responding. They're just going to take their time with this one. Lem's going to gather a bit of info
that's a great drone.
on the drone. You always know there's going to be a player inside of blue. Leaky Fight, look at him go here, picks himself up one, looks for the drop on the second. He's going to play ring around the rosy here with Aces, and I'm not sure if Aces has got a clue there was a drone at his feet, but the pre-fire comes out.
Swing?
Aces eventually down from upstairs. Just getting caught out there. The team play by BDS was fantastic. Brede on the drone, calling out for Leaky Fac, and therefore that trade.
Yeah, I mean, Aces, he didn't need to swing. He really didn't need to. Now it puts his team at a disadvantage. Who was that? Just walks into him. Alams finds the pick. Jags tries to battle back with his own DMR, but 2v3. Obviously, it cannot 1v3 Ollie because Clash doesn't have a gun.
Yeah, and especially with Aces being downed, unrecoverable at this point. Hungry, he can think about it, but that's really all he can do. Use Aces for a bit of info here. That's about as much as you're going to get. Brede eventually finishes him off. Jegs, he is battling back though. Hungry going to have to draw for the SMG now. Picks himself one at long range. He's in a 1v1 now, and he's remembered Demo. He's got the shield. He's going up against Renshiro. The laser gate is going to get burnt out there. 20 seconds here. All Hungry needs to do is keep himself alive, tuck himself into a corner, and this round is as good as Wild. Can use the stun to keep him at bay. Flashes are going to come in, but it's not going to be too much of a problem. Renshiro now going to look to start trying to get that plan down. Live ping information here for Hungry. He's got to go for the frag, and he will.
Yeah, I mean, BDS disjointed there in the 2v1. LM swings. Renshi was nowhere near. And they gave the Clash to individual 1v1s. I mean, Wild, to battle back from that is incredible. All credit has to go to Hungry in clutching up. But boy, BDS, the team play was off there. It was.
Hungry's had a couple of good rounds, you know, where he's picked up a couple of really important kills. That nice long range one there on the Clash. That's obviously off the call out from Jegs. He knows that Jegs is in a fight there with Brede. Very well played in the clutch. We questioned the Clash coming into it, Demo, but it worked out in the end.
It did. It did. I mean, like, end of the day, Wild, if they know they have the Clash, they just need to play, you know, with that Clash. Don't give away the free picks, which they did a few times there. You know, Aces, for example, wins that engagement against EFAC, which I thought was, what a big gunfight. You know, pulling your team back in, and then he swings for no reason. Didn't need to go for that. Oh, boy. What a game.
Who'd have thought we'd be all level at 5-5?
I didn't.
Not me. Saw those first 4 rounds come in and thought, oof, BDS, they're looking scary today. And
they are.
Well, as the sides have switched, turns out we're getting a very defender-sided bank.
So, obviously, BDS having to go up against the basement again. I mean, last time they were... last time they were at the basement, it was... You know, I think a round that you certainly have to look at and think it was so well played, just the timing of everything, being able to, you know, pick where they wanted to go from. But then Wild, you know, the next round after that hit them with the Wild roam game. So BDS, they've been, you know, they've kind of been shown, okay, the roam game is actually something that we have to worry about in this game. While I think we're good at changing up their ideas, and they're going to go for the roam game again. You would expect, Ollie, that BDS will learn from those mistakes and actually be ready for a fight. You hope so.
Wild are going to be playing a very similar strategy on this roam game, like you say, with those hatches left soft and players below ready to open up if necessary. Teb trying to cause a bit of a ruckus out here on the roam. He's going to get droned and immediately finds himself one onto Leaky Fac. He's out of there. He's going to use the dash to get himself straight out of danger. Leaky Fac, having a bit of a tough time on this attack, Demo. And look at who you've lost. You've lost your Hibana.
Yeah. It's it's something that I've noticed as well, BDS, is the actual hard breacher sometimes. Like, if you put them on these aggressive players like EFAC, you know, even I think Shaiko's, you know, synonymous for even playing Hibana back in his early days, is they put the aggro players on Hibana, which, yes, it's good because free speed flashbangs, good gun, good secondary, makes sense. But she's still a hard breacher. She's still classified as support.
And especially when you know you've got a couple of jobs left here to do. Aces grabs a freebie onto Shaiko.
What's going on?
He was Dokubi called only 20 seconds ago on the top floor, and he's still managed to rotate his way down. Alem's potentially going to burn the gate and push through, but doesn't need to. Is there for the trade. Second time there that Aces has gotten a kill, but immediately been traded quite recently.
Only one C4. That's it.
30 seconds, though. Not a great
bait out the C4 and plant.
to try and hold on. Packball's going to play this very carefully here. The smoke's going to come through, followed by the nade. Packball knows he needs to get that nade, needs to get that C4 out there. Brede baits it to perfection. You can't teach that. Packball takes half damage as the hatch is still being pressured above. Finishes off Brede on the reverse. Renshiro, he's going to have to battle on through now as the final hope once again here for BDS. 2 seconds left on the clock. There's not a great deal he can do. He's just going to let the time do the rest. Wild successfully hold on.
Did you see Packball? Did you see him, Ollie? Misses the C4.
Sure how he got the kill onto Brede.
So here's the thing, misses the C4, realizes that, oh, I missed the C4, we have no denial, and he essentially takes a 50-50 with the guy in the hatch. The guy in the hatch either has to watch the doorway, or he watches the mirror window rotate. And Peterborough just thought, ah, well, you know what, all in. And he's, you know, he went the right way, and he was able to swing off the bomb chassis, kill the diffuser. Yeah, just those are the kind of risks that you need to take in these big games. Like, Ollie, this is a massive game. Massive game.
Especially given that this is one of BDS's map picks.
Yep.
We're expecting this one to go to BDS. WYLDE are going to take the lead for the first time in the series here at the map point. It's forced BDS into a timeout. Personally, I would have timed out last round. I think WYLDE only need to get lucky once now, and they're still on the defense. BDS, of course, have the option to take this into an overtime. Going to be going up to that top floor. Now, something else worth mentioning, Demo. Previously, when we saw BDS attacking this top floor, they didn't do a very good job. They went for the Ying, they went for a bit of a rush. We saw Shaiko dropping the Skylight. It just didn't really work out too well for him. Bit of a throwaway round, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It isn't going to be that this time.
I mean, BDS, this is where your backs are up against the wall. You need to dig in here. But I just feel as though WYLDE, I think just in terms of the gun skill department, they've been on top. And at the end of the day, Ollie, that's always going to be a factor, is who can shoot. You know, I think we're going to have to look at Brede again. This is now for the second game in a row where he's had a poor showing. He finished that M&M game yesterday. Sure, he won the map, but he went 0-10. Now he's 2-8, and he's losing, so now this is where it becomes a problem. It's all good not getting any kills but winning the game, but whenever you lose the game you don't have any kills, then that's the issue.
Always a difficult one to highlight, but something that does need to be said. You know, Siege as a shooter, you've got to win your gunfights.
Yeah. And if so,
all the contributions that you can make, but ultimately,
if you don't get kills, I'm saying it, and because at the end of the day, everyone else is thinking it. So that's why my mind works.
And you can get away with it when you get Shaiko on your team and he's going nuts, but he's not really going nuts this game.
Yeah,
it's 12-9.
It's an average game.
You know, Aces is 12-10. Packball's 11-7.
It's more like the top end of BDS, like obviously Alems and Shaiko are there, but their bottom end's like Renshi's 5-8. You know, you look at WYLDE, it's much more of a kind of, there's a spread almost more.
Well, Jags has really picked it up as well, considering he was 0-4, he's now 7-7.
Let's hope Brede can do the same.
He might have a few less rounds to do it in, but we'll have to see what happens. We've got the wall open there. Just getting an angle into the elevator. That player is pretty much locked in.
Yeah, Packball is stuck.
It becomes a patience game now. And Shiro
He gets a C4.
Tank a C4 there. I was looking for a cap cam, but no, it was C4 from below. He's going to finish Jegs off as the entry. So considering that Pikebull is still locked in and playing the patience game
Essentially a free
with
V4.
Alems, not a great look, this, is it?
No, I think BDS are in a great shape. I mean, look at the timing, Ollie. They have control of square, which is what they wanted. Obviously, there's a guy in lobby repel. E5 finds another. Down goes Jegs, and yeah, BDS look as if they're ready for OT.
Hungry gets it down and finishes it off, but is immediately traded out there by Shaiko. Teb, quiet game so far. Now is the time to step up. 2 versus 4 along with Pikebull. Pikebull's patience eventually wears out, but Alems does get the better of him. He's literally watched that repel for the whole round and is rewarded. BDS lock it in, going to an overtime.
Yeah, I think opening that wall, Peerbull obviously being, you know, stuck in the elevator. It's never going to be an easy one, is it? So he's just locked into that kind of endless, you know, chicken fight almost, I would say, with Alems on the repel, and you know, Renchi a massive opening pick. If you're in that position where you know you have a man locked down, being able to get that first pick, and then you know you have like just a dead-on man advantage no matter what.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Really good play there from Alems. It's very easy to just open that wall and then to sit on the same repel that you open it from.
Yeah.
Just transferring a little bit further toward the left, you do get that much better angle. You're a bit more vulnerable. You know, you've got to keep an eye on Banana. You can't just sit there blindly. But it can often work out. Now, Wild get the defense here in the overtime.
Yeah, that's big.
And we've seen 4-2 splits. But BDS know what they're going up against here. Cast our minds back to round 7. And this was a fantastic round for BDS. Lems crouch walked his way through Garage on the Dokeby, called out a lot of information. Bit of a roam game was won nice and early up top. And I just think that this extension that Wild are going for, it isn't working all too well for them. This time, they are going to change things up slightly though.
Yeah, I mean, what's better than 1 C4?
2 C4s.
What's better than 2 C4s?
3 C4s.
What's better than 3 C4s?
I know this one, Demo. 4 C4s.
Actually, the correct answer was Goyo canisters, but that's by the by.
Or smoke grenades. But at least you've got 4 C4s.
Yeah, exactly. The quad C4s come out, which, I mean, obviously that's going to burn about 5 seconds each by the time the guy sticks it. Then you throw it, guy gets off it, sticks it. You know, that's...
bear in mind, that's in an ideal world.
That's if everyone's alive.
If everyone's alive and they can literally line up in a conga line.
Look at Aces. Look at Aces. Where is it? Where'd he put it? Was he actually... Where'd he put it? Is he... There we go. I mean, perfect example.
I mean...
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Leaky Fact's seen that one before, though.
See, that's going to be a pulse.
Or some sort of information to do it off. Instead of just hitting and hoping.
That's one of those where you do like your research, like on a team, and you know that this player swings into this window at this time approximately. That's what that is. That's why we have coaches, ladies and gentlemen, to do that kind of stuff.
BDS going to be bringing the Thatcher this time just to guarantee those hatches getting opened. Not a bad way of going about things. It removes any unpredictability, especially with those secondary EMP gadgets. Ace is still going to be playing here just on the hatch. Perfect time for him to drop and gets himself out of dodge. The problem with leaving this hatch open is, although it will get opened eventually, it does just give a direct line here for Shaiko to start peeking his head down, and more importantly, the barrel of that gun, which we know to be so deadly, in his hands. He's now going to go for a bit of a look down those main stairs. Claymore placed out just in case things don't all go entirely to plan. Catches some good damage there onto Aces. He might just push for this demo. He looks confident, doesn't he? Picks himself one, gets immediately traded on the second. Was not anticipating Jegs there. It's not often that you see Shaiko jump the gun like that, but he definitely did there. 35 seconds.
I mean, it's one of those where I think Shaiko just thought, hey, I've seen this guy run into the garage, and he did kill him. But there was another one. He just wasn't expecting 2 of them. This is where Wild now need to be ready to go for the denial. Obviously has the C4. There's a man inside the server. Renchi sees him. That's a good finish off from BDS, and it does give them 15 seconds. Renchi just swings, Ollie. Jegs goes down.
Go! Renchi can't put a foot wrong here. Picks up one in server, just pre-fires blindly into red corridor, and Leaky Fact finishes the job. Lem's picking up one in between. Great collapse there. Good teamwork as well, working on Hungry inside of server. We commented at the start of that round demo, we were talking about kills and distribution and who wasn't stepping up and gunfights not being won. BDS did a cracking job there. They won every single gunfight.
It's not too bad from BDS. I mean, it was very, very close in terms of timing. Only, what, 15 seconds by the time they actually got server control? But Renshi, massive double. Like, those are the kind of double kills where if you know that the game isn't in your favor, someone needs to step up and get those kills. And he was that guy. And again, Renshi hasn't really done a lot. As we said, this game, he's 6-9. But if they win, it doesn't matter. As long as you win, it doesn't matter. Win's a win.
Back to the basement we go for BDS's turn on the defense in this overtime. Look at the stark difference in the lineup as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, denial for days.
2 C4s and the Vulcan canisters.
No mirror, though, which is a bit of a wild one. Also, a severe lack of echo today.
Yeah, we've not seen much echo at all. We've not seen any.
No echo, which is also another one which has been quite strange. I mean, to be fair, I think both teams for the basement attacks, they haven't really been like... Have we seen like an actual clean plant go down today? On that basement? Has it been like very scrappy?
Not in the traditional way that you would.
Yeah, or, you know, get the diffuser down, then you go and sit in server hatch and win. You know, we haven't seen any of those. So both teams have just been prioritizing kills over the plants in this game, which is... I mean, if it's BDS, that's not their traditional way of playing, but I think because of who they're against, a very aggressive team, all it is WYLDE, you're going to have to play for kills sooner or later. Because, I mean, WYLDE almost force you into kills. They force you into gunfights.
We just got a glimpse there of the player, Lems, on the Solace. Should be able to gather a bit of information about this if we can see any players on the drone. Not sure if anyone's there with him to maybe pop a C4 up, but it looks as though Hungry's fancying this challenge, or at least a better look at it. Lems does have the option to drop the hatch at a moment's notice, playing it open, very similarly to the way that we saw WYLDE play. The Lion Scan come out in typical WYLDE fashion. They usually burn 2 in the first minute, and then we don't always see them get much from it. It's like Jegs is framing up for a bit of an entry here as well. He knows the player is going to be in or around the hatch. It seems as though Lems has since dropped himself off.
I think EFAC is in one of those kind of scary positions where he could just leave. Just leave, EFAC. They know you're there. Just go. Just go. And he's trolled.
Well, he waited a little bit too long, Teb, finding the entry in this round. The entry coming at 55 seconds as well. We've already spoken with how much denial BDS have to play with here. Jegs getting a good bit of value out of the shock drone. That should assist at least some of the nades getting sent on in. There are going to be a couple of those knocking around as well. Jegs just pinging out there. Potential for Hungry or Teb to maybe get a nade on in through the hatch. WYLDE are going to have to start moving, though, and they're going to have to start moving fairly quickly. As we've already mentioned, 3 Toxic Babe canisters. That's going to choke out the majority of the round remaining here. We're going to see the wall now get opened. You're hoping to maybe get a kill here onto BDS to remove any ability for more canisters to come out. Packbull, he's forced in and he's got to go a little bit deeper than he would maybe like. He has the diffuser, but gets caught out by one of the many C4s. Shaiko with a second. Look at this denial. This is textbook stuff. The plant, however, is still going down, and Aces is on the backstab. Picks up 2. He's looking for more and he might find him. How many kills, Demo? Hungry picks the final one, but it was all about the backstab from Aces.
Wow. I mean, no one for BDS reacted. No one. Honestly, I thought it was over. That C4 from Shaiko killing 2 of them, 1 being diffuser. My goodness.
It was the Renshi C4, then the Shaiko C4. It was perfectly timed. BDS had paced his canisters out well, and Aces just strolls down main stairs.
Big plays.
Hungry gets the last kill with a hipfire. Do you know what I mean?
15 rounds. Oh my goodness me.
Smap 1 Demo.
I honestly,
One of
I'm
a
not.
potential 5.
I'm not ready for 75 rounds. I can't do it. Just a disclaimer for everyone. I'm sure people can probably tell my voice is absolutely cooked today.
You're doing a fantastic job.
I might die if it goes to 75 rounds.
I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You'll get some honey and lemon in you, you'll be all right.
I need to get Pop Paul, get the kettle on.
Now, a big benefit that Wild have got here is that they are going to be going back down to the basement because they lost there in their attempt at defending. So we've also seen something that is quite common in Siege where a map will be defender-sided and then in overtime it'll flip. And teams will start picking up on the attack because they've seen the defense multiple times. They can, you know, they can do whatever. They know exactly what they're going up against. Wild have changed things up quite significantly here. We've brought the smoke. We've only got one C4 and we still haven't got the Goyo, so it's not ideal. But we've all seen, even if you bring the ideal up, you can still lose the round because Siege is a shooter, and if Aces backstabs you, you're going to lose. So Wild have given themselves arguably some better tools to do the job here, given that they've got the smokes. Although Packbull has already sent one out. I'm not sure where that's gone, or if it's maybe just pre-placed.
I mean, Packbull is in, you know, one of the most classic positions you can think of whenever you think of bank. Towards the blue stairs, of course. Plenty of ADSs and YMI stacked up with him. I mean, BDS is a team that I think will deal with that with ease. You would expect it to be, even pre-placing the smoke canister, Ollie, just to give him a bit more protection. So, what's that? It's 2 ADSs and a YMI disc, so that's 3 burns he's got at the moment. But plenty of flashbangs, plenty of nades. You would expect BDS to deal with that.
Giving them a little bit more of a problem to solve as well with these hatches being reinforced straight from the off. It's going to force the Hibana pick and Alems just to do a little bit of work beforehand. I wonder if Alems is going to go for the garage play. It looks as though that's where he's headed. Wild, they haven't been fooled by that though since round 7. It really came in to hurt them, and ever since Jegs has been bringing the bulletproof, playing that nice long angle, we've already seen how talented Jegs is on that DMR. Can be a real nightmare. Look at Aces as well. Fantastic position from him on that top floor, just ready and waiting, hiding inside the janitors. He's here to assist Packbull, and there's a lot of opportunity for him to do so. Big fights about to break out here at almost opposite ends of the map.
I mean, it's looking good for Wild at the moment, I'll be honest. I think BDS don't really know where they want to go. They can't get rid of Packbull, but this man right here, Aces, he's been the standout player for Wild. He is, you know, he's like a jaguar right now, Ollie, in the jungle, ready to pounce. And, oh, there's EFAC. He will jump on it first, moves in through dirt, not expecting that. BDS will lead, but here he comes. Here comes the Jaguar.
Wrenchy's made himself known inside a gold vault. Look at the time. There's 10 seconds left and there's 9 players here alive. Shaiko, he's got himself dropped down as well. The plant is going to start to be attempted. Jegs wins the important engagement there inside the garage, but Shaiko, he's got to try and battle through. The kills are all coming through, and they're all coming through for Wild. Packbull might be down, but it certainly doesn't matter. The diffuser needs to still be diffused. Shaiko, he's picked himself up one. Leaky Fag, he's still alive and kicking, but no, it's too little too late. Jegs and Hungry clean up the kills as we get Aces disabling that diffuser. Fantastic final round there from Wild to lock things off, flipping the script in the overtime and winning downstairs on the defense. Hard fought victory there, considering they went 4 rounds down at the off demo.
Great game. I think 2 play styles which are very different. BDS, and we know what they're like. They want to take things slow, more methodical. Wild, the aggression that this team has, Ollie, the characters that they have in this team, the operator selections that they can go for, very flexible a lot of the time. Yeah, they're a really good side at the moment. And I think going up against a team like BDS, it's impressive. It is very impressive to do that.
It's impressive to see what Wild have done. Yesterday they dismantled Wolves in a very tense and long game, and today they have gone the distance inside of map 1. We're going to go to a short break, catch our breath, be back with our analysts in just a few.
It feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars, lives destroyed and washed away, families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders, because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Back to Gamers Without Borders, overtime in our first map. Now, this really is a grand final. So, WYLDE kick things off with a comeback. BDS are going to have to claw their way back, but plenty of match to go. Fresh, you thought BDS were going to break the bank. I feel like we all did. What happened?
Oh, it started so well for them as well. They got the first 4 rounds in a row. You know, they were looking good. They were looking very comfortable. They pulled off a genius play in terms of pulling a post plant with BDS shotgunning out the cabinet and defusing from behind it. But then, you know, WYLDE took a timeout, and you've got to credit their resilience because they were 0-4 down on their opponent's map pick. They then get the next couple of rounds and it comes down to 1v1 clutches in the end for WYLDE. And then they had their fun because when WYLDE got on the defense, they were roaming around, they were having loads of fun. They were doing whatever, you know, they felt like doing. We saw Aces, we saw Maurice, we saw Teb, we saw everybody just out and about, you know, getting active, getting amongst it. And BDS, their roam clear was, to be honest, their roam clear was generally awful. They were operating without information, they were getting flanked, they were in gunfights that they didn't know were coming, and then they couldn't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, Demo and X touched on it during the map, that WYLDE, they just weren't really synergizing very well, especially at the start. It was a lot of individual plays, individual movement, and they were just getting picked off by BDS, but their defense was so on point, and it just seemed impenetrable.
Yeah, exactly. The start didn't look all too bright for a while. It was Jags getting the entry death 4 times in a row. They lost those 4 rounds, but then they came back. They may have had a slow attacking of the beginning of this half, and they've had some issues with, for example, Pegbull stepping up, but he's a support player, and that's not really something you'd expect. On their own defenses, as Fresh already mentioned, they were out and about, they were roaming, having a good time on the map. It seemed like BDS would set themselves up for a good execute. For example, those locker rounds, they had everything they would have wanted. They had potentially 1 C4 from the enemy team, and then they still somehow fumbled the bag, and that was usually because of a backstab from WYLDE. In particular, Aces, sometimes he found himself in positions, and the observers would switch to him, and Fresh and I would be sitting here like, how does he get there? How has he made it to that place without BDS stopping him in that way?
Yeah, I feel like we can lean towards a particular team throughout this matchup, but, you know, we have to say it was overtime. It was 8-7 in the end. So if you can poke any holes in it, let's say, maybe even some individual performances that need to be uplifted, Fresh, are there any holes in BDS's game right now that they really could fix going into map 2?
I think genuinely you've got to look towards their more supportive players. You know, you hate to call anybody out, but their information particularly was bad. And I think that, especially once they got on their attacks, their information, their drone work, their overall strategy and team play, you know, being together, being in close proximity to each other, was fairly poor. And that's where, when you allow that to happen, that's where people like Aces and Jegs and Teb, I know Teb's not had the best day so far today, but that's where those guys are going to pop up and punish you. And that's exactly what Aces did today.
Yeah, speaking of Aces, he was the MVP in yesterday's semi-final, and round 14 alone of this map shows you why with that 4-piece. But I feel like he didn't really get a chance to get any momentum for quite some time, and then suddenly I looked up and he had 12 kills, and I was like, oh, okay, this is the Aces that we know and love.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we mentioned WYLDE lost those 4 rounds. They got their own momentum back on their own defense, but also if you look at their entry conversion, right? Aces, being the MVP of the game, has been involved in a few of those entry gunfights, but for WYLDE as well, they have 100% entry conversion from that game. Every single round they got the opening kill, they were able to convert it into a round win, which kind of shows that BDS are unable to recover from an operator loss, and unable to refrag in the right positions, and unable to come back from a deficit.
Okay, well, we have a head-to-head graphic for you to show you who were the two best players from that map, one from each team. It kind of shows you how close or distant the contention was in that map. And as this is a best of 5, there is a bit of a buffer, but BDS can't afford to let WYLDE run away with this, especially as their next map is WYLDE's map pick, Fresh.
Yeah, and I think that's the big one, is this was BDS's map pick. This is supposedly WYLDE's permaban. WYLDE were not supposed, the script is out the window, WYLDE were not supposed to win this map 1, but they've gone and won it, albeit in overtime. Now for BDS, you've got to be thinking, hey, well, you know, we've got Border coming up, a map that we've never won against a tier 1 team. Suddenly, the pressure goes from, you know, BDS being in the ascendancy and winning their map pick. When they don't do that, there's so much pressure onto BDS now to go through onto Border and put in a real performance.
I feel like, well, Demo actually mentioned that during that map that the setup for BDS is always almost very similar, if not the same every time. So their biggest advantage is always adapting on the fly, something that I feel like a lot of newer teams really need to catch on to, Anne, because that is something that really shows you a lot of experience and how the roster really gels well.
I mean, yeah, on the side of WYLDE, you do have the experience in a few of the players. You have a few younger players as well, but they do have that experience to back themselves up. Now, yesterday in an interview, League Effect mentioned how they were trying to adapt to the newer meta. They've changed up a lot of things after getting beaten by teams in Europe League. They changed up some things, but looking into the prospect of going on to that second map, it's been a pretty good map for WYLDE, as they've already got some victories on it during the LCQ, but BDS lost it yesterday in their game against M&M, and it was a pretty convincing loss as well. So that puts some concerns to that second map as well.
Well, we talked about it at the beginning of this best of 5 grand final. We're going to do this map by map. So it's prediction times, Fresh. I see you grinning. Come on then. What are we saying? It's Border. This is the next map. It's WYLDE's pick. So they've got that momentum.
I would have to say that WYLDE will take this. Like Anne said, they won it in the LCQs. When they played in the major LCQs for EU, they won it up against X10 But BDS, when they've played it against this tier 1 team, they've never won it. They lost against M&M in this competition. They lost against M&M in this Six Invitational. They've also lost against Oxygen and Cyclops. So they've lost it against every way Border can be played. It's a map they do not generally want to go to. So for that reason, I'd have to favour WYLDE.
Anne, are you feeling the same? We all said BDS at the beginning of this stream, and now we're all swinging the other way.
Yeah, I will have to agree. It's not the highest of preferences for BDS in a map. Also, do they not have the performances to back up this being a good map for themselves? But then again, if you face a loss that is that convincingly, as they did yesterday, obviously it's short time in between, but they do have the support staff to back it up, and they might have made some changes to how they play Border and how they can adapt to how WYLDE brings it out.
Well, like I've said before, for the viewers at home, get comfortable because this is a best of 5. Demo and X, do you think BDS can swing this series? Let's go into map 2.
Bonnie, thank you very much indeed. Demo, does this mean that BDS are going to win this map? Because last time we saw the analysts, we saw Fresh and Anne, they predicted BDS, WYLDE won. So is that the way it's going to go?
I personally am leaning towards WYLDE. I think just with the aggression that I've seen, I think it's matching up very well against BDS. I think BDS are really struggling to find probably a rhythm more than anything for BDS. I think BDS is a team where they need to find something that works, and they will just execute that time and time again. WYLDE are just disrupting them every step of the way. You know, it's like, you know, they're kind of like rebels, always hitting them where they don't expect it. You know, look at aces on the backstabs.
Yeah.
You know, moments like that. That is disrupting BDS and how they want to play.
I think you're right. I think WYLDE do bring a very disruptive play style going into a map like Border. It isn't going to be the easiest time here for BDS, as has already been mentioned on the desk. BDS haven't got the greatest of records here on this map. WYLDE, on the flip side, it's a map that suits them down to the ground.
I mean,
you can play their style of siege.
Exactly. That's it. You look at their style of siege is crazy, right? Which, I mean, it's my favorite type of siege, I'll be honest with you. And this is actually my favorite map. So I cannot wait to see this.
Well, you're in your element here then, aren't you?
My best map.
This is like, it's almost as if we're putting this on just for you.
Ban your blitzes, that's all I'm saying.
Ban your blitzes?
Ban your blitzes. Trust, honestly, there's a strat that we do where, do you know the way you kind of go for, like, you know, the archives, like Monty plant, right? You know, that we just walk in, plant someone in the window, Yings go in sandwich, yada, 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 right? we thought of a new way, because we were struggling. If Solus is open, which usually is because we ban Warden, Solus can go below, see where the diffuser is, and then kill you. What we do is as Blitz, I run in, I drop the diffuser where you would expect a Monty to plant, and the Souls are just shooting through nothing, and I just run in and kill everyone with Blitz.
I mean, it sounds easy, doesn't it?
It is.
I love strategies that end up with, and I just go in there and kill everybody.
Yeah. Mm.
Look at these bans. Iana, Amaru,
it's
Zami.
Target bans again for Shaiko.
It is. Shaiko's target ban.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
we've had a bit of a wild target ban there as well. They love bringing in Amaru.
Exactly. So I think teams, especially in this series, they know each other very well, don't they?
Well, of course they do. They're both in Europe.
So
we are starting out on the attack here. We're actually going to go downstairs into bathroom for the first round, Demo.
Do you know what my biggest worry is for BDS? Just the map. Just the map. I think we can all agree yesterday, I think a lot of people agree with me in this, is yesterday, BDS had one of the worst showings in their history.
They did. Deja vu.
Are you really going to be able to turn that around in a day?
I mean, a lot of that was...
10 seconds left.
There was other things that went into that, right? Wasn't there? Eminem played very well.
Yeah.
Start.
Mm.
It wasn't entirely BDS just, you know, throwing the game. They just didn't play well.
Look at the lineup. I mean, they've changed things. Look at this. You got triple smokes. Nomad.
I mean, this is their in bathroom tellers, and
here we go.
And get a plant down. This honestly looks like one of my ranky stacks.
Oh my goodness!
Straight into the window. Packbull first to find the kill. Oh, we had teammates full white flashed and everything. A disaster in the first 30 seconds. Renshiro has just recovered the kit, but everyone else is like, nope, I'm not going anywhere near that.
Well, that was you know, nice attempt. Well, it wasn't really. It was an attempt. I wouldn't say it was nice. I mean, this is a round over. It has to be. No way BDS come back from this. That's what BDS have tried to go for, Ollie. We've seen a few times where they've tried to go for these rush strategies, and they've just been sat down every time. BDS are not this. They're not that team. They're not that team who can play that way, in my opinion.
They are a team, however, that can pick players off one at a time. Shaiko's done just exactly that. He's found himself one. Aces. He's going to get taken out as well.
Not.
All of a sudden, things aren't looking too terrible here. Yeah, the initial push didn't work, and a couple of kills were given away fairly freely. But look at the map control that is now in the control of BDS. Yep. Dokubi call coming out. Shaiko's got the read. He knows there's a player inside a bathroom here. Maybe could look for a bit of an aggressive drop, and Packbull knows it. Packbull going to try and get himself out of there. But still, the Lems has had great presence inside of Workshop, and he's going to be holding that down.
Oh, Packbull, he knows he's there. He's a yellow ping. They have info on him, Ollie. Teb, go with him.
Teb needs to pinch this, otherwise Lems is going to find one. Packbull, he pinches him out with Teb there. The plant is going to start going down now, though. Shaiko gets caught looking the wrong way. The plant likely going to succeed, and Shaiko actually gets himself outside. This could be huge here. Renshiro, if he's able to find even one, he's going to do a huge thing to help Shaiko win this round. Can't grab from the hatch. Shaiko now in a pretty sticky situation. Teb going to start disabling that diffuser, forcing Shaiko to jump in. 3 kills on the round for Packbull. Plenty of time to disable the diffuser. Wild salvage it.
They do. I mean, I think you have to look at Packbull and Teb. They waited, they listened to each other, and they both went after the one guy. It was very close. I think even you were expecting they might have botched that, because I think you thought Teb was going to die.
To be fair, you can't count Shaiko out, especially given that we saw the drone in the final kill cam actually get shot inside a bathroom, so there was full info on all of that.
Yeah, it was a great round from WYLDE just to recover that. Again, I think the information, the Valkyrie cameras being used was great. We've seen there's yellow pings here or there for them. And BDS, I mean, it just feels as though they gave that round to Wild because they've tried to do a playstyle that they don't play. So BDS, I worry from the get-go if that's the kind of style they're going for. I do.
There must be a level of frustration as well on BDS, knowing that they are that talented, but just can't pay off with that sort of playstyle. You know, it came down to everything there. The coordination was a little bit off.
Yep.
Everyone was sort of body blocking each other at the window. No one was really, you know, too sure of their job. Typically, if you see a team approach something like that, you have a front man, you have one guy at the front who's going to throw his utility, and then he moves out the way, and the second guy throws it over the top or around the side. LeakyFat going to try and make something happen here again on the Ying. I do worry if it's just going to be another attempt at a rush here. Teb finds himself one onto Shaiko. The diffuser miles away. LeakyFat just happy to throw those Candelas in for nothing. Jeg shuts Renshiro down. What is going on? The roll clear's happening.
It's starting
no one's there to back it up.
I don't. Again, look at this. Just BDS. This is not how you play Siege. Don't say how you play Siege, but how BDS play Siege. This is not it. Look at this from EFAC. Like, hello? What's going on? And Impact, yeah. Just honestly, Ollie, this is on BDS. Wild are not doing anything, you know, brilliant.
Wild are just playing border.
BDS are trolling.
They are just playing border. LM's the best thing you could do is get yourself on the roof. You got a minute and a half here.
So
figure out what's going wrong.
We said yesterday that it was the worst showing from BDS. Are they trying to top that?
Are they going for the 7-0 this time, you think?
Honestly, they could. Honestly, they might go for it. Just to prove me wrong.
It does pain me a little bit when you see the roam clear happen. You know, we know how good BDS can be. Brede is incredible on the drone. It's one of the reasons why we have a hard time giving him stick about his lack of kills, because we know that often he'll spend half the round, if not more, on a drone for Shaiko.
Yeah.
Because it works. And he can be, you know, he can be giving almost coordinates to where Shaiko needs to go and just get kills.
Can we also remember that BDS started on defense yesterday and they suffered a 5-1 defensive loss? This is them on attack. They have to go through the defense still.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Everyone was playing for solo kills though.
I mean,
if I threw 2 Candelas in as well for basically nothing. Like, no one was pushing above, no one was below. Like, just threw them in for the sake of it. And then we see people start dying top floor because they're trying to solo roam clear.
Also, look who Operator Shaiko's playing. I think Shaiko's fully head lost.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Nomad.
I mean, it's because the Ana's banned.
Yeah, we get him on the Ash.
No, because he wants to play the IRX.
Ah.
That's why.
Plot thickens.
Exactly. I mean, like, I just see it as he's fed up, I guess, with the bans, with the Iana ban.
5 seconds remaining.
It must be a little bit mentally tolling, knowing that you're constantly just going to get permed. But then on the flip side is, you've just got to adapt and put yourself into a position where you can't be permabanned.
Like, this for me shows that it's if teams next stage want to succeed against BDS, ban your Iana. M&M did it, it worked. Obviously, you can see it's gotten it under, you know, Wild doing it, it's got underneath his skin.
Yeah.
Giving away a big weakness.
You can be as talented as you like, but if you can only play one, if you're a one trick, that's
yep.
when things start to get a little bit difficult. Early days though. We've only seen a couple of rounds here, and let's not forget, Wild went 4 rounds down on bank and still came back to win in maximum overtime. So anything can happen.
I know, but Border ain't bank, mate.
Border ain't bank.
That's the thing. 2 very different maps. I mean, Border is Chaos. Border is that style of siege that Wild excel in.
A lot of info kicking around here as well. You don't always think to bring the Valk on board because you don't always have time to check the cams and stuff, but Hungry's actually grabbing quite a lot of value here. Opening kill this time is going to go in favor of BDS. The Dokkaebi call coming out there, just providing that little bit of info. Jegs in a tough spot. He's got the rotation behind him as well to contend with. Could potentially do with a little bit of support here. We've got aces below. He, of course, does have the C4 in hand as well. Could be looking to try and use that. Is the timing going to be good? Is he waiting for the cue to call? Misses it. Unfortunately there, won't be gifted an opportunity. And, I mean, it's almost worse for Jegs at this point because he's really starting to feel the pinch here. BDS taking the time. Don't really need to rush this too much. They're not doing terribly on time. Jegs going to juice himself up and see if he can just get a bit of an overheal, maybe give him the edge here. Teb is able to assist. Fantastic from all the way inside of CCTVs. Still helping Jegs. Everything revolves around this fountain player.
I mean, it just shows like the castle barricades being able to make a kind of labyrinth, isn't it? And BDS just don't know where to go. BDS tried to go full direct on the east side. You have to take security. I think 9 times out of 10. Nice little backstab from eFac. Does get him inside of armory now, Ollie. And, oh dear, don't tell me they're going to let this slip.
Well, Aces is below, and we've still got Teb hanging out inside of CCTV. The plant going to start going down now. The attackers have become the defenders, and all they've got to do is try and hold on. Leaky Vax had a fantastic round, but can't find it onto Teb. The plant has been confirmed. 2 versus 2. Aces takes a chunk load of damage. We're essentially locked into a 1v1, but Teb's got no HP. BDS finishes off the job there. You almost feel sorry for the players, because it's quite jarring to see them with these skins on demo. I'm looking at people and I'm thinking, who's that guy? Like, which operator is that?
Yep.
You can't immediately tell because everyone's running active camo.
eFac, massive kill. Has to be said. Backstab galore this. Wow. That just opened things up. It really did. As soon as you lose that man in armory, this is the thing with Border, and especially for the top floor, for the defense. All it takes is kind of one, death, and it sets off a chain reaction. It's like Jenga. Lose one position, everything else crumbles around it.
And there was maybe a bit of a naivety from WYLDE as well to not pay any attention to that backstab. BDS knew that Teb was inside of CCTV. They know there's a very good chance someone's playing in and around half wall. And for WYLDE to just totally ignore that and have so many guns looking in one direction. Not even, I think it was Packball that Leaky Fight got. I'm not entirely sure what they were even watching. Maybe they were watching the hop-in for BDS to come in or something like that, but there's an argument to say once Teb's got that kill inside of CCTV, he maybe needs to make that rotation.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's just one of those where you got too comfy, and all of a sudden some guy goes in and he puts you out of the comfort zone. But I mean, eFac, we highlighted him yesterday. If it wasn't for eFac yesterday, BDS would not be in this best of 5 right now. Like he was the star boy yesterday, and we need to see more from him. We need to see him step up to the plate.
We know he's got it in him to just turn it on, and just decide that's it. Teb playing inside of CCTV. Leakyfac is gonna risk the cross there. Did look a little bit dangerous for a time. There is a rapid focus on getting this top floor clear. But yes, maybe want to give themselves a little bit more time this time. Take some of that map control a little bit quicker.
Yeah.
This is doing what he does best, Demo.
Yeah, it's what you expect from him, is it? Dokkaebi call goes in. Shaiko not actually looking to move in with the call. They will drone Aces out now, and he has to readjust his position. Gets away. No, never mind. Shaiko hunts him down, Ollie. It's one thing about Shaiko. He always gets his man, doesn't he?
Great opener. Again, BDS coming in with the opening kill there, and they're going to double down this time. Renshi, he's picking one up himself. Jegs doesn't realize just how lucky he is. Maybe going to go for a bit of a repeat on this. There's potential for a bit of a jump out as well. Leakyfat gets caught out. I think that was potentially from below by Teb. Jegs is going to find one over onto BDS, so numbers-wise, things are looking pretty level, if not advantage. Say again, 2 versus 2 now, with the potential here for a bit of a revive. Teb actually going to make his way onto this top floor. He knows that there's 2 players there. If the player's been revived, he's got a chance. And we're going to swap. Instead of taking out Leaky Fight, we're going to get him back up, leave him on low HP, and remove Shaiko instead.
2v2, Wild have done extremely well to pull this back. BDS just... BDS, honestly, it feels as though that they... It just feels as though they're like very rattled. It's not the BDS we're used to seeing. They're kind of jumping the gun a lot of the times where they should be, you know, getting those opening picks and then slowing it down and then do that surgery where they just go through the motions and they win the rounds very easily. They just seemed as if they're just always rushing to do something.
Teb going to give himself a bit of a line of sight here. Doesn't need to land too many shots onto either of these players, but Leaky Fight with the drop. Renshiro can now look to get the plant down. Nade being cooked, but you can't get caught with a nade in your hand. Pipebull, there's a whole wall there. You need to find the kills. What's he doing with the deagle? A blunder from both sides almost. Leaky Fight, you got to ask questions about that nade.
Is this simple? Is it? Are we sure that's is that Packbull or is that simple? The double deagle. Don't see those every day.
It's usually a different game, that demo.
It is. I mean, EFAC, he's whiffed the mag, hasn't he? Completely whiffed the mag.
He's got nothing left. He must have whiffed the mag and drawn for the... I think he was drawing for the nade to just funnel the play, but he didn't realise how close Packbull was.
Because it's a 50-50. Packbull comes through the rotate, comes through door. Nade will cover off one of those. But just right place, right time for Packbull.
I find it comical how Packbull pre-fired the wall. Like, he just knew in his heart where the plant was going down and still pre-fired it, even though you just can't shoot through that stall.
Yeah, I think he went for the kind of... He thought he was close to him rather than in the stall.
Tucked in the door frame. Just tucked in the door frame. Crazy stuff. 3-1 here for Wild.
I mean, if we didn't think they were tilted before, that'll do it.
You'd be a bit in
that'll confirm it for me. BDS, Ying comes in again. Don't know how I feel.
This was a dreadful attack last time from BDS when we saw this in round 2, I believe, round 3.
Yeah, it was just, they all just died instantly.
Well, there was 2 solo roam clears which just didn't work. Leaky Fight is doing the same thing here where he just throws in the Candelas.
What's he doing? No.
He's not pushing off. There's nobody in the site. Are they like trying to bait out or something? Knowing there's only 1 C4. It just seems so strange.
Nah, Ollie, I'm going to say it. That's bad. Like, that is really bad siege. Like, these are these are major winners. Like, these aren't just your run-of-the-mill little teams that are still finding their way in the world. These fellas have a map.
Shaiko hasn't got himself in a terrible spot here. He knows that there's going to be somebody inside a fountain, but can't win the engagement. Jegs picks 2. It is going to go down as a 1-for-1 trade, but Jegs has done his job and more. Lion scan there, just giving us a bit of screen shake as Renshiro tries to stabilize somewhat Lems. He's going to pick off Teb. Teb having a little bit better of a time of things here on border than he started off on Bank. But still there is an advantage here for BDS, and they've got 1 minute and 20 to try and press it. They're quite split up at the moment though. Lems upstairs inside of security. Renshiro over inside of office, so Leaky Fight is going to rotate round and join in. Still conscious of a potential camera that could be flying around here. As we can see, a couple of the Wild players are going to be on those Valkyrie cameras, so we know that there's still a few alive and kicking. Candela's going to go out here to try and clear this top floor, but at least we can see the players have dropped.
Wild, can they do it? Another clutch for Packbull might be waiting for him, but BDS, Lambs. Great shot, flicks onto his head, and now Hungry. Yet to get a kill, Ollie, in this game. Can he find 3 of them? Oh, a misdrone.
A misdrone?
A misdrone.
We always say you need a little bit of luck on your side. Getting misdroned is certainly a little bit of luck. Knows that the plant's going down. He's got loads of pings to work with. Picks up the one over onto a Lems. The plant has been allowed, and the player has now gotten outside. LeakyFact surely doesn't lose this from here.
On the bus, yeah.
Still got the benefit of Renshiro above as well.
Look at that.
Can just hop himself up onto the bus. Fantastic post-plant position here. Hungry's going to stick it, though. Actually does come off. Oh, I thought he was just going to go and stick that and play chicken there with LeakyFact for coming down, but fortunately, we had Renshiro waiting in the wings. Nice long line of sight available to him as well. BDS pick themselves up a second round.
I don't know how they won that round. I really don't. It's beyond me.
I think Alem's played a huge part, didn't he? Got himself 2 really important kills.
Great shot on the pack ball. Great shot. I mean, it's just... I worry for BDS. Because the siege just doesn't look that good, and they still have to go on the defense, which they looked horrendous on yesterday. WYLDE should be very happy. Very happy.
I think WYLDE will be happy if they get a 4-2 split. I think if this levels up at 3-3, you've got to start maybe giving the benefit of the doubt to BDS.
Maybe.
Especially if they come out and win a couple of those defensive rounds. But again, I'll be honest, Emma, I wouldn't be surprised if this game goes to overtime.
Don't say that.
I know that your voice isn't, you know, doesn't like the sound of that.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope.
We're here for a good time.
Sure we are.
75 rounds incoming.
Oh, dearie me. Anyway, last round for WYLDE. Upstairs is where we go. And this round was just down to EFAC. That's who it came down to. Oh dear, Tab. Have you tried... Oh, did he try and castle barricade at the wrong moment? Poor setup. Can't be dying like that.
Did he try and castle it because the Lems is a bit low?
He was late on his, he was late on his setup, I think. And I think he tried to castle it, seen the guy, got one shot off and then died. Look, see what I mean? Tried to castle it. But then
Lems is pretty deadly with that DMR as well. It's a fantastic weapon. All you got to do is land a couple of shots and usually you're pretty good to go. The only benefit, I guess, that Teb has got is that, you know, he's playing on the castle. His utility is fit and forget. If he's missed one barricade, it's not the end of the world. And at least now he can sit on the cams. Got a couple of cameras out there from Aces that he can man and call out.
Oh, I know what he did.
Gets himself a kill. Aces, does he know that LeakyFact's downstairs at the bottom of metal? Doesn't look like it. Aces is just going to go for a little bit of a wander here. He's going to get caught out on the beepers, and that surely is going to be the alarm bell here. Aces gets caught looking the wrong way here. It's going to be devastating, and he does. Packball finds one, but it's not going to be enough. Advantage is going to be BDS's here. LeakyFact thought about a nade up through the hatch, but is just going to reset.
BDS are in a great position. Having a man advantage on border top floor attack is great to see. Alams, no more logic bombs though, Ollie. Hungry. He's in a very precarious position now. What a swing! Oh, doesn't get the second though. Shaiko's there, but a great refrag from Hungry. Will secure the down. Yellow pinks, you know there's going to be some form of cameras somewhere, Ollie, watching these BDS players.
Trades back and forth here, much from both sides. Hungry is able to avoid getting caught out on the hatch as well. LeakyFact's been desperate to get something happening here from below. He's going to try and do a little bit of damage up through the floor. Reality, all he does is really removes the default camera. Last nade spent. BDS and LeakyFact now to come up with a plan. They've got 45 seconds to make this happen. We're going up against 1C4, so there is a little bit of info knocking around, especially with that camera just being removed now. They are going to be aware that there's at least somebody in there. BDS can start opening up this long line. Drones just being set up so that they have a little bit more value here. LeakyFact could potentially pinch this player into sandwich.
Does he know about it?
He's allowed in and starts getting the plant down.
He doesn't know.
A lot that's going to stop him here. We do see a player drop, actually. Hungry. Has he got the information on this? LeakyFact finds himself one. Packball gets himself into the engagement. The C4 now not even in the picture. The plant's still yet to go down, but it's not going to matter. BDS picking up where he left off here. It's last couple of rounds in a row, he's found that final kill. 3-3 split here for BDS. It's not all doom and gloom, Demo.
Packball was in a great position. A little off-site kind of angle, place, but misses his mag. That's the issue, just didn't hit his shots. And he gets punished for it. You know, he kills EFAC there into a 1v1 with 9 seconds to go. It's on for the clutch, but... Oh, wasn't meant to be. Was not meant to be. So yeah, even half, but BDS now on the defense. This is now where they need to do something better than what they did yesterday anyway. They need to.
Hold your breath, because this could be a little bit different to what we've seen. BDS yesterday struggled greatly on their defensive phase here on this very map, albeit against M&M, who, if you just want to look through sheer rankings of what teams have been able to achieve, are going to be higher ranked than WYLDE. So it isn't necessarily a direct comparison. That being said, Border suits WYLDE down to the ground. You might look at this lineup and go, oh, it's a bit of a Border lineup, isn't it? This is a lineup that WYLDE will take anywhere. They'll take this to Oregon basement if they have to. These guys don't care. Lion scan straight off the rip. Just to make the defenders think twice about any sort of spawn peek.
I'm surprised they don't have a Monty. I think that probably would have been
really nice.
Great pick. You know, you have the elite setup almost, where you have Glaz, Ying, Monty, everything to go for a plant. But it depends what they want to go for. I mean, obviously, there's going to be a guy in sandwich window. Going to be, you would expect Pack Bull, because if you have a Ying on sandwich, they can cover like every inch of both bomb sites. Very, very strong.
BDS are going to know this. WYLDE have played enough Border at this point. You know what you're going to be going up against.
Yeah, sending Hungry Blow is a good idea.
There's a couple of really important jobs to be done here. One of them is to protect the player on this sandwich window. This player being Packbull. He's going to throw
he has diffuser. He has diffuser. He has diffuser.
He's just going to send straight in. He's got the kit and he's going to try and get it down. Needs to win this fight and does. Picks up that all-important kill over onto Alems. Can start maybe thinking about trying to get this plant down, but damage is coming in. Going to pop a smoke and see if he can get the job done here. Thinks better of it. Knows that Leaky Fac's below. Hungry, you've got to get your man. Leaky Fac picks up the kill with the C4 and the kill over onto Hungry. The bottom window hasn't been open, so Jegs has got a bit of a tougher time on his hands here. Teb, you can't just crouch walk in like that on the glass. You're always going to lose against Shaiko. Jegs finds one, but he's really clutching at straws if he thinks he's going to come away with a round here.
It's on Hungry. Has to be on Hungry there. Lets his teammate get C4'd from below, where his whole objective is to go below and stop that. He had one job, Ollie. One job. And he couldn't do it. So, yeah, BDS now, just, yeah, take their time, wins the round, but Hungry needs to do better.
Bit of a shame as well, because WYLDE knew what they were going to be going up against there. They know that they've, you know, that's one of their favorite attacks for that site. BDS know that. Leaky Fac, he's got the all-important job. Maybe you commit 2 people to it. Send Lion down. Lion's got the global. You know, you can pop that from anywhere. You don't necessarily need to be in position. I get that's the reason why you're sending Dokkaebi down there as well, because guess what? You've got the global. And if you get the kill, you can hack the cameras. But you've got to win that fight. You've got to put yourself in a better position to be able to stop that from happening. Because Packbull was behind half wall for quite a long time there. And that was really his only point of vulnerability. He's got Teb out on AC. He's got somebody on Sandwich Rappel. He's pretty safe from everywhere. The only point of vulnerability is going to be from below. BDS already doing miles better than yesterday on this very map. Not only because they've picked up 3 rounds on the attack. We didn't get to see that yesterday. We didn't get to see very many attacking rounds from them. But more importantly, picked up a round here on the defense.
If they get one more, then they've done better than yesterday. But hold your breath. That's all I'm saying, because we just don't know as of yet. Yeah, WYLDE, you can tell the way they're playing. You know, it's just that play style that you expect to see, not just out of this team, but on Border. They're playing the meta the way it's supposed to be played. We do see the Monty come in, though, which is going to be a little bit of a different mix-up for them. It will give them, I think, more of a stability in information gathering. Remember, Monty is just a massive drone at the end of the day. But obviously really good also at getting the diffuser down if needed.
WYLDE do have quite a plant focus here on border. There are a lot of opportunities to get that plant
Which
down.
you should, because I think post plants in this map are really difficult. Really difficult.
Yes. Especially with the tools that you bring to get the plant down in the first place. You bring a Glass, you bring in a Monty. That's fantastic utility to have in a post plant. But as proven last round, it's not always easy to get the plant down. Shaiko going to come head to head with the Monty and just say, you know what? I don't want any part of that. I'm just going to dip back to my camera and see what I can gather. Who's the player that's backing it up? When can I challenge onto this guy with a gun in his hand instead of a humongous shield? Puts the damage in onto Pipeball, finishes off the job. Aces, he's already been felled by a Leaky Fac on that top floor. Leaky Fac playing out on the Oryx. He's potentially got a great angle here as well, as the players have got themselves in quite deep already. And Leaky Fac could be about to play backstab or flank on the defense here. BDS from the top floor, much better game he's having, Demo. 5 and 4 at the moment. Lion scans try and stabilize. Two players down.
Jegs is down.
On the side of BDS. Jegs, potential for a recovery here. Unfortunately, neither of those players can help each other too much, so there might be 2 free kills here. We could level this up a little bit.
Oh, but look at the vertical pressure, Ollie. BDS know that they can just sit upstairs. The entirety of the bomb sites are both, you know, susceptible from players just opening up all these vertical angles. There's no place that is safe to plant. And not only are the angles opened up, you're up against a Solus who can see where you're planting.
Oh, Lems.
He actually drops.
Here.
He drops. They've all dropped.
Players have actually dropped.
That's very surprising.
They've still got utility to drop with. Leaky Fac, he's not dropped though. He's going to pick them both up. Beautiful bait and switch there from BDS. We're going to drop into the site and play the utility that we know is still knocking around. Leaky Fac, you stay up there and clear up the pieces.
See, they knew they were all above, and then they see like most of them drop, and they just assume, oh, they're just going to go inside now. We can maybe win this. Monty pushes the doorway. Jake just has to get kills, but there's EFAC. There he is again.
Fair assumption to make.
It is. I mean,
fair assumption to make.
You can't really fault WYLDE for their decision making because I think it would be the correct one. It's just EFAC.
Attackers need to
that tricky problem, you know. How do you solve that?
Tricky 10 and 5.
Honestly,
problem going double positive.
Go into a university, put EFAC on the blackboard, and then you have to wait until someone comes and solves it.
You have to wait until Goodwill Hunting comes along.
Exactly. Matt Damon arrives.
Matt Damon, the janitor.
Yep.
Just walks past and... Oh, I know the answer.
Oh, how do we solve EFAC? How do we do that?
BDS. This game hasn't been as clear-cut as Bank was. Bank was very back and forth in terms of BDS held an advantage for a long time. WYLDE then took the advantage and we went into an overtime. This game's been a little bit more equal from the start, but BDS just starting
to get away
here.
Yeah. I felt that as well. I think the kind of tide shift it has in it. I think it was a 3-1 half, or it was 3-1 lead from WYLDE. So that's 4 in a row they've won, Ollie. Like if BDS are doing that, it usually you've lost.
Yeah, you start getting into timeout time, really, where you start thinking about should WYLDE use the timeout. I mean, I would imagine they're going to use it next round if they lose, regardless. Jex is going to be bringing the IQ this time. Is going to still be the value of those cameras out there. They're obviously feeling like they are hampering the roaming clearing efforts somewhat.
It's a tricky approach from WYLDE. It's not as, I think, fast-paced as what it usually is. So maybe they're a little bit respectful of BDS. And oh, there's EFAC. Down goes Tab. Did he just swing the... Yeah, he just swung the balcony and got a kill. As simple as that for BDS. And honestly, again, I wouldn't be surprised if BDS just run away. They've got their kill, play it the way they did on Bank. Let WYLDE, you know, kind of sweat out in the hot box almost.
Jex can start opening up some of these angles here.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has...
They do look a little bit confused though. The push isn't as clear as it has been. Bit of a messy engagement there, and Shiro nearly getting himself back up, but Jegs and Packball doing a job to take him out, leveling things up here. It fascinates me the positions that Aces gets into, you know. He's very rarely playing with the team, and he's always just on the precipice of danger. He likes to tread that line. He treads it quite finely. There's a bit of info kicking around here. He does just need to be cautious. Maybe gives himself away a little bit to Shaiko here, but is instead going to hop himself up the stairs. There is still a feeling that there is a roam clear to be done. The Rotero drone should give the heads up here. That's got to be a guaranteed. Yes, it is.
What
But
a pick
Bride from the bottom. Great refrag. Really important to keep these numbers nice and level here, especially having lost that top floor.
Yeah, really important to get that kill back, Aces. Oh, the DMR hits so hard. Will take him down, and now a 2v3 back in favor of WYLDE Ollie, and still, you know, a couple of flashbangs here and there that they can execute with. No logic bombs though, Ollie, so they just have to play off what they have.
Got a couple of flashes, so they can maybe cause a little bit of disruption that way. They're just waiting for the Goyo fire to dissipate here.
Oh, freebie.
Aces catches himself a freebie, pre-firing onto a second. The plant going to start to go down now, but Bride, he's pushing in. He only needs to get one, and it's the one onto the planter, but he isn't able to find it. Pack bull from the hatch. Beautifully played there. Nice little reinforcement opening at the top there just to give him that line of sight. It was a slim chance there for Bride, but WYLDE stubbed out any hope.
Playing against Aces must give you a massive headache. Has to.
We've always spoken, haven't we, how nice it would be to have like a sort of heat tracker or like a steps counter on players in Siege. I'd love to see Ace's steps counter because he's all
everywhere.
Over the place.
He is everywhere. He's like a shadow.
He went from inside a workshop to the top floor, back inside a work. I mean, that wasn't even the best example of it. We've seen better ones. We've seen ones where he's just transcending the map on Bank.
Yeah, he's playing really well today. I mean, maybe not in this game, but I mean, Bank. I still think positional-wise, I think his positioning is very good. Being able to be in the right place at the right time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about WYLDE at the moment. It's always tricky to like, what does it say about a team if the hard support is the top frag?
Attackers are moving
oh dear, Demo.
bomb and defuse it.
Oh, what? Like, do you think he does it just to be different? Do you?
We're seeing it.
Because, like,
seeing the grim.
You know, players want to be remembered for things, yeah? They do. Players want to, you know, you look at Pengu, oh, I've won the most. Oh, Canadian, oh, I'm, you know, the best IGL. Fabian, oh, look at me, I won 3 hammers. They all want to be remembered. Do you think Hungry's happy to be remembered as, I will play the terrible operators?
I'll play the ops that you don't want to play.
No, it's not even, no, no, it's...
Oh, you don't need to play?
There's no reason for playing these ops, but he does it. He just, I don't know. If he wants to be remembered with that, by all means.
On the grim. Stamp the bingo sheet, honestly.
Fresh didn't make one for this event.
Oh, it would have been a big one.
Despicable.
At this point, you've got the Grim played. You're pretty much guaranteed.
And the thing is, as well, I'm surprised because he loves an impression.
Very true. I mean,
like
he's leaving pretty.
Did you see him at the major? He was tweeting every 2 minutes, wasn't he? About, again, most of the stuff he tweets, I don't read, but it appears in the timeline because it's about stats and.
How did Hungry just? He's just taken half damage. Was that C4?
Yeah, C4. Shaiko C4.
Right, this is a hell of an execute here. Look at the amount of utility.
What's Gridlock doing?
In. We've got Pikebull. He's just stormtroopering in through sight. Down. Pikebull literally barrel stuffs him and then gets taken out by Shaiko. What a mess, Demo.
That's horrendous.
Goodness gracious, the kills are flooding in. Aces finds himself one, but what have we just witnessed? 3 smoke grenades, all of the track stingers. We got Grim's gadget going out there as well. There's so many ways to attack that site, and that just is not one of them.
Bleach my eyes. Get that away from me.
6-4.
Get me the Men in Black Neuralizer immediately. I don't want to ever talk about that round again. I don't want to hear anyone ever mention it again. That round
medics on this
did not happen.
I appreciate the top-down view that we got there.
Medics, that round didn't happen. Can he hear me? Surely, can he hear me? Yeah, he's doing the spinning.
I think Fresh has just asked for a telestrator.
Yeah, yeah. Medics, that round didn't happen. Spin if you agree. That round didn't happen. Good, good. Oh, boy.
What a mess. I don't even know what to say. WYLDE haven't even taken the time out here, Demo. They're just sending this into a best of 3.
I mean,
They've not taken the time out. They play around like that where, all right, in theory, it may work. You know, that maybe
that worked. I bet you that worked one time in scrims. I think it's a tier 4 team.
But
and they thought, oh, we can do it now.
Goodness gracious.
Just horrendous.
And the confidence is just flowing now for BDS.
Yeah, this is the thing. BDS, whenever they're in that rhythm.
Shaiko?
What have you went for?
You've been binned.
Spompy.
I think the Shaiko was maybe flowing a little bit too much on
yep, blatant Spompy. Blatant Spompy. Not a good start for BDS, losing Shaiko very early on. A C4 also gone. 4v5, and the things with WYLDE, I don't know why, it just feels it's going to be OT, even though they played that so bad. I don't know why, I just think they'll end up getting to OT. It's one of those days.
I think Alem's has got a bit of a part to play here as well. He's getting really aggressive on that breach. He's going to back up a little bit and just gather a bit of information, but that's the second kill that Aces has been able to get this round, and there's no response.
DMR. Oh, great C4 from Renchi, though.
C4 from below.
Yep. One thing has to be said, there's been a lot of C4s today. A lot of C4 kills. Which may sound strange, but honestly, you don't see them all too often in, I mean, do I say the big professional games at majors? It's, you know, it's a lot more team focus, refrags, all that stuff. Teams are just tossing out these C4s. It's chaos.
It ties into why I like bulletproofs.
I mean, a heck of a load of Valkyrie today. Heck of a load of it.
We can keep coming back to it, but it ties into why I like the bulletproof. Obviously, the Valkyrie is the S tier option because you get the info and you get the C4. WYLDE can start to work this vertical now. Things not looking too terrible for them here, especially with that kill from Packbull. BDS, they're almost rolling over in this round, Emma. It's like they're playing too aggressive. They're trying too hard to close this one out. There's another C4 that's going to go off here. BDS maybe just going to wait a little bit of time until he detonates that one. And Shiro, he hits the drop as well. Only 2 players here alive. Make that one as caught on the drop is going to be Renchi.
I know where he is.
BDS. The clock is ticking. Picks one up on the C4. Can he grab the player on the hatch? Yes, he can. It was almost a BDS classic. We've not seen one for a while, and I was getting excited, but it was very quickly shut down.
Yeah, too much to do. I mean, like I said, I just think WYLDE are going to go OT now. I don't know what. I just have that gut feeling.
Still no timeout taken. I don't believe BDS took theirs either, have they?
I don't think so.
Just strange to get to this sort of a point in a match where it's 6-5 and for neither team to take the timeout. Look at that shot from BDS. The funny thing is, if he actually stays where he is and reloads, he's got a little bit of a better chance there, but he's trying to just reposition because he knows he's been given up.
Right. Round number 12. OT, I think, is where we're headed. Mostly because WYLDE, look at their lineup. It's not silly. It's not a silly season anymore. Which is good to see. I mean, Renchi going with the Capcan again. He hasn't gotten success in this game. I know he did against M&M, but not against WYLDE at the moment.
I think it's just another good C4, isn't it? Decent gun, decent C4. Slows down a little bit. You think about the ground that Aces covers. It's got to be mathematically worth it to bring the Capcam.
Yeah, it's like the likelihood. I mean, the more doorways you walk through, the more chance you're going to hit a Capcan.
Exactly. That's the sort of they're the sort of odds that, you know, the bookmakers would base it off.
Alams.
Yeah. Ace is playing, Capcan in play every time.
Alams and the Solus hasn't really been, I think, hitting the stride he needs to. Obviously, Solus is, you know, a really good operator just to deny drones, but she's a great gun. You know, I think you need to get more kills as Solus. You are a roaming operator. And Alams is struggling on the defense at the moment, Ollie, just getting kills on the board.
Yeah, we've not seen the big sort of Hollywood moments out of Solus yet today. Obviously, sometimes they do happen off camera, but for the most part, we haven't seen it. LeakyFact, he's continuing strong here, takes Aces out. Ace is a big part of the reason WYLDE was successful in the previous round. Capcan's there being discovered. Always want to check in your own games the double doorway there. It doesn't always look like a door frame. It doesn't look like somewhere you could place a Capcan or a castle, but...
Oh, Jags, he tried to vault up, Ollie get an angle down on the EFAC, but misses the shots, and EFAC is able to slip down the bathroom hatch, and he lives to fight another day. It does give them office control, though, so it does give them, you know, some form of control in the map, but there are still players above. That's what they need to go for. They need to get the drones in. They need to find out that there is a guy near half wall. It's going to be a Lambs, which they have done, correct, but, oh, they've let him get away, Ollie. Oh, dear.
That's two players now that have gotten away, two players that have slipped the net, and a man count advantage that remains here for BDS. Yeah, sure, LeakyFact and Alems, they've taken a little bit of damage, but they're not going to be bothered about that. They've still got their guns, and they've still got a position in the final fight, and they can provide that info for the rest of their team. Brede from below. He's got a C4 in pocket. Packball going to shut down onto Shaiko, but a double C4. Hello, Brede. If ever there was a time, that is the time. Teb, he's going to start to rip open this floor, but you just get the feeling it's a bit too little too late. He's got a chance to recover the diffuser. Hungry's going to be pushing his way down metal stairs. He knows there's somebody inside of CCTV, but he's likely going to get peeked from both sides here. Teb finds himself one. Hungry a second. Immediately traded out there by LeakyFact. Teb got a lot of work here inside of 10 seconds. He's going to try and get this plant down, maybe a bait, see if he can find anybody out there, and he does. LeakyFact, you've got to keep yourself alive here. The plant has to go down. There is no other choice. LeakyFact, go and collect your prize. BDS successful here on map number 2.
Yeah, unlucky there for Teb. Probably should have played for the kill. Should have had 3 seconds. Maybe could have got it, just like beat the buzzer, but wasn't meant to be. Went for the defuse. Plenty of time for EFAC just to reposition himself, move in, get him killed. But yeah, BDS, it was a lot better of a performance than yesterday's border, but oh my god, WYLDE, I feel that WYLDE, they were more of the culprits in that game than what BDS were.
Close to the end as well. You know, it wasn't as clear cut as it looked like it might be. Kicking off the round, kicking off the map, it started off very strong. And we were expecting, you know, we're going to see another bit of a landslide here, but BDS had that fight within them. Let's see what our analysts have to say about this. We're going to toss to a short break, and after that, we'll be back with our desk to break down map number 2.
Gamers, UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child, and investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. Two maps have flown by in this EU Grand Final, and we're tied up. There is definitely something in the air when it comes to these two teams, and Gamers Without Borders or Gamers 8. You know, they just both play exceptionally well. Fresh, I love it.
I love it too, and I think we might have to stop giving predictions, you know, Barney, because they keep going wrong. We keep picking the wrong teams to win the wrong maps, but we've got both teams have now upset each other's opponent's map choice, and we've got a scoreline. We've got 7-5. We've got 1-1 in maps. It was a good border to watch as well.
It was, and you know, WYLDE, they started off hot. It looked scary for BDS for sure. BDS then pulled it back to a 6-4, and we're just seeing a lot of back and forth again. Do you feel like it's both the teams adapting, or do you feel like they're both making mistakes, or what do you think it is?
Ooh, well, if you talk about the beginning of the game, right, WYLDE were able to win 2 rounds. Then afterwards, what BDS really improved in my opinion, was getting those entries on the players of WYLDE. You can see it on the 3rd row in stats as well. LeakyFact doing especially well in those entries. And then as soon as WYLDE got on their attacks, that's why I think this game became really interesting. WYLDE in their interview mentioned how they like to be unpredictable, but then when they got on their attacks, and keep in mind, when they previously played Border, they won all their attacking rounds. And we know how WYLDE likes to play Border on attack. They like to do their little rush from the lockers window. They like to do their rush from the bathroom windows, for example. They have this rush where they walk through the archives door and they have someone pushing in all the way deep into archives. And if we know how they like to play, then BDS obviously knows how they like to play as well. And they were able to counter that play coming in from WYLDE. Really taking back that momentum on their own defensive half and just being ready for everything that WYLDE was bringing out today.
Yeah, I feel like neither of these teams can really gather any like real momentum because we know what BDS are capable of, and they kind of keep making it hard for themselves, don't they? Ollie said in map 2 that WYLDE weren't even doing anything out of the ordinary on defense. BDS just seemed like they were underperforming, but then when they went on defense, BDS just kind of found some sort of rhythm fresh.
I think both teams, when they were on their attack, kind of suffered from the same curse where they tried to bring the pace in the first couple of rounds, and then that was shut down, like you say. I think BDS adapted a little bit quicker once they got on their attacks, and they started slowing it up, really looking to take the map control and then play for the plants. Whereas WYLDE, we only really saw that in the last couple of attacks from them, and even then, that very last attack that they got in there, it maybe goes another way if a double C4 doesn't happen and they don't let a player escape from the half wall position. So it's just small things, but one thing that I will say is that, you know, I thought, particularly on the side of Aces, and we spoke about him a lot coming into map 1, if you think about how Bank plays out, it's a big open map, there's loads of avenues and loads of routes to just play and do your own game. He's often very detached from the team. Whereas if you think about how Border plays, Border's so much more condensed, and it's all about the teams that can find those openings and refrag each other out, and that doesn't necessarily suit Ace's playstyle, and that's why you'll either see Aces like popping the hell off or having a really rough day like he did today.
Yeah, I feel like you're absolutely right because, you know, getting up towards map 9, or sorry, round 9, Aces was 1 and 7 in map 2. So, you know, when he's not connecting with his frags, WYLDE really suffer, it seems, as a whole. But you know, also when they flood the site on round number 10 and nothing happens, and then Ollie and Demo go into an absolute meltdown, that's not great either.
Yeah, no, you don't want to have those two go into a meltdown over what's happening on the screen. But as I mentioned, those rounds and those rushes, those explosive takes that were coming out from WYLDE today, they were very predictable. And they like to say, oh, we're not that predictable, we can bring out all these different things. But we've seen this from them before, and BDS were able to play into that very well. BDS were better on the entries on this map as well. I think it was only 3 rounds of the 12 that WYLDE was able to get the entry. Yes, 100% conversion rate, but then if you look at the side of BDS getting so many more entries, then obviously it's going to look better for them. You start off better, you can only do from there on the trading game, and then you're eventually down to a 2v1 and a 1v0, and you're winning out the round.
Well, let's take a quick look at our head-to-head graphic, because we've got 2 players who are definitely pulling their weight today. They're wearing the backpack, as it were. Speaking of individual performances as well, Fresh, Packball was on an absolute tear this map, I have to say, really pulling out some of the numbers.
Yeah, it's not necessarily somebody that you used to seeing at the top of the leaderboard, but I thought he played really well, particularly, you know, he got a very good 1v2 clutch, I think it was, over on the bathroom side. And he's somebody that can be a little bit hit or miss with regards to the frag. That's not where he brings his real value to the team. He brings his value to the team in the IGL, the leadership, and the ideas that he brings with regards to the strategy. However, today on Border, he had a very, very good day. And that's a performance that he can be proud of. But LeakyFact, I thought, you know, was reasonably quiet on map 1, but map 2, he also came into his own as well. You can see both of those KDs being 15 and 7, but obviously LeakyFact getting the better entry, the better cost, and that gives him that slightly better rating going into Border. And I thought, you know, it'll be important for his confidence after map 1, but also for BDS's confidence that it isn't just Shaiko that had a great game on Bank. LeakyFact's also had a great game on Border, because they are the 2 that you look to from BDS when you really want them to step up and get those kills. They're the 2 players that you'll look to.
Also, I was going to say that as well. You know, LeakyFact has that kind of expectation on his shoulders when it comes to, you know, being the MVP of, you know, any given map. So it's nice to see a fresh face or like a different name joining us in that head-to-head graphic. But our next map that we're going to be going into is Clubhouse, okay? And what kind of variables are going to be thrown into the mix here? You know, WYLDE are playing really strong. BDS are on this kind of weird comeback. I believe this is BDS's pick, so does it swing in their favor?
Well, seeing as they might have some momentum on their side now, it might help them going into their own map pick. We've seen both teams win out the opponent's map pick, but we also know how strong BDS is on Clubhouse and how much they actually like to play that map and bring it out against anyone. Really, they have a much better track record on this map than WYLDE has. WYLDE have won 2 games, lost 2 games. I think for WYLDE, it's really gonna have to make sure they regather themselves and don't always lose at the entry fight, because Clubhouse is like a checklist map. You want to have, for example, if you go for a CCTV take, which we don't really see that often anymore, but you want to have your garage control, you want to have your breach open, you want to have downstairs control. And if you're losing out people in that process when they're being picked off one by one, getting that control that you need to go for an execute is going to be so much more difficult.
Fresh, are we going to get this one wrong again? Come on. What are we going to do? What are we going to predict here before we go into map 3?
I'm going to predict BDS. I think Anne alluded to it. BDS are just so prolific at this map. There's only one team that they've even lost this map to in recent history, and that was W7M, who I would argue are probably the best team in the world at Clubhouse. Now, one thing that I do wonder about this map is whether WYLDE will stick with the Ayana ban. They've clearly been targeting Shaiko, and Clubhouse is a perfect map for the Ayana ban, particularly for the basement site that when Shaiko attacks, he's always on Ayana. He always plays the same positions, but especially that kind of Adam Stairs, that blue stairs area, Ayana's so prolific in that specific area. So I'm very interested to see whether WYLDE stay with that ban or not.
A resounding BDS in the virtual studio. WYLDE possibly have more of an uphill battle coming into map 3, but only time will tell. Let's head over to Demo and X to bring us into map 3 of our EU final.
Barney, thank you very much indeed. We are ready here for map number 3 demo. We're in a best of 5, so we are strapped in and ready for a decent evening of Siege. 1-1 currently as the maps sit, with Bank and Border going to BDS and then to WYLDE respectively. And now, Demo, we're headed somewhere new.
I didn't even realize what shirt you were wearing, by the way. Is this... Where are we? Is this summertime?
Do you know how warm it is today?
Not over here.
Let me get a temperature check for you.
Get the temp check going.
Hot, it says. Hot's hot. The sun is a-shining.
Temperature.
And the Siege is a-booming.
Isn't that more of a feel? Isn't hot more of a feeling?
To be fair, it's just extremely hot in my room, and it's a very lightweight sort of linen shirt.
Yeah.
Can't be doing no overshirt business, Demo. It's not a beautifully air-conditioned studio, this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have the window open. That's enough. Oof. That's all you need, isn't it?
Clubhouse.
Club?
Who's really good at club?
Right. I want you to take your mind back to Challenger League, okay? We witnessed from WYLDE...
Sorry.
The previous one. Okay. We witnessed from this WYLDE team, I know it's not the same team, but Aces was there. We witnessed one of the worst clubhouses I've ever seen.
I don't remember. See, you remember the terrible games.
I do.
I don't remember this one.
And it was just terrible. So, my hopes aren't up for WYLDE, because I don't think this map suits their playstyle, personally. And obviously, this is BDS's Fortress. So, yeah, where do you go from there?
I think just the fact that it's BDS's Fortress in itself is enough, right? Starting off on the defense here, we know that Clubhouse is, as Anne was saying, a very checklist map. There is room for creativity. There's just not always room for as much creativity as a team like WYLDE like to bring.
Yeah, pretty much.
Monty, Iana, Azami, Cade, almost a carbon copy of the bands that we have seen previously. However, the difference here is that Warden is available. So we are steering away from the Warden ban.
Indeed.
I would argue that it hasn't been very utilised, although there is a theory that it's a Shaiko target. But we're leaving other things open for Shaiko to do. It's not the be-all and end-all. You want the Ayana gone, really.
Yeah, I mean, that's We've seen that. It's always an operator that you were always going to consider Shaiko to be Iziana. You know, they're chained to the leg almost, aren't they? Obviously, we'll see again how things affect them when they attack. But thankfully, for BDS, they get the defense first, which again they'll be happy to start on this side more so than probably the attack. WYLDE, I mean, look at the lineup. It's a lot more default. It's not really the WYLDE that we're used to expecting. And that's just because it's Clubhouse, and you need to play this way. You need to.
You are forced into a much more traditional style of siege. You're forced into a couple of hard breaches, and the most sort of exotic pick you're going to get is going to be a Dokkaebi or a Ying or a Capital. You're not really going to find room for all three of those, as WYLDE often like to do. You can do, but it can be a little bit of a detriment sometimes. Leaky Fag. Aces. We've made a few comments about Aces today so far, Demo.
Yeah.
Slippy player, a player that can get the opening kill, but more often than not, it's the opening death.
Yeah, and he's a banner, which is a massive issue. It is a massive issue.
Right now. Leak and Renchiro straight into sight.
Yeah, BDS were doing this yesterday against Eminem, where they'll go for these kind of loose room games. They'll get a kill and then just go back to site. Clubhouse Basement is always that bomb site where it depends on who has the man advantage. You know, we always talk about the bloodbath in the basement. Because teams are really scared of giving away picks in this site, it usually goes down to a 5v5. This is a bomb site, Ollie, that has about 4 different ways in to attack. You have blue, dirt, kitchen hatch, moto, even main stairs, 5. You need as many of those angles being hit from the attacking perspective as you can.
Yeah, the moment that you have one of those left unattended, that is where you are going to suffer from. Ace is falling. Is going to leave a vulnerability somewhere.
And also, like no Habana, they are limited. They are so limited in what they can do.
Especially when you look at how many impacts we've got on the side of BDS.
They've opened up blue hatch and dirt. This doesn't work. This doesn't work.
Salma's left for kitchen hatch. Nothing left for triple wall. Is it even worth Teb getting himself in and opening up the floor inside a kitchen, because no one's going to feel the pinch massively given the hatch isn't open? I think Jegs needs to pull a life round here, and he's going to do just that. What a flick onto Shaiko. Lem's immediately there with the trade. The call comes in as players are going to now start to crouch walk down blue. Brede going to feel the pinch. Jegs and Lem's going to come into a very important engagement here. Brede shut down. Lem's shuts Jegs, though. Holding on for dear life. Hungry takes a moment to breathe and hack the cameras. 2 versus 3. They've done their job from Dirt Tunnel, but Alems was the problem and continues to be so. He's tucked in now, just on mannequins. Another call coming through from Hungry. He really needs to win this engagement, and ideally Teb's nade needs to land. It isn't going to. The shots miss as well, as Hungry is going to be allowed into sight. Finds one as a down. There's going to be a player just the other side of Big Box. Bring it around the Rosie. Eventually shuts it down. Hungry finds the final kill. Demo. The time was 0-0-1.
They didn't plant. I'm actually hitting my head right now. I'm hitting it.
How have they gotten away with it? That should have been a wild round through and through.
Where's the fuser?
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Honestly.
WYLDE salvaged that really well considering the lost aces to start.
Yeah.
Like, let's just take into account what they had to work with.
A one-way death tunnel.
They're dirt tunnel.
Yep.
And blue.
And blue. Yeah. No vertical. No vertical even done in kitchen. It's incredible. It's incredible. However, they still lose.
10 seconds remaining.
BDS have, they've got away with that. They have. But we said before, in these competitions, you need a little bit of luck.
We do. We all need a bit of luck, Demo. At least he's going to get a couple of jobs done nice and early this time before he finds himself peeked off the map again. Castle barricades, all handily dealt with. Very satisfying as well, actually. You almost get the surround sound of those all blowing off at the same time. The breach has been opened as well. BDS going to be tricking there onto the jacuzzi wall, as with that wall into CCTV open, WYLDE are going to be going for quite the typical approach here of clearing this top floor.
We have the Ying. Oh my, surely not. Surely not.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, I mean, moments like that for EFAC, it almost feels as though now he's trying too hard to be like the main character. There's no need for him going for that swing. No need.
A little bit reckless, especially given the circumstances. Time is looking fantastic here for WYLDE. If you look at the imaginary checklist of things that need to be achieved in the round, you've ticked quite a few of them off. Got good control inside of CCTV and cache. Hopefully you've got your flank covered as well. Jegs is going to get a great shot there onto Renshiro. Another over-aggression from the side of BDS. He's forcing Alems back up the stairs. He was hoping to play down below with the C4 in hand and look to deny a plant, and instead he's left in the clutches. WYLDE, they collapse.
That was a quick one. Really, really quick round. And I get it just felt as if BDS... Remember I said on Bank and Border a few times it felt as though they were just trying to just get it done with. That's the perfect example. They're just swinging for no reason, trying to get their kills back for, again, really no reason.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
1-1, all leveled up, and we're going to be going back upstairs here.
Oh.
WYLDE are moving with some conviction there.
Yeah.
Considering that this is a team that we like to call a creative team, the fact that they've been able to get every single task done there, opening all of the key walls that they're going for, yeah, they got a little bit lucky with a couple of the kills, but they've picked the kills up off the back of the information.
They play very well whenever they get the opening pick.
Yeah. BDS do need to be cautious with that over-aggression as well.
Yeah, yeah. Just a few, I would say, worries. But yeah, I mean, I think for the most part it should be fine. I think both teams will just, you know, kind of get comfortable in the map. So we're only in round 3.
Oh, there's tons of time left here. It's a best of 5 demo. We're only on map 3. WYLDE aren't moving with quite the same level of conviction, but they're still looking to get these jobs done. As long as they all get done in time, it doesn't really matter too much. You just want to make sure you don't lose anybody along the way. And sometimes you've got to spend an extra 20, 15 seconds to make sure that you get things done as safely as possible. Ace is this time going to be on the Zephyr. We saw him previously on the Hibana. He's going to be assisting with this bandit trick. Nice easy way there to get the breach open. Good little bit of team synergy as well. Hungry with the EMPs, Zephyr charge to come in and force BDS back down.
The only thing as you look at WYLDE is because their lineup is very default, Ollie, there's not an operator there that you would think, oh, they're going to like change the outcome of the round. Like a Ying or a Glaz or, you know, even a Dokkaebi would do. So they're going to have to play really well just on team communication and getting refrags. That's where I think WYLDE need to show us, because I think that's one big thing that I think maybe WYLDE have lacked, is that because they're, you know, still a new team, quote unquote. I think you have to give a team like 6 months before you classify them as a team. But that's what I think they need to work on, is just general team play.
And things like this are a great test for them as well. You know, you've got to remember that this is a good opportunity to flex and to show what they've been working on. Packbull said in one of the little videos that we had playing at the top of the show that, you know, they put in a lot of work off the server and they're putting the work in everywhere that they can. And this is where that really starts to show. You know, there are operators out there that you can get away with a bit with, cheese a couple of rounds here or there, and Sometimes you've just got to be able to get things done the old-fashioned way. Nade from below there from Jegs, beautiful stuff. You could see him toying with the idea of destroying the default or cooking the nade, and turns out he picks the right one. Maybe going to go 2 for 2 here, although this one is going to be just a little bit too far away. Still, no matter. He's found himself an entry. And at the 35-second point, that is all that matters. Aces doubles down on it, taking down BDS. 5 versus 3 as Leaky Fack. He joins in on the party. Elem's below, but not with a Nitro Cell this time. Instead, he's got the impact, so he can make the line of sight, but he is going to have to finish the job with the gun, planting on the hard surface.
Oh, I like this plan.
He's going for a bit of a
Where's the cover?
Swing on him and find the kill. There's no cover at all, Demo. 2 players from WYLDE are left looking the wrong direction. Hungry picks up the kit, and he too shall fall to a C4. Great bait there from BDS, letting WYLDE come in and having a clear plan for how to deal with it.
That's the difference between these two teams. That's it. WYLDE's team play isn't where it should be. Is that not a perfect example? You're leading 5v3, 2 players in sight. They're not talking. It doesn't seem as though they're talking. Even whoever it was dropped construction wall. He died. Nobody there for the refrag. Team plays, yeah, it needs to be better. If you're
when you're going against BDS
on club, this is WYLDE are the away team. Yeah. We say this every time.
We said it yesterday.
BDS will always be the home team, no matter what. BDS are the home team. That's the way it is.
I think when you go back and you could rewatch that round and break it down a little bit further, the way that BDS play with such confidence to let WYLDE in and to say, we recognize we're down man count, we recognize that we're in a bit of a weak position. The best way that we can deal with this now is to drop back, play a little bit passive for 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Let BDS get the kills, let Leaky Fat get some kills, and then we will hit the retake. Because that's when WYLDE panic. WYLDE aren't great. They're not fantastic in that final 10 seconds. Some teams out there, you look at them, whether they're on the attack or the defense, and you can say, that's a team that knows how to play the clock. That's a team that can operate in those final 10 seconds. WYLDE aren't quite there yet.
That's what I'm saying.
Just exploited that.
It is the reason why they didn't get to the major. Because they're not ready. They had, 3 chances, I think, to get there, and they botched it every time because I just don't think they're the complete product yet. They're a massive WIP. Massive WIP. Oh, that's a great little angle from Tab. EFAC needs to be careful of that one. Have you ever died to that angle, Ollie?
I think the first time that I saw that angle, I think it was, I want to say it was achieved on TSM at an SI or something. That was the first time I saw it. That's just what immediately springs to mind. Never died to it. I don't play in those sort of lobbies, Demo.
You don't play in those sort of lobbies.
I don't play in those sort of lobbies.
Tell me Ace of Pirates never hit a prone gym bedroom hatch peek onto the main stairs. Never.
Not to date. We're still waiting for it to happen.
Still, indeed. Look
at Jegs with the value here out of the drone. We know that there's always going to be a player in behind blue, but it just makes it a little bit more satisfying when you know exactly where they are, especially if you're going to start sending nades in and the such. Mirror windows, this time being deployed. Don't forget, previously, Demo, we didn't really see the full bite of this attack as we lost hard breaches early on, but already Packbull is making BDS feel the punch. What a C4! It's free! He could have shot him! Teb! What are you doing? Just stood on the blooming clear floor!
Where's Aces?
Incredible blunders left and right! 2 versus 3.
What's going on?
1 versus 3. Renshiro, I'm not sure how you've been left in this position, but you're the only hope. You've got to fight out, Jegs. On the reverse. He'd already destroyed the mirror window and was just using the already opened wall as a bit of a peak spot. BDS got caught flat-footed there. I don't think they were expecting things to happen so quickly, Demo.
I mean, but the thing is, though, they should. Aces again. Just slips in. Oh, the banner was bugged. May need to get that checked out. I mean, he doesn't care. He just ran in and killed them. Who needs hard breach? Oh.
Couldn't switch your banner points to 4 or 2.
Do you know what he needs to do?
R6 fix.
He needs to get over it. That's what he needs to do.
I love how you say he needs to get over it and I say he needs to submit it to R6 fix.
Yeah. It just shows where we're at, isn't it?
I've had that before, but it turns out it was a user error. I'd actually,
like,
my keybinds had changed.
What does that say about me as a person? Where if something goes wrong, instead of like reporting it through the correct channels, I just say, oh, I'll just adapt.
Just hashtag adapt.
Yeah, just adapt.
Just use more or less.
Because it's too much hassle me going through the correct channels. I'm that lazy. I think I'm just lazy.
BDS are searching for a round here, Demo. They're going to go down to Bar to find it. Now, one of Fresh's favourites to trot out is that Bar has fallen out of fashion due to the introduction of Brava. Drumroll, please. What do we see? Bottom right of your screen.
Yep.
You see a Brava.
Mm-hmm.
And a Jeg's going 6-2, by the way. Definitely worth highlighting, given that he didn't have the greatest start to this series.
Yeah, he's either in it or he's not. That's just the way Jegs is.
Let's see the value we can find.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if he gets the Aqua Cam, yeah, he's in for a gold mine.
There isn't tons of utility. There is the Yokai drone.
Where's the second one, though?
Would be very valuable. He's going to nick the default for now.
Even getting the default's good. Oh. Stealth Cam.
The plot thickens.
I mean, this is really good value. Really good value.
He's going on the search.
Another default. Okay.
This is wonderful.
Mm.
Can you give us a bit more, Jegs? I don't think you'll find the Yokai drone out in strip, but...
Yeah, so Bride's got one in strip and the other one in pocket.
Very smart of Bride. There is no reason to throw it out now. Bride going to be... giving some information here. The C4 is sent out prematurely.
Oh, what a great Dokkaebi call.
Dokkaebi call. That could give the
really good
call for Aces to push on through. Renshi, he knows that he's going to be there. Bride has already gotten off the call. Renshi could play this quite aggressively. He's got the benefit of the stun, but Aces, how do you hit that shot? Bride thought it was in the bag. He'd already came off. Packbull, he's been downed in action, leaving the diffuser cold on the ground. Shaiko's taking a ton of damage as well. We're going to get that wall open from inside to out, just to save a little bit of time, I guess, and maybe go around, rotate, and pick Packbull up, secure this diffuser, and stabilize a moment for Wild.
4v5. Wild, great execute on the strip club. I love the Dokkaebi call. Disables the information that they would want to have, but still a long way to go. Yeah, it has to be said, Ollie. I mean, they have to move into the bomb site, get that diffuser down. LMs is still above. Still quite a bit to do, but I think they're in as good a position as they probably could be at this stage.
Leafback's still willing to play this one quite aggressively. He's going to get punished for it. Shaiko picks up a very important kill there. Can transition through and find a second. The plan was going down for a time, but Packbull's had to come off. The Yokai drone is going to get thrown on through the hatch. Is it going to make its way up? Yes, it is. It gets taken out. The C4 still cold on the ground along with the kit. It is now going to get re-attempted as Hungry is going to start getting this plan down, but the C4 comes through. Finally, a Lems. What a beautiful play from BDS. They had an answer for just about anything there, Demo.
I mean, you say a beautiful play from BDS. It's all Shaiko. All Shaiko, every day of the week.
It's everyone, though. Shaiko, yeah, he gets the kills, he gets the limelight. The C4 from Alems, perfectly timed. Bride playing below. He was being supported the whole time by his team. All it would have taken was a bit of a roam clear, and it would have entirely distracted Bride from what his job was meant to be, and that was to throw the Yokai drone through the hatch because they know they're going to play a Brava.
It's just wild. I think playing against a big team like BDS in a best of 5, it just showcases, I think, a lot more the issues that they still have. Because it's clear to see. Obviously, they will try and, teams are always going to argue against it, but they need more time because they're not the finished product yet. They're not.
Yeah, BDS just proven that they're on a whole new level there.
It's
about the fair share of struggles, though, Demo.
That is the DNA of BDS. They will win from any position.
out to locate.
Does that not showcase it? Does it not?
Yeah. Back down to the basement we go then. We're either going to end up as a 3-3 split, or we're going to end up as a 4-2. Either options at the moment leave you sitting and feeling that really either team could have come away with a couple more rounds here. There's been some very close ones out there, a lot that have come right down to the wire in terms of time. Just think back to round number 1. You might find the kills, but unless you find the last and the diffuser planted, you ain't going to win the round as the attacker. And that's what happened way back when. Any roam game this time from BDS? That's really been the play on this basement.
Yeah, yeah.
Seen them successful when they roam and unsuccessful when they don't. It looks as though everyone's fairly bunkered down for the time being.
Again, aces in the building so quick, but on the hard breach. That's my worry.
They're both moving quite quickly as well.
I mean, Packball's on a banner this time, so
they this time.
They should get all hatches open. Kide being banned out, shouldn't be any issues.
A little bit more mirror play than usual maybe on that bottom floor, but
just stay alive. All they need to do is stay alive, get the hatches open, that's it, Ollie.
A little bit of something different, exactly. They don't need to play too fancily.
Stay alive, do the job you need to. That's it. I mean, obviously, I think we've seen Aces was on Habana, and then remember he died and they just had no hard breach. They had nothing. And they had to go for that dirt blue take. You need as many options as you can for the basement attack. You need to give yourself the best opportunity you can. How many impacts? Just the one set?
I think he's just playing frustration, isn't he? You know, Packball can sit there all day and get it all open. It's just to waste a little bit more time and to force a little bit more error potential.
It's looking pretty default. The thing that Wild are going to need to get through is Bride. That is kind of what this round will rely upon, is how well Bride does of not only wasting time, but taking as many men down as he can with him.
We're going to see triple wall now attempt to be opened.
Oh, bandit plus mute combo.
Surely would have known that would have been muted. Hello?
Yeah, he's
feeling okay?
Yeah.
Just going to shoot his own utility off there. And
Meg wins the Shaco 1v1.
Maybe Jegs can do a little bit. Jegs has dominated this engagement with Shaiko on blue. He's won it twice in a row, and he's going to go even further. Picks another one up onto 11. Taken out by Renshiro. Beautiful long angle being held there just at the front of AK's. C4 comes out, but unsuccessful. Ace is still getting this plant down as the numbers do continue to dwindle. Wild, they come out on top. Hungry, he picks himself up a nice double there with the DMR to close things out. We are going to end up a 3 versus 3. Pretty lucky there again. The plant was going down because time was a ticking. And we needed to extend in some way there for Wild.
I think 2 seconds left as Renchi dies. Very, very close. This guy right here, Jegs. Wow. Great double kill. Eliminates Shaiko in blue, which, as we know, Ollie, Shaiko's one of the best in that position. And to win that not just once this game, but twice, very impressive. Even half. Even half.
One of the best on both sides as well. You watch where Shaiko goes on the attack, he's going to be getting himself into blue more than likely.
I mean, I think it was yesterday, Tyrant.
Oh, here we go. This is why I love Hungry, man.
No.
We've seen 2 maps out of a best of 5. He's already played Grim and he's playing Tachanka.
This operator is terrible.
This is one of your favorites, Demo.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. Just no.
Love a bit of Tachanka.
No.
Oh my goodness, look at what he's just ripping open the floor.
Make a smiley face.
Plant spot, don't think so.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Oh boy. One of those. I mean, BDS, look at their lineup, Ollie. You see the Maverick come into play.
They played a bit of Mav yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah. And it was a bit of a,
excuse me, sorry. Could we just have a look at that mirror window, please?
What's he doing?
Jegs has just been taken out for free. There's a mirror window inside a garage. No, the other one. That one's not too bad.
Right. No.
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 Come on.
No, get them out.
What is this?
Get them out. Wolves, you're back in.
It's not even like we've got a Zami or anything like that to make garage safe.
Just, yeah, like...
Has he got any utility?
He's opened up... He opened up the mirror window. He opened it up.
I haven't got an ADS. We've not even got a Jaeger or a Wamai.
Yeah, but they have a Rook.
Oh, yeah, because that's well known to stop stuns and...
Yeah, but it makes you don't get naded.
I don't know. I hope I'm proved wrong, and I hope...
Mate, you say this. Look at this Maverick. What's going... Mate, what... This game. What are we watching?
I'm sure Breeday's still got exothermic charges.
I mean, they said Staff Up was back, but I didn't know it was here.
Dear, oh dear. Well, there's multiple ways to set up a site, and we're not...
Like...
To sit here and tell you that you're doing it wrong, but I've just not seen it before.
What is happening? I don't even know anymore. Minute 30 to go. Breach is not open. Garage has not been stabilized. They now are going to rotate towards bedroom and construction, which, I mean, for the most part, isn't, you know, an awful idea. Mostly because if you just don't want to go garage, you can still get a successful plant down, moving in towards cash. That is still doable.
Well, that's garage taken. Shaiko, he's found himself a kill onto Pack Bull. Aces will be there to trade it back out, though. Hungry, your time is now. In the 2 versus 4, sorry. Aces is going to be alive as well. You just feel like the flood is inevitable here from BDS. They're going to send the utility in. What a great nade popped on in. Aces, you're going to go for a little bit of a look outside? Why not at this point? Nomad, air jab, yeah, no bother. The plant's going down anyway. What is he able to do from here? Picks himself one. He's got a fair few more to find, Demo. Kind of strange that the round played out this way when there was so much focus on stopping the plant from going down, removing the floor and making things quite awkward and difficult, and BDS have just adapted and walked in and said, yeah, we'll get the plant down, no worries. Aces, big, heavy, 3 armor, moving up the stairs. He's going to broadcast his position to just about everybody. Maybe finds himself another here, but no, can't even. Leaky Fac closes things out.
I mean, just the defense is just... What a mess. What a mess. Like, this here as well. You can't be letting those stuff slip. You can't. Oh, dear.
Yeah, as a first choice bomb site after a half switch, to then go up to CCTV and it's strange enough anyway.
But just that, it's, yeah, I just...
Why are they not going down to the basement?
Oh. Also, by the way...
I understand that you're expecting to win all your sites, so it doesn't matter what order you do them in, but just get a bit of confidence.
Do you remember that we were talking about, you know, Fresh is not doing a bingo for this tournament?
Yeah.
What were the 2 operators that he didn't get to check off on his bingo card?
It was those 2, wasn't it? It was Shankar and it was Grim.
Mental.
That's what I'm saying. Hungry's the GOAT.
Crazy. Sadly, doesn't count.
Can we not do a after the fact bingo?
No.
5 seconds to go.
I think we can.
No.
Attackers must locate and defuse a
bomb. Yeah, I mean, he's still missing like about 4 other squares in that bingo card. It wasn't the greatest showing from Fresh, has to be said.
I think he just believed a little bit too much.
Yeah, he thought a kill record's going to get broken again. Ain't nobody breaking, you know, benches.
It's always got to be on there, though.
Ain't nobody breaking benches all time, you know, SI stuff, and then 27 kills. Ain't nobody breaking that. Not in this day and age. No way.
Well, there'll be no kill records broken today, that's for sure. Reday, going to start to open up the breach.
Any bandit tricks? Nope.
No bandit trick at all.
It's actually a freebie bandit trick as well. Nobody's on the windows.
Because there was no one there from BDS to do anything about it.
No Sophia. No nades being used. It's, yeah.
2 charges in pocket for Pack Bull as well, so a potential missed opportunity there, but alas, we move. Leaky Fac potentially going to open up a little bit of a Maverick hole here. Give another line of sight, another opportunity to enter in through construction. BDS are just happy to take a moment to think about the setup that they're going up against and formulate that plan. They really don't seem in any rush to get things going here. They know that a lot of the work is being done by WYLDE themselves.
Just take your time, BDS. I mean, it's Clubhouse. It's supposed to be a slow-played map. So take your time. The executes, for the most part, are fairly easy. I mean, obviously doing that is a different story. I mean, it's if you don't have the team play for Clubhouse, you will struggle. You will. And obviously that's been something that I guess WYLDE have suffered on. There was a few rounds, all it has to be said, in their attacks that they should have won. You think about this attack that they done in Gym and Bedroom was a 5v3 and then they just let it slip. You'll see BDS will if BDS have an advantage, you will lose.
BDS not one to look a gift horse in the mouth and throw an opportunity all too often. Leaky Fact from downstairs. Fantastic kill onto Packball. Packball just making that rotation. Don't forget, he's still got a C4, and we're looking at a Gym and Bedroom. In and around the 40-second mark. It's not a bad time to drop off. Leaky Fact very mindful of that. Shaiko going to go for a bit of a burn, maybe a flash out, see if there's anything that presents itself for him. Jegs still on the prowl downstairs, but not as deadly. He's only got one impact, so he's not going to have as much to say here if push comes to shove, clearing out the frost mat there for his teammate. Allowing that hop in. Teb seeing a bit of success here. Shaiko could do with being successful onto the bathroom player, and he is. Jegs with the fight back though, hopping up onto the bed to try and get the plant down. That mirror window's the problem here, and it's a big one. Hungry finds one. Teb another. The mirror window not dealt with at all, and a lot of information fed back. The logistics push not successful. I think Teb did a cracking job there, Demo.
Really surprised BDS didn't see that mirror window and thought themselves, hey, we may need to go and take logistics, because that's what you should be doing. If that mirror window is up, you will not be planting in bedroom. You will not be. So they probably should have put more of a priority. Maybe rotate Renchi around with the nades, but they didn't, and they get punished.
Shame to see, for BDS at least. Good for WYLDE that they were able to navigate that round. 4-4, all square. For all that this game has been, you know, a little bit landslidey in some parts, Demo, both teams are finding ways to get back to that level footing, aren't they? 4-4.
10 seconds left before
Both teams finding one round after the switch.
5 seconds.
Downstairs we go here for WYLDE. Leaky Fact going to employ the Jackal. Probably not a bad idea, especially given some of the ops that we've got WYLDE running.
Yeah, it's an okay op. It's okay. I mean, I don't think he is. I mean, he's not worthy of a rank ban. Let me put it that way. But if you are having issues with aggression, which certainly you look at a team like WYLDE, we know they're going to have that tenfold. It makes sense. You have some smokes if needed, but other than that, it doesn't. His utility isn't that good for like an execute. It is literally just, it solves one purpose: fight a bit of aggression in the early game. That's it.
Which might be all they need to do, because we know how talented WYLDE can be and how slippy they can be. You know, if all you do is get one kill, it's absolutely massive. Look at the ground that Teb's covered already. He's started out on catwalk.
He's up with aces right now.
He's back up, going through master bedroom now. He's got the Valkyrie cameras here to assist. And
look at the cams, like they're not sight cams, they're mid-floor cams. They are designed to help the roamers.
There's a whole network out here that is just solely focused on assisting this roam game. Currently, it's Teb and Aces.
He's been
now the Capcan is being tracked. This is where ideally Aces wants to try and go.
Does he know?
Play a little bit of bait here. He's got an inkling that somebody's going to be there. Just seen him drop down the hatch. Teb going to go for the drop as well. It's a round demo. It's not terrible. Oh, it is now. Lems, he finds one onto Jegs.
So close.
Jegs just a bit slow.
So close.
Oh, the collapse comes in. Look at him go. Shaiko finds one. Alems has pressed the go button here, but Hungry battles back. Packbull picks one up onto Alems and just steadies the ship for a time. But Renchi, he's going to be the next in the breach. Hungry hits him with the turn and burn. He's got no business hitting that shot. Goyo canister now is going to stop Leaky Fact from doubling down on this pressure, and it's going to cause everything just to slow down a little bit. Brede, he's still got a couple of jobs to do. Moto Hatch hasn't even been opened yet.
This is a 2v5. What's happened? Oh, dearie me. BDS. This is honest. You go for kills. That's all you do now. You go for kills.
Have to try and single some of these players out. There's Still a bit of information available if BDS do want to try and use it. Packbull going to get himself in the engagement, but doesn't fully commit to it. Hungry does and suffers. He's going to be downed, leaving Packbull in the clutches. Fortunately, Packbull has got the 1.5 times, but the Vector, not the kindest weapon at these sort of ranges. Going to try and navigate through this. Might get lucky with a stack up here inside of Moto Hatch. Bride starting to get that plan down. C4 in Packbull's hands. Leaky Fat gives the game away here. Finds one Packbull. He's able to get the kill. We're now in a post plan. Bride, you've got to try and hold on to this. Pre-fires through. Don't forget, he still has the C4 in hand. He can't transition there through Ash Rush spot easily. He's going to just be playing this a little bit passively for the time being. 30 seconds. He still has to hit that diffuser and find this final kill. Bride spinning left and right. You do wonder just how much info he's got. The C4 is going to come out. It does land just a little bit short. Packbull, you've not got time for the niceties. You've got to go hell for leather. You've got to take this engagement because you're going to run out of time. Pre-fires desperately. Can't transition the rotate. Bride in the clutch. He's one of the best to do it.
Yeah, cool. Very, very cool from Bride. I mean, they had a cam. BDS, they had some form of information. I think it was Shaiko was calling for him. So, yeah, I mean, BDS, it was a round that they should have won, but not the fashion that they've won it in.
Bit scrappy, wasn't it? To say the least. I think Hungary had a big part to play in that. Good work from BDS, though, to put the pressure on. We talk about some of the best teams in the world. We talk about some of the teams that have a fantastic ability to temper aggression. I think that was a really good example of Alems picking up the kill onto Jegs and just saying, go, go, go. We know that they are scurrying back down to site, and we might catch a couple of them as they do. And they did. They caught a couple of kills out. Fortunately for Wild, they were in position ready to react.
Oh boy. Right. BDS. If they get this round, I think they win the map 7-4. I think so.
5 seconds to go.
This is a make or break for Wild, in my opinion. Make or break.
No timeout up until this point.
No.
And it's something I always come back to. A timeout typically is good for a round. Teams will often go on to win the round after they take the tactical timeout. You're not necessarily sitting here and looking at BDS and saying, why haven't you taken it? Because they're not doing too badly at the minute. They've just won a round. Wild on the flip side. Might be a bit of value in that.
Again, it's one of these roam clears that BDS are going to have to go for. Last time, Wild were really close at getting away from the roam game without losing any defenders at all, Ollie. I wonder if they could maybe try and achieve it this time. They just lost, I think, was it Jags? Just at the final hurdle. Oh, Tab, this is a dangerous engagement. Oh, Windows sees the size of the suppressor in the gun. But there's no man there. Look at Shaiko being droned in. This is a classic Shaiko maneuver. Oh my goodness, Jags.
Immediately pays for it, though, with the trade in there from Leaky Fag. Teb again gets caught with his back turn, trying to scurry back down to the site. If you're going to try and fight out on the roam, you've got to commit to it one way or the other.
You better start running.
And honestly, BDS are a team that I think, especially on Clubhouse, they excel at hunting roamers. Excel in it.
It's been clinical, hasn't it?
Compared to Bank, night and day difference.
Still, they've got half the round now to try and work out how they're going to proceed. Sure, they've lost Shaiko, but realistically...
He done his job. He done his job.
It's not that bad. He got traded instantly. We've still got hard breach. We've still got stuns. We've still got burn. And we've still got nades.
Set of smokes as well.
Yeah, you can use the drones. Shaiko can watch the drones for the flanks. It really isn't too much of a concern. Just Renshiro giving us a bit of a preview there of what is on offer for Shaiko to be watching. It's time now for Wild to sit and wait. They've got 2 C4s, Demo. You'd like to see at least one kill out of them.
I would like to see Kitchen actually get targeted. Packbull will get the C4. What's going on? Pretty.
Packbull aces. Both going to get involved in the action. Alems, he's dropped into sight. He's got loads of time, 35 seconds. He could blow the Goyo canister and stop the players from pushing on in. He's got yellow ping. He knows exactly where one is, but he's going to get burned from the hatch. Slippy Maurice, aces. He's upstairs in kitchen, Demo. That's an attacker angle.
What did I just watch? What happened? Like, that is not BDS. That's not BDS.
Everybody dead, and that's still being allowed to happen. And
they had 40 seconds left, and then they execute. Why?
There was some sort of trigger. There's something that they've seen that they've gone, yeah, we'll go off that, and it hasn't worked. 5-5, all level. Whoever wins this round has the first opportunity at converting the match point into a map point.
Yep.
If I'm being honest, overtime is approaching. Only a couple of rounds away from that being a reality. I'm very surprised, I'll be honest with you. I'm very surprised how WYLDE are standing up, going toe-to-toe here. They're doing a good job against BDS.
Oh, a rehost.
Looks as though we might be hitting a little rehost.
Moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
We will wait for official confirmation, of course.
Okay.
And I believe that's it. We've got it. What a time for a breath, Demo. What a time for a moment to sit and reflect at the clubhouse that we have witnessed so far.
5-5.
10 rounds of it.
Yeah.
5-5, all level, and moving up to the top floor, gym and bedroom. Now, when we previously saw that site, there was a lot of difficulty from BDS of dealing with that mirror window inside of logistics. That surely has to be a big focus here coming into this round.
You would hope so. I think BDS, they showed us on Bank, if things aren't going well for them, they can adapt in a moment's notice. So I hope they do that again. I hope they adapt to the mirror windows, get the nades in, put a bit more pressure actually inside of Logi. So that would be my kind of thought process. And obviously now they have a bit of time. I mean, this is kind of like a timeout almost that we've been begging for.
We've been begging for both teams to take one at this point. I don't know why either team has not taken a tactical timeout at this point. We're at 5-5. It's map 3 in a best of 5. You know, I know that fatigue's going to start setting in and you're going to, you know, maybe start making some questionable decisions, but the backroom staff surely have got to step in at some point and say, you know, time out. Let's get something going here. BDS at least have a little bit of an opportunity to figure that out. They've known that this site is coming and they'll have recognised, I'm sure, that that mirror window was a big part of the problem last time in that failed logistics push. WYLDE have been coming up with very good little obstacles like that, though. It's not just upstairs in gym that we've seen it demo. I think maybe discounting round number 7, which was the CCTV round where we saw some rather fruity mirror windows. And some even more interesting Maverick breaching. It was a little bit of a messy one. That maybe we're not going. I just don't want going back up to that side. Maybe we see it again.
One thing I will say about WYLDE is I actually think the map would have been over by now if they had better team synergy on the attacks.
That's rounds that we looked at, and we would have said, you know, you think back to round number 1.
Yeah. Round 1 and round 6, 5, 1 and 2, wherever it was.
We've watched a lot of Siege, so I forgive you for not knowing exactly what it is. We're going to hit a very short break while we get these players back into the lobby, and when we come back, we will be ready to conclude map number 3 here on Clubhouse. We're only going to be a couple of minutes, so don't go anywhere.
For the second year, we are thrilled to once again host Rainbow Six at Gamers 8 in Saudi Arabia. In 2022, the event was filled with some exhilarating moments. Let's turn back the clock and showcase some of those incredible highlights.
Then Ten's elite attacker favorite so far today. Oh, Shaiko!
Hojo Man secures it. Post plant positions will have been well established. Okay, never mind.
Katsang needs to stick to his next stop now. He's already clutched a couple of big rounds. Headshot onto Katsang plant. So he has to be absolutely perfect. One Rotero, but it is a Rioed wall. I like this. Gets the intel. There's a player already in there. They've got to be careful. He had no clue. Dexter holds as they stick the kit.
Mad skills, and he knows about them. The yellow ping is there, and that C4 could be huge, and it gets 2. WYLDE.
The qualifier qualifiers saw teams from Europe, North America, South America, and Saudi Arabia battle it out for a chance to compete at Gamers 8. In the end, it was WYLDE, Space Station Gaming, MIBR, and Team Falcons that secured their spots, joining the other 4 invited teams for an epic showdown. In Group B, BDS showcased an incredible performance with a flawless run through their entire bracket. In their second match, they even beat the then current world champions TSM in a highly convincing 2-0 victory.
Pojo will get aggressive and find one. Shaiko gets another one, but oh, here comes TSM! Here comes Pojo! Finding 3, leaving it all down to OMs to close this map out right here, right now. SMG11 primed and ready, decides it's time for the shotgun. He's going brawling. Are you kidding me?
Meanwhile, in Group A, WYLDE faced off against Team Liquid, beating them 2-0, sending them to the lower bracket.
Left to go, and everybody knows he's pushing these main stairs from blue. Corey shuts him down.
But Team Liquid fought their way back, making it all the way to the playoffs. With the stage set for the playoffs, BDS continued their win streak against Team Liquid, bringing them a 2-0 victory and securing their spot in the finals.
The timing isn't quite right. BDS, they're going to start to find a couple of kills before we see Liquid fight back. It's all down to PSK. Isn't a lot, especially when you're going to be going up against the might of BDS. Lems hits him with the swing. Who better to finish off the job here?
In the meantime, Team Falcons had an incredibly close matchup against WYLDE, clinching map 3 in overtime to win the series 2-1 and to secure their own spot in the finals.
But he'll get close to Joker. He knows a threat is there. So players are so close, and oh, he finds it. Corey falls. No response from WYLDE at all. And here come the Falcons. It's all down to Aces to keep his team alive, and he can't do it. Falcons book themselves a ticket to face BDS tomorrow.
In the grand finals, 2 Titans, BDS and Team Falcons, clashed head-to-head, with both teams desperate for the win. Despite the fierce competition, BDS's unstoppable win streak gifted them a 3-0 victory against Team Falcons. Once again, showcasing their dominance in Rainbow Six.
Clear they cannot have the confidence to move themselves into the site while the threat sits alive up above, but it won't work out for J-Lad. He'll be lost to Shaiko, and oh no, J-Lad, he took the case with him up there. Rafal closes it down with Shaiko, and that's gonna do it, ladies and gentlemen. BDS shut it down, and they will claim the championship here at Gamers 8.
Fantastic run for BDS, not dropping a single map in their entire group and going flawless in the final.
With their victory, BDS became the first ever Gamers 8 champions of Rainbow Six.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Goodness me, it's fresh.
Demo's suddenly acquired a better hairline, mate.
Oh, you can't do that to him. He's poorly. For anyone that was with us before the break, Demo has been an absolute trooper, and he's fighting through with a bit of a sore throat. Seeing as this game is going so far, and to do it the most justice, he has done the valiant thing and asked for Fresh to step on in. So, Fresh, you're going to be joining me here. I'm thrilled. I'm excited to pick your brains and to find out just exactly what you think of some of these rounds that we've been seeing, because what a game we've got on our hands here.
Yeah, it's been one hell of a game so far, to be fair. I think, there's been a couple of good rounds in that Clubhouse in particular. That mirror window on the breach and in Garage with the Maverick in.
I knew you'd be moulding at that.
It all went a bit wrong. I was going to pull it the clip, but, we'll see if Demo then talks about it in the post desk, I guess. But yeah, it's been... Do you know what? To be fair, WYLDE taking BDS so far on Clubhouse, given how good BDS are at Clubhouse as well, is a testament to them. They're playing really well. They're just up against a juggernaut.
Absolutely, and I was saying this to Demo earlier. I was saying that the fact that WYLDE are pushing BDS so far, the fact that they are giving them such a tough time in a lot of these rounds, and we could easily look back over this game and we could find either team being the winner, even at this point. A couple more rounds for WYLDE and they'd be there at this point. They've had some very close rounds on the lead up to this, and BDS certainly are being pressured in this matchup. It makes it even more important here that we're in a best of 5 and that this is the third map. Obviously, you're going to really start to favour a team that really picks things up in and around the mid part of that best of 3 series. The first map is typically a bit of a warm-up map for a lot of these teams, gingerly starting, but either team here could start to take a bit of a significant lead here.
Yeah, I think so. And I think, as we start, obviously we will get map 4 for absolute certain as well, which will be Skyscraper. And looking into that, I was curious all the way back on the pre-desk of this entire game as to why WYLDE wanted to go to Skyscraper instead of Chalet as well. So obviously we're picking that one apart, but we do have a BDS to finish. We do have a Clubhouse to finish off. I've jumped in at a 5-5 rehost, right? So
you couldn't have jumped in at a better time. You're literally going to come in and you're going to see the best bit right here. Everyone at home needs to lock in, because this is where we actually decide and actually get to see which team takes it here on Clubhouse. Now, I believe if memory serves, the site that we're on is gym and bedroom. Now, previously when attacking this site, we saw BDS really struggle with the logistics mirror. It was something that WYLDE played fantastically. Teb also did a great job inside of logistics, keeping control of that hatch. I'd like to see a bit more focus on that this time from BDS, because it turned out to be, in hindsight, quite a flat push in through construction previously. And it, again, just goes to show that these little mini games that WYLDE are setting up, they are causing a little bit of problem here for BDS.
Yeah, I think so. WYLDE do find a new way to play basically everything. Like we said, we've seen, especially with those mirror windows, right? It's not often that you'll see a team lose a round to a mirror window that's inside logistics looking into master bedroom. But BDS, of course, they're great adaptations. And I would expect maybe they take a page out of Wolves' book. Wolves on that site, when they get the jacuzzi breach, they like to flood it straight away as soon as they can and overwhelm from the jacuzzi side. Maybe we'll see Leaky Fact try and do something up the main stairs this time. So I would assume, this round that we're going to go into, obviously it's 5-5. It's a crucial round. Whoever wins it will go on to match point for the very final round, potentially. But also the adaptation game. And I think, BDS, they have been around the block. They are one of the best Clubhouse teams. They have seen, I would say, practically everything. I don't know if they've really fallen into that mirror too many times.
They haven't seen WYLDE level of everything, mate.
Yeah, they haven't seen WYLDE level of everything, but they've got enough adaptations in their mind that you would expect them to have some kind of plan. And then there comes the second layer, is how do WYLDE pre-adapt on the adaptation that BDS might bring? And I think, my favourite rounds are always the second half of a half because of those adaptations.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you really start to see what, it separates the great teams from the best teams. WYLDE are a team that they've got these wonderful ideas, but almost as demonstrated on Border way back when, we can look at it and we can go, well, BDS knew what was coming. BDS knew so stringently what you were going to do and what your play was. You had no adaptation around that. And I think Anne spoke about it a little bit on the desk as to, you've got to be coming with a new answer. You've got to be coming with something a little bit fresh, and it can be something, a very small change into the existing and overarching theory behind the site that really does make a big difference. Before we get ourselves into the game fresh, I think we're just waiting for a couple more things to get set up. One thing that I did actually want to listen out for, if you were going to talk about it on the desk, because I do listen to the desk, a little not former, but current analyst myself. I value the desk's work. One thing I did want to ask was, what is your thought about the lack of timeouts that we've seen? Because am I just getting a bee in my bonnet about this?
I think it's a curious one. I think when you're listening as a coach or as an analyst or a team staff member, and you're listening to your team, if they're saying the right things that you would say anyway, you might not want to disrupt that flow in terms of, hey, they know what the issue is and they're working on it themselves. Sometimes timeouts can get a little bit interruptive to a team if a coach is forcing it when the player's already saying those things. So there is that point of view. And there also is the point of view that these rounds, there's never been realistically too big a lead. It's never been like 3-4 rounds lost in a row, apart from, what we saw on Bank, which is when WYLDE did call their timeout. So I don't know if it's just a mixture of those two things in that, both Stuflex and it's Zeus that's the coach of WYLDE, right? If both of those guys have just felt, hey, the players have got a good grip on the game and they've got a good idea on the adaptations, and there's not really necessarily too much value that you think you could add, because obviously if you're getting rolled in a half, then that's when you might want to throw a timeout. But even then, when it gets like, say you're thinking about a timeout on round 5 or 6 or whatever, then you're on the side swap, so it's then like, is there value in calling the timeout?
Is there value in it? Yeah.
So I think it might just be one of them that the timings have maybe just been a little bit off from the timeout point of view. But in a game that's like, there's such a high stake in this game in terms of the money that goes to the charity and the placing Gamers 8. Both of these orgs and teams were at the orgs were at Gamers 8 last year, and obviously most of BDS and one player on WYLDE was at Gamers 8 last year. So I think it's a curious one that certainly the questions could be asked when the dust settles as to should these coaches have called the timeouts.
I think I maybe just look into it a little bit from the point of view of if you see a bit too much over-aggression or what I consider to be over-aggression, I'm thinking of that and I'm going, let's just rein that back a little bit. You know, let's give the players a bit of time to breathe. Let's just say, look, you know, you're trying a bit too hard to close the round out or whatever it might be. But, you know, as you say, this game has been very close, particularly this map. So there's no real reason to put a significant break into that momentum and really start to, you know, probe the teams and you know, almost disrupt the flow of the game, because I think both teams have been flowing quite nicely and quite naturally. We've seen a pretty good Clubhouse up until now, a 5-5 club, you know, it's nothing to be sniffed at. Even if this ends as a 7-5 to either team, you'd be looking at this and going, yeah, pretty good map 3 inside of the series. That let's get stuck into Skyscraper. Moving on to the topic of Skyscraper, and not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but I do believe we are waiting for a little bit of admin confirmation before we get ourselves back into the game at hand. We did obviously see Skyscraper yesterday, and we did see BDS playing it. Now, it was a 7-4, and I think that it's where M&M sort of started to lose their way in the series a little bit. Yeah. They weren't successful on the attack. They were successful on the defense. BDS on the flip side didn't look unbeatable. They looked like they had a few holes there. For me personally, I just can't wait to see how WYLDE stack up with that, because I know that WYLDE have that ability to play so creatively.
I think that's the one thing where WYLDE are confident on the Skyscraper. We've seen them play it, you know, a couple of times. But the one thing, and like I said, it was curious for me in terms of why WYLDE picked it rather than letting it be the decider map. And the thing that was curious about that is when you pick a map, the opponent gets the starting side. So BDS got the starting side, will go on to the defense of Skyscraper. Now, BDS are genuinely excellent at defending Skyscraper. They're averaging, you know, a 4-2, a 5-1 more often than not. And normally they're the ones that are picking the map. So they're starting on the attack, and then they just need to force 3 or 4 defenses, and they get them pretty comfortably because their attack is decent and then their defenses are excellent. So that's why it was really curious to me that WYLDE actually picked into it, knowing that they would have to attack BDS's defenses on that map. And BDS for the longest time don't like Villa, don't like Chalet. They're the 2 permabans for BDS. So why WYLDE wanted Chalet is the 5th map rather than the 4th. I don't know if it's a little bit of mind games for if they got to a 5th map, they know they would have it in the bag, or whether they just really fancied themselves on Sky. And I know we will definitely get there because obviously it's one apiece. We've got Clubhouse coming. We have to have a map 4 regardless of who wins out on Clubhouse. So it might be a curious one, and it might be one that costs, you know, WYLDE in the end.
Well, Fresh, thank you very much for your insight. We are going to get stuck into this game, but first we do have to hit a very short break. I think we're just having a bit of trouble getting some of the players into the lobby, but we are going to get it sorted out as soon as possible. So don't go anywhere. The conclusion of Clubhouse is going to be coming up just after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you so much for bearing with us while we got the lobby all set up. For any eagle-eyed viewers amongst you, you'll see that it just said round 12. That is because BDS were given round 11 as a win due to a problem with the rehost being called from WYLDE's side. I'm not an admin, and I'm glad I'm not an admin, but that is the ruling, and that is what we have to work with. For anyone that didn't catch us in the short little bit that we just did before coming back to this, I'm not joined by Demo anymore. I'm joined by Fresh. He's made his way off the desk.
They've let me escape, Ollie. I don't know what's going on here, but they've let me out. They've let me get a map and a round, potentially, seemingly in. Obviously, we do have BDS out on match point, and WYLDE are going to repeat that gym bedroom bomb site, you know, that we spoke about that they were going to before the rehost. The Hungry straight back on that mirror window that caused BDS all the problems as well. So, like we said, during that little, you know, impromptu desk that we just did, Ollie, we're going to have to see if BDS can adapt, because that was their big source of pain the last time that they attacked this bomb site.
Big problem for them was the mirror window inside of logistics. Another problem was Teb playing inside of logistics as well. He was covering the hatch, covering the angles, and just making sure that the mirror window player was safe, whether that be Hungry or somebody else. There has been a little bit of a break in play, and therefore a break in the momentum as well. So you would expect these teams to have a very reasonable idea of what is going to be coming for them here. Something that I'm liking the look of already, Alems is on the Twitch this time, so he's clearly got that mirror window in mind.
Yeah, they're going to try and open this hatch, potentially drop the Twitch drone down it. Does need to be careful, though, that when this hatch opens, obviously Teb is in a position to try and capitalize on it. We've seen Sledge a lot of times open up that hatch and then get taken out. Bandit Trick is going to come out onto Brede, is it? Yes, it is. Packball with a massive play there, which keeps the Jacuzzi wall close as well. So Brede now, as the only breacher on the side of BDS, has a choice of, do we want to try and enable the east side push, or do we want to open the Jacuzzi wall? Unfortunately, that Bandit Trick coming in, you shouldn't really ever see it at professional play in terms of you should just roll a nade through or whatever you need to, but Packball's got away with it.
It's something that didn't get done last time as either. Packball had 2 bandit batteries in pocket, and I think he just got caught off timing trying to get the bandit trick off and wasn't in the right place at the right time. So a tricky round last time for BDS has been made even more difficult given that Jacuzzi wall is going to be intact. Alems just teasing the Twitch drone here on the lip of the hatch. He's desperately angling for that mirror window, especially with the breach not being successful. It makes it all the more important. Finally, we will see the breach open, but look at what you greeted with, Fresh.
Yeah, there's still that mirror window, so they've not managed to find any joy in getting rid of either of these mirror windows now. Obviously, you've got the Jacuzzi breach open, but Packball's playing in the bathroom, supported by a mirror window. You've got then the mirror window in logistics, supported by 2 players trying to hold on to logistics. As we see Teb, he does find that first kill over onto Alems, so no mirror windows will be getting opened by Twitch drones.
Teb is a master on that hatch. Down onto Brede comes in as well, but Leaky Fag with the backstab, and he's going to have to go pretty big here. And Shiro, he's eyeing up a hop in through Jim. He could actually rotate round and pick Brede up and just give a bit more advantage back here to BDS. Shaiko, he's got a tough job at hand. He doesn't know if the bathroom's clear or not, and he knows that that mirror window is going to be bearing down on him. There is information live on him as well. Hungry, he holds a lot of the cards here in terms of info. Leaky Fact maybe going to try and look at pushing his way through. Does have a nade in hand, so could look to try and make something happen there. Shaiko is going to go for the peak, but look at the info provided. Brede, he picks up 1, the mirror window's opened, and don't forget, that is going to work both ways. The plan starts to go down. Look at Shaiko go. Finds 2 with the ARX. Ace is left in a spin. BDS, they pull it out the bag. Clubhouse is theirs.
Yeah, I didn't think Alems had got utility out of that Twitch drone, but it managed to open the mirror window, and that allowed Shaiko the confidence to walk his way through site and do Shaiko things. How many times have we seen him on that particular doorway with the ARX? It's normally Ayana, this time it was Nomad, and he got so much utility just walking through, sweeping through, getting those kills, winning the round, and ultimately the map for his team.
Great job there from BDS to close it out. We had our doubts, honestly, as to how they were going to crack that because they did struggle quite a lot last time. The bandit trick going off from Packbull, that was very impressive. It made things even more difficult. Teb, the star of the show, winning the engagement with Alems on the hatch, but ultimately you can never count Shaiko out. Fresh is here on the cast with me, so I'm not sure who I'm tossing to on the desk, but I am sure that they have got something interesting to say. It's going to be Banks, it's going to be Anne, and I believe it's going to be Demo. We'll be back just after this.
Every day it feels like there is a new crisis. Families displaced by violent earthquakes and wars. Warm hearts sleeping under cold blankets of stars. Lives destroyed and washed away. Families fleeing into the unknown. But look closer. See the hope everywhere. See the ones running towards disasters to help. Compassion exists all around the world. Kindness is healing wounds, bringing hope for a brighter tomorrow. Look closer and see the many families like Layla's who've lived through unimaginable hardships and yet haven't given up. Please don't give up on those forced to flee. Donate now.
Did you know that 80% of a human's brain is developed by age 3? That's such a narrow period of time which will have lifelong consequences. Not only on one child, but whole societies, the whole world. That's why we chose UNICEF at Gamers Without Borders. because they are there for children every step of the way. From early childhood until they enjoy their rights to health, education, protection, and more to grow up and thrive. Choosing UNICEF is the right thing and the smart thing to do, and you can join us.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Apparently drinks are free in Club Tropicana, where Ollie is. Love the shirt, by the way, mate. And Demo, you know, he wants this series to go all the way, I believe. So much so that he's joining us in the virtual studio. We are down 3 maps now in our EU final. BDS have the advantage. WYLDE need to figure out what is missing if they're going to come back from this deficit. So, Anne, this really is a crucial moment for WYLDE, isn't it? They can't lose another map. The pressure is on. What's missing?
Exactly, yeah, and they won their very first map, then lost the second to BDS and also the third, but this one was really, really close. There was no team that was able to win more than 1 round in a row. Despite the beginning looking as if WYLDE was lacking a bit of teamwork, there were some huge individual moments from the BDS players. Round 4 saw better teamwork from the WYLDE players. Also, Jex is having a really good game from himself. We saw Aces doing better, like he was in that first map. And Peckball as well, he's had a consistent performance over all these 3 maps, but eventually it wasn't enough as BDS closed at the final round.
Yeah, I mean, individuals just don't win maps, do they? I mean, Demo, the fire in WYLDE, it might start turning into embers, because, you know, going the distance in 2 consecutive maps and losing them both, that can really affect the mental game.
Of course, and you have to remember who they're up against. This is a team that is used to playing in best of 5s. It's a team that we see at the top of the international tree. It's always going to be difficult for WYLDE in this game. You know, I think BDS were always going to be the favourites. I'll be honest with you, Barney. I actually think WYLDE had a better showing in Clubhouse than what BDS did. I actually think WYLDE were so close to taking this map quite comfortably, but just that, I think it showcases the veteran side of BDS. They know how to deal with situations better than what the younger guys in WYLDE do.
I feel like something worth mentioning as well is like utility usage by BDS as well. LM's winning rounds, you know, C4s here, there and everywhere. Brede gathering vital information with drones. It's like BDS seem to be more well-rounded, or just they seem to be using everything at their disposal. And when WYLDE were kind of capitalizing on their maps, it seemed to be just because they were winning gunfights. Anne, does that sound fair?
Yeah, it sounds kind of fair. If we talk about utility being used, I feel like over these maps, a trend that we've seen is Valkyrie. We've seen Valkyrie being used on multiple maps. Also for Mirror, there was a time where Mirror just wouldn't be played because everyone would be banning Mirror, but now both teams are utilizing the Mirror. The funky strat, let's call it that way, that WYLDE brought out on the rafters with the Mirror window. I like the idea because as soon as they can get control over rafters, you can't just soft breach it as you'd normally do with that wall with the head holes. You have to get a hard breacher in, but then if the rest of your defense falls apart before the attackers even get to that hurdle, it just doesn't look that pretty, and it seems like BDS are using their utility better in that way.
Well, 2 players are going to face off in our head-to-head graphic. The 2 with the best stats from that game from each team, and it's more or less, you know, it gives us a point of reference for, you know, either how much one team is in the lead or how much a player is carrying their team, or both, if you're lucky. Demo, Ollie mentioned, it's just the players with the most kills, all right? But ultimately, you don't win gunfights, you don't win maps.
Totally agree. That's my philosophy in it. You know, it's a FPS at the end of the day. You don't get to be the best unless you are fragging like the best. And we know that both teams, they have incredible fraggers. You have EFAC, who I think has been, you know, the playmaker, center of midfield, ready to fire through these massive balls long, assist his team any way he can. Whereas Maurice has been very, you know, Ace has been very by himself a lot, making these little kind of rat plays, hitting the backstab. So very different play styles, but both actually contributing quite a lot just to assist their team.
Yeah, I mean, Demo actually, I'm going to quote you right now. Anne, I'll say this to you. I'm going to quote Demo from map 3, in fact. Playing a best of 5 against BDS exposes cracks and shows you that you're not ready to hang with teams at this level. BDS just seem more well-rounded. Sorry, BDS can win from any position. Do you think that they are on a roll now? Because BDS, you know, Demo's exclaimed that they can win from any position. BDS now have that advantage. Is it going to be a 3-1 in your eyes?
I'm gonna agree with Demo on that. And why are BDS able to win from every position? It's because they've probably been in every position before. Yeah, the experience that this roster has and this team has, specifically on that map, is immense. Whereas if you look on the other side, WYLDE, a team with some players that have some experience of playing together, but as a general, this roster only started playing Europe League just a month or just a few months ago. You haven't experienced all those possible positions, all those possible moments in a game just yet. I feel like this is where we start to see the experience and, you know, the bond that BDS has. They've been together for a bit longer than WYLDE has, and it might transition on into the next map, but the next map, Skyscraper, is the map that WYLDE had the upper hand on BDS in the previous time they played against each other. So if they're able to repeat that, we might go to a 5th map and we might have a contestant for the best of 5 kill record. I feel like League Effects had a very good consistency so far. If we go all the way to the final 5 maps and he stays this consistent, he might be a good contestant for that.
Ooh, I like that little...
67? I think it's 67. That's what I think the record is, isn't it?
Ooh.
67 or 65, I believe, yeah.
I like that little nugget of information. Yeah. That's really good. Because, yeah, like you mentioned, Skyscraper is the next map. Demo, was it kind of a safety pick for WYLDE? Or do you feel like, you know, this is just kind of throw it out there because, you know, we were once better than you on this map?
Yeah, I mean, I think BDS, they played it yesterday. They looked okay. M&M were, I think, more of the poor Skyscraper team than what BDS were. So it's a little bit of a, yeah, we did look that great, but was the opposition we were playing, were they great as well? Probably not. I think there's opportunities here for WYLDE. I think BDS sometimes have looked fragile in terms of if they don't get that opening pick, it just, the whole round collapses around them. So I think opening pick is going to be a big factor here for BDS.
Okay, well, you can blame Fresh for this, but we're doing predictions map to map. So I'm going to start with you, Anne. Why don't you kick things off? Give me a one-word answer. I'm going to guess it's BDS.
One-word answer? Oh, goodness. I can't give a one-word answer. So sorry. I feel like WYLDE are pretty comfortable on this map, but I feel like the momentum might lean more in their favor of BDS if they keep this consistency. And indeed, as Demo mentioned, they stick with the entry kills, then it might look very good for them to finish this out 3-1.
Ooh, Demo, what about yourself, mate?
Yeah, BDS.
BDS all the way here in the virtual studio, right? Map 4 is calling. Can BDS close this one out, or will we be going the distance? Fresh and X take us into our map 4 of our EU final.
Bonnie, thank you very much indeed. Fresh, now is the time where you're on the flip side of things. Now, me and Dan will give you a little bit of shtick for getting it wrong on the desk earlier on. There was a lot of false and floppy comms coming out there from you and Anne. You got both the first 2 maps wrong.
We did.
Both Demo and Anne there have said BDS. Let's see if they are right. I'm not going to push for answers because I think I know which way it is going to go. We're heading into Skyscraper here. What a feast we have had so far. Bank, Border, Clubhouse, BDS currently on top.
And this is the part of the show where I say, why did WYLDE go to Skyscraper? Now, BDS have only lost Skyscraper once this year. They've played it 8 times, won it 7 times. Can you guess who their one loss was against?
Who was the one loss against?
The one loss was against WYLDE. And I think maybe it's that little bit of an ego pick in terms of, right, we've already beaten BDS once on this map, so we're going to go and pick and beat them again. And then if we get to a map 5 Chalet, we're going to be comfortable on it. But the one thing for WYLDE is they also lost this map to X10 Star. And X10 Star also played this map against BDS and got beaten. So depending on which way you look at that, you could say, hey, this map should favour Wild or it should favour BDS. I think over the longest time, I probably would favour with the analysts on the desk say, yeah, I think BDS, especially starting defence, could take this one.
Certainly feels that way. BDS coming in as you say, the more experienced team. There's a lot more that you can dig back and look into for this roster. The fact that they're starting out here on the defense and the fact that overall in the series, they've had the upper hand in 2 of the maps already, albeit a lot of the maps that we've seen, and particularly a lot of the rounds that we've seen today, have been very close between these 2 teams. In terms of the bans, we've got BDS's favourite, the Monty ban. That is pretty much their perma ban here on the attack, and it has been all series long and yesterday against M&M. Azami as well being removed. Iana. And we've gone for the Bandit ban. Now, I know that Demo's a big fan of a Bandit ban here on Skyscraper, Jack.
Yeah, I am too as well. I like it a lot. I think, you know, there's a lot of... It makes things, it keeps things very simple in terms of the breaching. Skyscraper is like a complicated enough map in terms of the player positioning and how you want to take and the movement and how fluid you need to be. So the fact that Thatcher's available and the Bandit tricking as an element is gone, that means it's either going to be a mute or arcade. If you need to breach, 2 Thatchers, done. You just don't need to worry about it. So it makes the actual map play out in just such a nicer way, especially if you're starting out on the attack.
Which, of course, Wild are going to be sticking that Dokubi pick. It is a main staple of attacking lineups all over the circuit and certainly a mainstay here on Wild. Pay a lot of attention to this entry and particularly this roam clear. Aces been a little bit of a hero or a zero so far on the entry today. It looks as though they're going to be searching out here for Leaky Fack, and he just gets caught out taking the drone. It's going to be Packball to do the job, but it was certainly a team effort there.
Yeah, that was, it's a nice pinch. Actually, Leaky Fack's on his own. If you look how far away the rest of his team is, there's no free fragability. I would go as far as saying his job in this strat is actually shoot a drone, get yourself back safe, but the key win condition is getting yourself back safe. Leaky Fack's not done that, so you'd have to say advantage in this round so far goes to Wild. They've got good pacing. Obviously, they've had no problems with breaching. They've got themselves up to Dragon and Terrace, so it's now about how fast and fluid they can be in terms of getting themselves through if they're going to come and clear out Drum and Shrine, or whether they're going to start rotate round and then go for the Geisha and then pinch from there.
Yeah, it comes down to the pivot, which is now being made onto this Geisha wall. There's going to be Selmad open, along with the window opened as well. It's going to force a little bit of pressure onto Shaiko, who finally is going to be on his Warden pick that we've sort of been theory crafting for the longest time. It was banned in a couple of the early maps in the series. He didn't play it when it was available, but going to be rocking the Warden now for what good it will do him. Aces. No glasses are going to save you from that DMR, I'm afraid. Teb now cooking a nade, looking to send that into the top of main stairs. Potentially for a bit of utility clear. We know no one's there at the moment. More lines of sight getting opened, and Wild slowly but surely, they're dismantling here, Fresh.
Yeah, it's been very 1-2-3, and they've taken the map control. BDS haven't really fought them for it, and it leaves Renchi and Bride in a 2v5, and especially you've got that smoke with the shotgun SMG-11. Not the best. You're not going to be denying any plants with those smoke canisters. It's going to be all up to Renchi here, really, to try and get aggressive and try and find a pick, but it looks like he's just going to stay behind the goal vault. He's been droned out as Bride takes a lot of damage up by top black. There's Renchi's been down. Bride in the 1v5 has found a kill onto Teb, but they now know his position. Aces will surely mop that up, and there he does. Round 1, all going all the way to Wild.
Wild doing a great job there. I love the way that they really got a focus on pinching Leaky Fack. It felt like a 3-person job to get that done, which isn't a bad thing. It's by no means a criticism. Medics, you all right? Just going to give us a little bit of a preview there of the settings. Obviously feeling like something needs changing, fine-tuning his machine. Fantastic job, though, from Wild. Really putting the focus on clearing out that roamer. Again, very important to do. You need to make sure that if you're going to go for that roam clear, you need to do it as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And then it just felt like a tidal wave, Fresh. It really felt like they were just crashing over BDS, and there was very little that BDS could do. I don't think that they got a particularly meaningful kill. There was a couple of trades that came in maybe, but it was more just that's the general flow of the round at that point. Once you've got such a great advantage, you're probably going to lose someone as you clean it all up.
And I was actually really surprised with BDS to not actually fight it. Normally when you see Karaoke T played out, you've got a big extension across the east and you really fight it and play for time as a win condition. And they didn't really. And I thought, you know, they obviously pinched out Leakyvac well, but they also pinched Shaiko well, where he's stuck in Geisha with one player outside Geisha window, one on the breach, one in drum and one by the Karaoke window. And he can't fight all of them at once. So very good round from Wild, and it's actually forced BDS to go onto a different site. They're going all the way to office and they've got this double mirror set up as you see in here from Breed A. One facing out towards the breach, one facing out towards terrace, and they're both kind of power positions, inadvertently protecting each other's positions as well.
I don't want to oversell this, but I already feel like this is an incredibly important round. Yesterday, BDS were good for 5 rounds on the defense. You've spoken about how BDS have got a fantastic defensive record on this site, on this map, should I say. Already in round number 2, with Wild picking up that first, you're looking toward BDS and you're going, are you going to do the thing? Are you going to win defensive rounds? You know, is that just the first hiccup and the only hiccup that we're going to see? Because that is where we know them to be very strong on Skyscraper. That's not to say that Wild is a bad attacking team on the map. It just is a nice balance that we have in this pick. Aces, he knows that there's going to be someone be there. He can hear the call. He's going to leave it up to Jegs to try and finish that job, or at least lock the player in for the time being. Ranchero, he's sat in that off angle, just peeking through the drone hole at the moment. He's obviously being supported through the door, or at least you would hope so, because he's paying very little mind to the pressure that is coming in from the top stairs.
And look how much control Wild have already. It's a minute 30, they've got all the breaches, they've worked all the way up to Dragon. If they manage to clear this player out, it's going to be curtains for BDS, because they're going to be boxed in so quickly. Nade will come out, the player will swing out, and does manage to find one before the grenade ends up taking him out. Jegs needs to be not careful there to take out Teb, but look at it. That's ground achieved. 1 minute now to execute, and they've got seemingly absolutely everything on the side of Wild.
Doing a great job there. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the player that peeked and dipped in behind that deployable shield, but you can't always get everything. A 1-for-1 trade. Progress now being made. Still the small matter of the mirror windows to deal with. Shaiko is going to be... Oh, sorry, Alems, sorry. Getting confused there. Shaiko is playing on the Valkyrie, not the Warden this time. It is a bit of an assumption you can usually make that he will be on the Warden, but he's going to be playing at the top of those house stairs. Hungry just biding his time inside a Dragon.
I think they're waiting for this breach to go off, and maybe that will then be a trigger point for a 3-2-1, and then everybody goes in at the same time.
Teb just seeing if he can find anything here. Should be able to open up the mirror window, just trying to find the narrow angle on the one tap. Eventually gets there. 20 seconds left on the clock, so not the world's amount of time to work with. Really want to be looking towards some of those C4s potentially. Brede still has one in pocket that he could use here. Shaiko in the hot seat, picks up one onto Teb, immediately switches over onto the second. There's only one battle back here, and it's going to be too little too late. Look at him go. Shaiko and Brede lock it down. Brede, he barely moved his feet all round there, Fresh.
Yeah, he absolutely didn't. And it's very strange. It's very strange the way BDS are wanting to defend Skyscraper with these bans. They're not wanting to fight Wild with any real map control at all. They're not wanting to get into that. They're trying to play Execute Siege. It's a little bit like watching teams when they go up against Virtus Pro with how passive we're seeing BDS being on the defenses right now. However, Wild, despite the fact that they took immensely quick control of the map. They were in, Dragon Shrine pretty early on in the map, with 2 minutes to go. They really stalled out, and I think it was probably those mirror windows by the side of the breach that they were trying to figure out a plan of how to deal with them, and that stalled them out for time. And then as soon as you're down to an execute with 4v4 with 20 seconds to go, it usually is going to be favoured towards the defenders. I think that's exactly what we saw there.
I was surprised we didn't see a Wild classic come out of the archives there, with Hungry going in for the Amaru.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've got the mirror window to contend with, but that hasn't put him off in the past. The smoke, no problem. Get himself straight in there. Wild have got a lot of ways to solve some of these problems, and I just feel like they looked a little bit timid. It's like they almost saw what was available to them and was just like, oh my goodness, there's all this map control that we can take very quickly and easily. Let's just take it. And then they struggle to move off that. They struggle to adapt from that position and rotate and get a job done elsewhere. It was a pretty one-dimensional push, and you just start to wonder, is that all part of the mind game that BDS throw into this, where it's like, yeah, have that over there, no worries, and you'll just end up ignoring and not have enough time to deal with what you actually need to.
seen an Osa on this round and an immediate entry into the bottom black for WYLDE. So this kind of smells like it's going to be WYLDE trying to clear out the top black and doing a direct take here in terms of the play. Obviously, they've got control bottom black. WYLDE given them it. Sorry, BDS have already given them it again, giving them so much map control, not looking to contest. Hungry's obviously used his EMPs. The breach is now off, so Geisha's now under threat. They've got verticality below to get these nades cooking, and it's only a matter of time, in my opinion, until Hungry then gets himself established either on one of the windows or in top black with those Osa shields as well. And we're actually looking for an assault onto the site. Once again, BDS, they're wanting to be so passive with this. They're really not wanting to take any fights as the defenders.
WYLDE have got a lot of tools at their disposal here as well. They've got nades that they can be using from below. We've only spent one so far. Shaiko was quite fortunate there to get himself out of harm's way. A nade will be sent up. May remove the barbed wire if there was any on those main stairs. But Aces is just being a little bit timid here. Just not got the information required, which is a bit of a shame given the tools at their disposal right now. Shaiko's dipped himself back into Geisha. The Yokai drone. A little nod to the fact that we know that WYLDE are a very plant-focused team. This top floor control has been gained for the time being, and with the Osa shield posted up, it is a sign of things to come.
Yeah, Renshi's got a big fight here onto the Aces. If he can get the kill onto the backstab early, then he relieves a lot of pressure onto his team, and that's exactly what he does. They don't need to worry about main stairs or any kind of backstab. As Shaiko finds one, finds two! Shaiko! You can have all the strategy in the world, but when this guy is shooting, you're not getting anything out of him.
Toxic Babe canister is going to dissipate now. Hungry. He might have the top of black stairs, he might have a bit of control, but that's about all he has got. He's going to come head-to-head with Leaky Fack here as he swings, tries to spray transfer onto both of them, goes for the C4, won't land, picks one, draws for the shot. Go on, Leaky Fack, a flawless round from BDS. What a hold.
Oh my days. This is BDS at their kind of prime. This is where BDS strategically have not won the last two rounds, but the fact that they are so good and so composed and so experienced in terms of shooting, in terms of understanding what their opponent's going to do and going to try to do, honestly, it wins them so many rounds there, and I think their players stepped up. Obviously, that first kill for Renshi, you know, obviously Shaiko got the clip, then Leaky Fack got a nice little two-piece, but that first kill for Renshi, punishing the backstab early, and that allows Shaiko not to worry about his main stairs. It allows the comms not to worry about the main stairs, and that's what allows Shaiko to then just pop off and get those two kills. Unreal round from BDS there.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because the clip and the thing that will be remembered is the two 2Ks.
Yeah.
So Leaky Facks and Shaiko's, but it was all enabled by Renshiro with the kill onto Aces. Because without that, there's no way Leaky Fack could be downstairs. There's no way that Shaiko would be able to sit in Geisha, only focusing on top black. Fantastic team play from BDS coming through. And a very unsure round from WYLDE.
Yeah.
Not confused fresh. They had an idea. They had the Osa. They placed it top black. But when they weren't getting nade kills from below and Aces dies on main stairs, there didn't seem to be a plan B.
It's kind of weird because the general meta of today's Siege, especially on the defense, is be as disruptive as possible. Don't let the attack get set up. And BDS are allowing the attack to take whatever they want, get themselves set up, and then just collapsing on them when they want to go for the execute. So I think WYLDE, you know, maybe have been a little bit confused by those last couple of rounds, and I don't know if it's worth them trying, you know, some of their more exotic plays that they do try. We might see Aces push into top black here and just try and force an engagement. And I think it's probably the right play. Try and overwhelm BDS. Try and play kind of typical WYLDE. But even then, Shaiko still shut one down.
You can't stop him when he's in this kind of a mood. Eventually, he will be stopped, ironically. 5-2 over the course of 4 rounds, though, is certainly nothing to be sniffed at. 2 losses on the side of WYLDE as well. You've lost your Dokkaebi and you've lost your Thermite, so not the best situation to be in, especially if you've got any breaching that is needing to be done. But fortunately, you're attacking downstairs, so you would hope not. Hungry takes a ton of damage, worried about getting peaked from the bottom of the stairs as well, and that push is coming through. Look at the teamwork from BDS. They're going to try and time this one perfectly, but Leaky Fack jumps the gun. He isn't there in time. Hungry, worried about the info, unsure if the player is still going to be at the top of drum or not. But we can see that Alems is, and he isn't being given much of a reason to move at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they are fully aware of Alem's presence, and I don't know if he's trying to just wait it out and then flank later on, because he definitely could have walked in on Hungry and got that refrag then when Hungry did manage to find one onto Likifac. Going to see Aces, drops himself into the site. Surely that's got heard. Surely that's going to be a kill for BDS. Does manage to find it. And I've got a question, was that a 3-2-1, or is Aces just doing Aces things and just drops himself into sight?
Aces has been doing a lot of his own things today, often found out of the rest of the pack of the team. Teb and Hungry. Hungry going to make his way down the main stairs now. BDS still got 2 castle barricades in pocket, and Renshi's got 4 Wamai discs. What is this setup been from BDS? Get your utility out there. It might still come to good as well, especially with the Capita being left alive. 45 seconds, it's enough time, really, for Teb to try and work out and use a bit of that utility. Hungry just going to jump on the drone, realise that, at least at the moment, he's got more pressing things to deal with. Teb's in the site and the kit's in Narnia.
They need to find safe passage to pick up the kit and then try and get the plant down. Or Hungry's got to concede the top floor. It's one or the other, and it's a pretty tricky position to get in, because now they could be flanked, but he is going to go down and will unfortunately get downed, and it leaves Teb in the 1v2.
Teb does have a little bit of health to play with, but he doesn't have the fortune of time. He's maybe going to try and bait this out here. He gets the call from Hungry that BDS has swung, but how many times have we seen BDS in one of these positions? He just does not lose them. Not today. BDS with the clutch there. BDS starting to chain a few together here, Fresh.
Yeah, you've really got to question that composure again. 3v3, they had everything they needed to plant, and I just don't know if Aces jumped the gun, because when he dropped into sight with Diffuser, and he actively went and picked up the Diffuser to do that as well, I don't know if he went early or what happened there, but he gave all the opportunity that, you know, BDS needed to find a 1v1 and get that kit cold inside of sight, and, you know, from that point, it really was round over. I did like the idea from WYLDE to try and bring up the pace a little bit, to try and basically go direct and try and overwhelm BDS. You know, it's probably the closest round out of the last 2 or 3 that they've had, but it's still not enough.
Cast your mind back to round number 2. WYLDE obviously successful in the early part of this game, and I said, look, is this a situation where BDS have conceded the 1 round that they on average concede here on the defense? And so far that is certainly running true. They're streaking a bit of a lead now. They've picked up 3 in a row. A very normal split for BDS on this map. On the defense is going to be 4-2 or 5-1, so they're on track for that. And last time we saw this site, WYLDE really struggled with that mirror window. It was all the BDS and Shaiko show.
Yeah, and just to contextualize how good they are on the defense, they've never lost, well, not they've never lost it. This year, whenever they've played Skyscraper, so in 2023, between 6 Invitational and all of Stage 1, they've never lost the office bomb site as a defensive site. They've played it, how many times? 6, 7 now. So this will be the 8th time they've played it, and they just don't lose it. They are very good on the defense. So if WYLDE managed to get themselves a 2-4, a 3-3, I would say they're still in it, but, you know, these are very, very, can't, you know, highlight how important these attack rounds are for them.
And even if WYLDE managed to break that beautiful win streak that BDS have got, it's still only going to be worth 1 round. So, unfortunately, the prize for breaking it is still only going to be 1 round. But it's going to be an important one, especially if WYLDE are able to grab it. Jegs, just getting himself into a bit of an engagement with Likifac there. Seems as though BDS are getting a bit more of this confidence now to just pester in and around the map and not really dig themselves into those predictable positions.
They've settled into it a little bit more. You see they're getting a little bit more aggressive. There's a player in drum. We saw Likifac out on the roam. WYLDE, you know, to compound the fact that they're 3-1 rounds down, they're also not getting the free map control that was previously given to them. BDS are holding just that little bit more ground that they was allowing WYLDE to take in the first few rounds, which makes it much more of a predicament, because you've now got to clear these players out of positions with the utility, with the refrags. You see Renshiro there is protected, he's got an ADS, he's got a reinforcement. He's going to stay there as long as he feasibly can and make WYLDE work him out of that position.
This is the sort of round that you're really looking toward a big impact player to make a difference in, and you look across the lineup and you think, Hungry, maybe it's time. Maybe the Yin Candelas are going to come through here. There's a bit of burn to get through, but there's a chance that that could be what you need to burst through and to deal with that mirror window, to deal with Shaiko on site, maybe even to help deal with Renshiro and Likifac here, who are playing a beautiful crossfire between one another. Teb, he's going to find first blood onto Shaiko. Not every day that you see Shaiko getting down first, particularly on this site. Usually likes to play quite deep. The Candelas are now starting to come in. Hungry, this could be your cue to call. He's going to throw them all out there, making sure that he can really get the advantage here onto Renshiro, the player prone. Jegs, unfortunately, hits him with a team kill on that nade, but it looks as though it might not even matter. Alems, Leaky Fact, they've got a lot of work to do here to try and hold on. The wall hasn't been opened as of yet. Alem's playing close with the shotgun. SMG-11 drawn now. Not the most ideal weapon. Leakyfac is going to start this comeback, though. Takes Jegs down. Toxic Babe canisters get sent out, but Teb's too good. He's picked up 3. Alem's there with the trade. 11 seconds. Diffuser in Pikebull's hand. Needs to try and make something happen here. Alem should push while this is an effective 1 versus 1. Goes for the C4. It isn't going to land. The diffuser is confirmed. And now Alem's location has been given away. If these attackers make it outside, it's going to be even more difficult to try and retake here. Pikebull, he's just got himself dug in. What a long shot from Alems. Hits the head onto Pikebull. Teb, you've picked up 3, but you've got to get all 4 here if you hope to try and clutch the round. Just manages to get himself outside, but there's a reinforced wall. He could maybe try and stick this. Is there any information? Teb moves through. Alems, you're going to have to draw for the shotgun here. You're going to have to find this kill. Teb's one shot. He's panicking. He doesn't know which way to turn. 10 seconds left, but he finally gets it done. 4 kills on the round and one of the messiest post plants we've ever seen.
Oh, I bet his heart is going just as much as mine is. Wow, what a 1v1 from Teb. Like you say, massive round from him. And I think massive change in approach from WYLDE as well. They went direct. They went straight for the site. You saw all of the breaching straight away was on the office walls, was on the single wall of VIP, and they were going direct, and they just used Hungry as kind of almost like a like a mirror play, a smoke and mirror play in terms of a bit of a bait to try and, hey, all these Yun Candelas going off in Dragon, try and get Renshiro to call everyone over to help him as the rest of them are hitting sight. I know there was a team kill, but it ended up in a 4v2 that obviously then did come in the messiest 1v1 I think we've seen in a long time. But that change in approach for WYLDE is key, and it did get them the round. So I'm wondering straight away, are they going to do it straight away onto this site? Are they going to try something direct in terms of trying to take top block? Maybe the Osa again, maybe a geisha pinch, but just try and get direct at site and force those engagements early.
I think it sums this series up incredibly well that WYLDE are the team to beat BDS on that site for the first time this year. The game has just been so close, and if you'd have asked anybody how close is this game going to be, I don't think many people would have said that we're going to see a game this close. WYLDE have put an incredible performance in today. And, you know, there have been holes on both sides. There's been mistakes on both sides. BDS have made their fair share, as have WYLDE. But both teams have capitalized when it's mattered. And they've both had big pop-off performances. Teb, he didn't have a kill before that round. Now he's on 4. You know, it doesn't look great at round 6 being on 4 kills, but he got 4 kills to win 1 round and to keep them within a round of difference here on the board. Potential for this to go 3-3.
So after they've gone direct, it looks like they are actually going to go for a bit of a split tech here. You've got 2 or 3 players working out these 2 players on the east side. You've got Aces, you've got Hungry. Actually, most of the players actually are going to come and try and clear Leakyfac and Renchi out of office. They do manage to escape, and, you know, that's potentially a little bit poor. We've just praised him. And maybe a little bit poor from Teb to be repelled near that window of Shrine, but then allow 2 players to cross it. The idea, obviously, by having those cut-offs, is that when the players, the main push from the east side are coming across, you've got players that cut off from both either the Shrine window and then the terrace window, and those players can't leave, and they've got to force themselves into engagement. So, you know, the fact that Teb's just allowed 2 BDS players to run away for free, it's not great. It's not the end of the world because, you know, you're not forcing a gunfight. The round just moves on to the next phase, but you really could have punished those.
It's all about catching those punishments out and making the most of that opportunity that you are given. Aces picks one up onto Leakyfac, who himself is having a bit of a quiet time and has often been a big difference maker for BDS. When he puts his mind to it and decides enough is enough, things often do start to change for the team. Just going to go on a little excursion to recover the diffuser. Make sure that that is kept nice and current and near where it needs to be. Teb, huge amount of damage. Did he do that to himself?
Is that
his own ash launcher that he fired? Because he had it in his hand.
Because what else could it have been? The C4's still up from Shaiko, so, You'd have to assume so. Maybe he took it down. I think maybe he did take a bullet, and that's caused him to, you know, hit himself with the Ash launcher. Shaiko's going to look to get aggressive here. Maybe C4 out of the window doesn't connect. He needs to try and hold on to this position. This is where the pinch, and he is on his own. But it is Shaiko, and he can find 2, 3, 4Ks from here.
Just another spot in the game that we can call Shaiko for as good as he is, but Aces is better in this instance. Takes him out, Jegs as well, doubling down, shaping up to be a flawless, although Teb and Jegs are both extremely low HP. Renshiro, he makes his way back into the site, but he's just going to play on the back side of things, looking to find himself a gunfight. Will grab one, but it's not going to be good enough. How many times do we see BDS in the clutches? It's going to be him here once again. Jegs is super low, Teb super low. Could be a 1v1 here, but pops up at the wrong time. Teb swings himself on through, and it looks as though he had a little bit of information as to where BDS was hiding. We're all square at 3 rounds apiece.
Now, I'm not one that normally goes in on, you know, some of the better players, but I genuinely think had Shaiko have just held his nerve there and not peeked out and looked for this kill and looked to equalize up that man advantage, we potentially see a different round in a different storyline. Because the one thing is when you're in a 4v5, obviously you've got to try and get that number advantage back down to, you know, at least equal. So I understand why Shaiko was pushing for a kill. But what happened is when Shaiko pushed for a kill, that forced Renshi to push for a kill, that forced everybody else to push for those kills because the numbers advantage keeps getting higher and higher. And I think WYLDE did a very good job of basically understanding that scenario. They'd found the early kill below onto Leakyfac, and they knew that somebody from BDS was not going to hold their nerve. And in that scenario, you know, he is one of the best players to ever touch this game, but Shaiko didn't hold his nerve. And had he have held his nerve, things could have gone completely differently. So WYLDE done a very good job to get this back to a 3-3.
It's a mini win in itself that WYLDE have exited that half at a 3-3 based on the statistics and what they were going up against here. And they have defied the odds, realistically. BDS now put onto the attacking side, and they need to do better than a 3-3 split if they want to win this without going to overtime, and if they want to take this series without going to another map.
WYLDE now going to be on the defense, and you're going to see Hungrus straight away on the mirror window, and the cap can coming out of Pat Bull as well. So obviously they're going to put their own little flair on it. We're going to see BDS, and it looks like BDS are going to go for this kind of split approach. You're seeing Shaiko and Alem's outlines over by the west side by the Karaoke T, but also BDS and the Thatcher as well of Renshiro is over by the east. So they're going to try and put pressure on both sides at the same time and try and find that gap that will exist inevitably somewhere in WYLDE's defense. And that's what you get by putting pressure on at the same time everywhere, is you will end up finding the gap, or that's the intention anyway.
Hungry just going to pop one of the mirror windows down here, giving himself a nice little line into sight. It's a very similar mirror window to the one that BDS likes to play, and it's a very common window on this site as a whole. Capcan going to be in play from Packbull. For all the Capcan that we've seen in this series, we haven't really seen too much value out of it. I'm going to get a Rotero drone there just to remove one of the Prismas. You might be sat there wondering why use a Rotero to remove a Prisma. Well, if you've gathered your info and if the time's running out, if you've got nothing else, and if you do end up wanting to hop through that window, it is going to remove the alerts that they get as defenders that somebody is in a Prisma. So for the later round, it could be a little bit of an edge.
And this is the problem that BDS are experiencing when you do a bit of a split take. You've seen Shaiko out on his own. Obviously, the Habana over Lems was on his own. When the defense just stays strong, you don't have the numbers to overwhelm them, and that's why you're seeing these plays. So now BDS have had to convert their attack into a full direct take with Alems going over, and at some point with where Shaiko's positioning is, he will be the backstab. But it's all about hitting that backstab at the right time with Leakyfac inevitably below also walking up the stairs.
Yeah, there's a little bit of waiting going on at the moment from BDS as they're waiting for players to rotate and get into the correct position. And whereas we saw a nice direct approach from WYLDE in dealing with that roam game and gaining control of Dragon, it hasn't been as direct. Shaiko hops in, tries to hop himself back out, but Jegs is going to be there to punish him for it. Picking up the first kill in the round. Teb finds one, Packbull another. The kills are flying in here. 5 versus 2. Renshi outside of the breach. No one really needs to peek him, let's be honest. Teb, he's almost sealed the deal at this point. 25 seconds. If Renshi finds one, it'll be a miracle. Hungry swings out from the mirror window. A flawless defensive round here from Wild to kick things off.
And again, I'm compounding this, Ollie. Shaiko's gone first as the backstab. He's been first. As soon as they've dealt with him, then they can start focusing on, you know, the main push that's coming in. And that's why you're seeing the player that was the main push by the site last alive outside the breach. Wild did a very good job. I think they did a very good job at not conceding any ground there. BDS didn't have any numbers advantage or any kind of utility because they're running this double hard breach plus Thatcher setup. They didn't have the utility like we saw Hungry on the Ying or any nades to actually force these players out of position when they were out on the roam. And I think that was the major drawback of BDS's, you know, strategy that they were trying. If there was a gap, they would have found it, but Wild quickly realized that's what they were looking for, shored up the numbers out on the roam, and then as soon as it became apparent BDS couldn't, you know, hit that side out on the west side, they got those numbers back to site and was ready for the push. Really good understanding of how BDS were going to attack there from Wild.
I think something that we don't credit Wild with enough is the patience that they sometimes exude. And that was a great example of them showing good patience. We don't always see it, but we've got to call it out when we do. And I think they played it nice and patiently. They knew the traps were set, everything was ready, it was on a hair trigger, and all they had to do was wait for BDS to make that mistake. And unfortunately, it was Shaiko that made it, just hopping in and jumping the gun a little bit too early before the rest of the team was ready. Wild going to take a small lead, but a lead nonetheless for the first time here on Sky.
Yeah, and I'm believing, you know, I'm maybe eating my own words as to why would they go to Sky instead of Chalet. I've got to say, if Wild pick up Sky, Chalet is one of, you know, BDS's two basic permabans, and Wild are very good at that map. So, you know, I'm not getting too far ahead of myself, but should we see a map 5, you'd have to start putting those eggs in the favor of Wild. Obviously, now they have gone over to Karaoke T in terms of Skyscraper. We'll talk about what's in front of us right now. They've gone over to Karaoke T and they've got that extension out towards the office, but it looks like they've given up that ground pretty quickly. They're just going to force BDS to actually drone it, waste that utility on the breaches as you see it, and waste, more importantly as well, that time. And we're going to get to that same kind of scenario where BDS get up to Dragon and Shrine, and then how do they deal with it? Do they go for Geisha and pinch that way, or do they just try and brute force their way through?
Jeg's going to be able to grab one of the Rotero drones and a normal drone.
Got one tap on that.
Info there removed. Just places a little battery, a little disc as well to really seal the deal. I think there is a pocket reinforcement here as well if required. Shaiko, much better this time. Picks his time a lot better there for that kill onto Aces. You can only think that that was off the back of a bit of info and potentially the Dokubi call that was coming out at the same time. A brief and small advantage, but with that wall being soft, it doesn't really give him free passage through. He's playing a game of chicken here with Jegs, and we've already seen what Jegs can do on some of those skinnier angles. He's going to get punished for it as well. Jegs, what a great reposition there. He really did hold all of the cards.
Yeah, Aces didn't need to lose his life there because Jegs was fully aware of Shaiko's position and was obviously challenging it. And then Aces just decided to waddle through the rotate. And I think, you know, staying strong, this 1.5, obviously Wanmai's now got it. You can see why it's so played. Wanmai's got such a high pick rate, had such a high pick rate in the Copenhagen Major. And that's why, because you can have these angles. Packball manages to find one onto Renshi. As BDS, it looks like they're just going to try and force all the way through from Dragon, from Shrine, and force the way through into Vault. Obviously, a foot has just been seen on the drone hole. No! Willems gets the kill onto Packball on the drone hole. But Teb is below. He's on the Solace. Now, Solace can see where the plant's going down. BDS before have been known to fake the plant, but it looks like Brede is actually going to stick it. Impact from below, and the Solace will pick up the kill onto Brede, but does get refragged out by Alems. Leaves Hungry in the 1v2, isn't aware of Alems by the top main, and BDS will take what I will say is a very scrappy round.
See, is this where we sit here and say, this is why BDS are the best, because they can make the best of a bad situation? Or have they just been incredibly lucky there, because there was a lot of things that really shouldn't have gone their way? There's a Blackbull's foot through the drone hole. I think Alems, in hindsight, actually did quite a good job. But the Solace below, the whole thing was a mess.
Yeah. And that's the solution, and I think even though they've won the round, I think the worry there for BDS was the solution that they had was throw numbers at the problem, which is like the Z solution of everything. You want an A solution, a B solution, a C. You got to work through a list of different solutions that you want. That isn't just let's just keep throwing numbers at this person until somebody eventually refrags it out. I thought they were very fortunate, and very fortunate also that they killed Packball. That kill was absolutely massive. That kill doesn't happen. They've got to figure out a way to get rid of Packball.
Oh, there was no way of getting rid of him. We didn't even have anyone on karaoke repel.
No,
it was
nothing.
Entirely one-dimensional.
And that's the worry.
Yeah. Well, it is a worry as well because we're in such a tight game.
Yeah.
4-4. Map 4. There's potential for BDS to book their ticket here and now. But I've seen a few games of Siege fresh in my time, and I just don't think it's going to be that easy. I'm going to be honest with you. I know that we love the Death to pieces, but I'll be honest, the predictions are a bit wobbly. And if they say BDS, you can almost bet your bottom dollar that WYLDE are going to come away with a win.
Oh, that's true. That's true. What did the desk know, eh?
You're on the other side of it now, so you can join in with it. But in all seriousness, I think the games today have been incredibly difficult to call.
Yeah, I think so. I think these are two reasonably well-matched teams that are in different kind of trajectories. LeakyFak, this is what he's known for. This is what he's so good at. Just lurking, finding those opportunities, getting those entry kills onto Teb. And we talk about that numbers game. BDS are now in that advantage of the numbers game. Sees another. Does he? Whoa. Curse of the 4-3, I think, there. We saw him because we're on 16-9, but LeakyFak, because he's playing 4-3, didn't see him and gets refragged out.
Isn't the end of the world because his team are gunning in and around him already. We've only seen 1 minute and 10, and we've got Aces and Hungry in a 2 versus 3. Now, it isn't the end of the world, but there is a little bit of stabilising to do here. BDS can take their time, which they've got plenty of, and utility to try and solve the problems ahead of them. Renchiro is going to push himself up into Dragon. He absolutely loves this spot, by the way. He plays it on defence and is almost gravitated toward it there on attack as a bit of a safe haven.
I believe there's teams, and I could be wrong, I believe teams call it Renchiro as a call out for it because that spot is very well played, but he loves it regardless. And there's definitely teams that I know that call that spot in particular Renchiro.
Really wouldn't surprise me. Alems is going to start to think about working his way through. We've still got plenty of utility, as mentioned, but no breaching charges, so any walls that could do with being opened at this point aren't going to get opened. But again, it isn't a massive problem. That drone's going to give so much value.
It's got nades as well.
Free kill. Renshi could get himself into position for a bit of a nade here. Looks as though he's not going to rush it all too much. Alems has got an all-important Dokkaebi call as well. That really could be a deciding factor. The information game, though, it works both ways, and if we look at WYLDE, there's a couple of them that are currently on cams, so you can only think that they know exactly what's coming, but that Dokkaebi call is likely going to kick them off the cameras for the time being, and this is now where BDS need to make their stand. Brede through the wall finds one onto Hungry. Aces takes a huge chunk of damage. He's found 2. He's drawn for the pistol, but it's not going to be enough. Alems secures the round, and BDS edge ever closer.
And that's the curse. That's the curse of the pure numbers game. The numbers game comes out there is that, you know, when it all happened, when it all went down, which was really early doors, BDS was the team that came out on top with the kills, and they got themselves to that 3v2. And they can simply just keep trading and trading and trading off the back of that late Dokkaebi call by Alems. And it all started with LeakyFak with that kind of lurking down in the basement below site, expecting that there might be somebody around there, and he was right, found that kill. So now BDS, they've got back on the ascendancy. They've won 2 karaoke teas in a row, and we're going back over to the office where WYLDE were successful the very first time.
This is where you've got to start thinking that nerves are going to kick in for potentially both sides here.
Yeah.
BDS only 2 rounds away from locking in that first place and booking that ticket to Gamers 8. Of course, booking that prize pool money as well, going to their chosen charity.
We had both of these teams at Games 8 last year. It's incredibly sad.
To think, isn't it?
Yeah, in a way.
It's strange to think that we're only going to get one of them.
Yeah.
I think it's nice in a way that we're guaranteed to get one.
Yeah.
But it is a little bit strange to think that we're not going to get both the orgs represented.
That's an interesting mirror window. I think that mirror window on the single wall is obviously kind of a counter to the fact the bandit is banned, because you can now, whenever they get up there and want to breach it, you can now just open it up and then impact trick away. Obviously, the BDS aren't actually running the Ace, but Ace has been run quite a lot throughout this map. I think Ace is probably the best hard breacher at the minute. So the fact that if Ace was being run, then you could just simply impact trick 2 of those Ace Selmas away and leave them with only 1 is the reason for that. But obviously at this point, WYLDE didn't know that BDS weren't bringing an Ace.
Look at Leaky Fat Goal. That's the second time he's just waltzed himself in and found an entry. And as quickly as he is in, he is out once again. Fantastic opening to the round there for BDS. That is exactly what they need out of Leaky Fat, and he's delivered 2 rounds in a row.
Changing approach from BDS as well. If you remember last time that they attacked this, they went for this split approach where there was a Banner and a Nomad on one side and then everybody else on the other, and they were trying to find gaps as basically 2 teams of 2 and then 1 lurker. Now they're basically all going west side across. You can see Brede is positioned on the upside down rappel to cut off the defenders as well, and most of the players have been coming from this west side across from Karaoke and T, and then they will deal and worry about the mirror windows and the breach and everything else later on in the round. And I think for BDS that's probably the best approach, given that they were so comprehensively beat when they tried to play this site a little bit split.
Shaco going to start to try and deal with the problem that is going to be Jegs inside of Dragon. Leaky Fat from below. We know that there's no one there, so either old information or a piece of utility that's getting dealt with. Shaco just getting a little bit more brazen on this peak, feeling the confidence now as the player has moved out, but there's just so many angles for him to watch. It makes it very difficult to effectively peek onto this. He's going to be looking for a little bit of assistance elsewhere, just hoping a player from WYLDE gets a little bit too overzealous, a little bit greedy, and maybe tries a bit too hard to get the job done here. He's going to keep them at bay for the time being. Renshiro joining here into the party. No logic bomb phone calls left, but potential here still for something to happen. We see a couple of kills fly in, and it's all going to be for WYLDE. Look at Teb go. He has flurries. He doesn't just get 1 kill at a time. He usually gets a few, and it's another round where he picks 3. He's had 4 previously on this site today. Let's see if he makes it so again. It's a round that's almost locked and loaded for WYLDE right now, as Renshiro's got a mountain to climb. The diffuser cold on the other side of the site. 1 versus 3. Teb and Hungry, yeah, they're a little bit softened up, but it's nothing, especially given the time left remaining. Aces to collect. WYLDE level things up once again, not allowing BDS to streak that lead and to put themselves onto a match point.
So BDS have tried the split approach where you've got 2 people coming in from one side, 3 people from another. And their problems with that is they didn't have enough numbers to overwhelm the utility and create advantages for themselves. Then they tried the all 5 across approach, and they got themselves map control, they got themselves a mana advantage, but the problem with that approach is that when you then need somebody to backstab, you can't be doing it too late. Brede opened the breach so late there in terms of BDS, and the backstab started coming in really late for BDS, and I think that's the problem. Is it's kind of pick your poison somewhere, because you know the split approach hasn't worked, the full clear hasn't worked, so you know if we ended up back on that site, if it was in overtime, I don't even know where BDS go from there, because generally the full clears for Karaoke T have been quite good, but for the office side across, the reverse of it, not so good there. WYLDE picked up a very important round, and like you say, Teb, he was monumental in that. I think you said it, he got what, 4 kills in 1 round on the office on the attack, 3 kills in that round. He's not got a great deal of kills, but he's basically won 2 rounds for his team in what is
7 kills in 2 rounds.
Yeah, in a very nervous 5v5 KG kind of environment. That is massive.
It's huge. He's a big round player. 7 kills in 2 rounds, and then what? He's picked up 4 in the remaining 8 rounds.
Yeah.
So he's getting 0.5 kills per round, aside from 2, where he just pops off.
Yeah. I'm sure he wouldn't mind a 3 kills per round if he could, but, you know, that's Siege. You're not going to get him all the time.
Yes, now they need to start thinking carefully about this, because we've already mentioned that Chalet is going to be a bit of an unpredictable map. And they don't want to go there if they can help it. Leaky Fact not successful this time on the entry, although he will chunk Pack Bull down significantly. Could be looking for a little bit of vert here. He's already got himself into the site. Excuse me? Looking to try and hold from above, but 2 kills fly in. They were expecting a little bit of a rush plant, but that is not going to be on the cards. Vertical is going to be there for these defenders. Leaky Fact, is he visible? It doesn't look like he is. Pack Bull struggling to find him, and the plant has been confirmed. Oh dear, Wild. You've let the plant down, and you've got 5 players left alive. Shaiko finds one. It's all down to Renshiro. He has to try and hold on here. This is going to be a monumental task for him, but he picks up the first, hops himself into sight. He knows he has to take these gunfights. He's unsure on where the players are. Doesn't realize that Hungary's sitting close. Jegs already midway through disabling that diffuser. I'm sorry, BDS. What was that?
That was BDS trying to force the pace and trying to catch a weakness in the Wild strategy, which inevitably they did. They got the plant off, but the post plant, and I think there was two key fights. It was first the person that was pushing in through kitchen, by the way, with the diffusers trying to get to the plant spot, and then secondly the kill that came in just after that. I don't know who it was onto, but it was a 5v3 when BDS were trying to force the plant, and after that is always going to be super hard. As soon as Wild were aware that that's what was going down, they're going to be focusing all of their attention on, hey, these guys are hitting site. We don't need to worry about anything else. We don't need to worry about the top floor. We don't need to worry about house, bedroom, anywhere over there. Just worry about the site. And obviously they came through, and it was sheer numbers advantage to get it out. As soon as Renchi got that kill after he jumped in kitchen window, they knew they could just trade each other out and get the retake on. But wow, I think one thing for BDS that I do like, you know, if you're a BDS fan and you listen, the one thing that I do like is that they are trying to create these situations. It's like they've said, League Fact, get on Nook. A little less thinking, please. Just play instinctively. Just find whatever you can, get in a window, and just don't think about it, just do it. Because I think BDS on their first couple of attacks were definitely overthinking things a little bit. So I do like that, but the rest of it's all gone a little bit AWOL for BDS.
It just reminds me of the round that we saw on Border where they tried to send it in through bathroom window.
Yeah.
And it just looks like a team that isn't accustomed to playing in that sort of fashion. BDS, to my mind, are just not that team that can play in that sort of rush way. They're much better at slowly but surely picking off their opponents surgically. You know, Bride's droning, Shaiko's moving in, he's entering. Like, they play that traditional style of Siege exceptionally well, and when they try and play this quick and fast, they look like a fish out of water.
And I think that's what, you know, look, I'd consider BDS one of the best Clubhouse teams in the world for that reason. Because what's Clubhouse used to? Team play, the processes, the 1-2-3s, you know, doing things as a team and doing it together, but also the correct way. And I think, you know, it's interesting to see BDS try and play and try and keep their opponents guessing, but it's definitely not worked out for them. And I think that's probably more to do with their opponent, because WYLDE, you know, that's WYLDE's whole home territory, that, in terms of, you know, going for these rushes and all these exotic plays, should we say.
Oh, that's WYLDE to a T, isn't it? That's exactly what they are about. Leaky Fact, just having a bit of problem with a mute jammer. Little things like that, they're going to wind you up, though. Little tiny things like that are just slowly but surely going to grind you down.
Yeah.
Looks as though we're going to get the wall open now, as an approach is going to be made in through Exhibition. We know that Aces is going to be hanging around here. Aces fancies himself for one here, but, I mean, when doesn't he really? Going to try and hold on and play a little bit aggressively. Gets the clay pigeon shot onto the drone as it hops on up and just takes himself out for the time being.
Last time WYLDE didn't fight these angles. They just gave BDS the ground, but just did the reinforcements and allowed BDS to waste the time and utility. This time, Aces stayed around, got on a couple of drones, and Teb, who was the point I was about to make, was below to hold the jump in for Aces. He stuck around maybe too long, but BDS hadn't droned it. They weren't aware, and WYLDE now get this numbers advantage because they decided to fight. A subtle change, but it set them up perfectly in a 5v4 with only 90 seconds left.
Oh, dearie me, Leaky Fact is going to find a freebie onto Aces. You can't afford to reinforce that at this point in the round. Let's hope for WYLDE's sake that Teb has got a round in him. We've seen him have a couple so far. He's by no means the last hope in this 4 versus 4, but WYLDE have got a big chance here to get this done without going to an overtime and to take us all the way to our final map. BDS just stalling out for the time being. They don't need to rush necessarily, but they do have to take these opportunities as they are given. Leaky Fact is going to push himself up a little bit further. Just try and give himself a line of sight, allow the drone to work through. Pre-fire can now make way as Jegs, he gets chunked down, but it's Teb once again. He's a nightmare from below. That's the second that he's picked up here. Shaiko desperately holding on to the angle, seeing if there's anything that he can find. Picks one and confirms this scoreline is level all the way. 3-3 as the push continues to mount here from BDS. Breeder, you've got to win this one, but no, it's Hungry. He finds two. He could single-handedly be sending Wild into that final map at this point. It all rests on Shaiko's shoulders. He's got 15 seconds. Can he find the final two? He knows at least where one is, but time is going to be dwindling. Hungry, if there was a time, it's now. He finds the final kill from Shaiko's own spot on Shaiko's own operator. Hungry cuts him down. Wild 7-5 here on Skyscraper. They guarantee we are going to all 5 maps.
What a massive round. What a massive series of plays. First it was Ted popping up with 2-3 in the previous defense. Now it was Hungry popping up with a 3K, being stubborn in that position, not moving. Excellent stuff from Wild. And I've got to say, I was one of the ones questioning, why would you go Skyscraper over Chalet? But they've gone. They've done it. They've beaten BDS once again on a map that BDS absolutely love to send us to map 5.
We are going to catch our breath. We're going to throw to a very short break. After that, we'll be back with our analysts to break down Skyscraper and to set us up for our final map. You will be crazy to go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
UNICEF and I need you by our side for a real-life mission. A mission to protect the rights of every child. After news cameras have left, UNICEF is here. Every day, everywhere, but particularly where it's needed most. Did you know that more than 170 million children need UNICEF's humanitarian aid this year? At Gamers Without Borders, many of you have already chosen UNICEF, and I thank you for that. Choosing UNICEF is the easiest and smartest decision you can make, because you're investing in a child. And investing in a child guarantees lifelong returns, not only for that child, but also for their community and for our world.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
Welcome back to Gamers Without Borders. We want one more. Well, maybe Demo doesn't because his voice might fall out of his face, but that's neither here nor there. One final map to rule them all. The Decider, the Finisher, the Meg. I don't know anymore. I honestly don't. WYLDE and BDS are at the apex of the mountain, but only one can stand on the peak. I'm running out of phrases, but yes, Demo, it's a big deal at this point, right?
Yeah, it's... Honestly, give full credit to WYLDE. The fact that they've gotten this far is incredible. To push a team like BDS, and Anne, we know the history of this BDS team and how good they really are. For a young team, a team which I think is very unique in their playstyle, especially to Europe, they are doing one heck of a job.
I mean, I thought Anne was going to roll with that, but you're good.
Anne hates me.
Fine.
Anne hates me. It's okay.
You know what, Anne? There were moments throughout that series, right, where BDS, they could have closed it out, but WYLDE, they just kept battling back. So surely at this point, WYLDE's motivation is at an all-time high. So I feel like momentum is with them going into map 5.
Oh yeah, it has to be. We're questioning whether maybe momentum was in the favor of BDS going into this map, considering they had just won that most recent map. But on the attack of BDS themselves, it looked like they were, sorry, on their defense, it looked like they were trying to battle things out just by winning gunfights, and they were being very successful in the beginning of that. There were rounds where the BDS players didn't even use all the utility, and I hate to say it, it sucks to see when players don't use all of them by magnets or their caster barricades or something like that. It really gives you the ick. But they were running out in gunfights, so that was a very good thing from them. Also on attack, you saw them multiple times using that global utility. There were rounds where they would run both the Lion and the Dokkaebi and run those two utilities at the same time to assist League Effect with a push onto players that were roaming to get map control. But if you keep on doing that, if you keep on relying on the same parts of map control, if you keep on relying on gunfights, WYLDE will adapt to that, and they seem to be ready. We saw rounds adaptation coming out from WYLDE where they had certain angles with shotguns, for example from Teb, and I just knew where these players are going to be coming from BDS.
Watching this map from the green room, I gotta say, round 5 seemed like the turning point for WYLDE. Teb, getting 4 kills, getting that 1v1 clutch at the end, and he continued to just have so many huge moments towards the end of that map, especially as well, Demo.
Yeah, it feels as though this series, Wild have had... I wouldn't say everyone's been consistent. You know, Pac-Ball might be good this map, and now it was Ted who's really good at Skyscraper. That's what it feels like for Wild, is that they've got everyone who can just step up at a moment's notice. And I'm honestly, I'm really excited to see who it's going to be going into the next map. It could be all 5. We have no idea, because they've all played well today.
And we had a chance to chat at the beginning of the day, didn't we? You know, we spoke about what our anticipations, what our expectations were for these two teams. And did you ever think that Wild were going to take BDS to a Game 5 when, you know, when you look at how BDS performed yesterday?
I mean, looking at the map and Vito, I think knowing the strength of BDS and their map pool in comparison to a newer team with potentially a weaker map pool, I would have probably given the favor to BDS by the start of this game. But I did also say they might have to look on winning it in a 3-0 or a 3-1 fashion, because if you look at that decider on Chalet, BDS don't have the prettiest of map history on this map, whereas Wild, they look a little bit more comfortable. I believe they also won that map yesterday in their game against Wolves. They do have a 50-50 record on it, but BDS, for example, they lost to Liquid at SI, so it's not a very comfortable map for them.
Demo, BDS don't have that greatest of, you know, maps in Chalet. They've thrown the lead. Is this another mental situation that we've got on our hands in map 5? This is where experience comes into play.
I mean, for a team like BDS, the mental should be fine. This is a team which, and we mentioned before, they've been there, they've done that. They've been in this situation before. They should have the stamina, they should have the momentum, but honestly, I think if Wild were going to collapse, they would have lost that last map. Honestly, that's why I feel. I think Wild, they keep going, and I actually have a feeling that maybe they can actually do this.
Oh, I like this. We're kind of leaning into what? Okay, final prediction, Anne, Wild or BDS, map 5. What are you thinking?
I might have to give the favor to Wild. Ooh. Yeah, I think so.
For the first time today in the virtual studio, we're giving it to Wild to close out the series. What about yourself, Demo?
Yeah, I agree. If they were going to capitulate, they would have done it. They would have done it already.
Okay, one map, $300,000 goes to the winner's charity and a spot at Gamers 8. Fresh and X, let's close this one out.
Barney, Demo, Anne, thank you very much indeed. Fresh, we all know what that means. BDS are going to win because the analyst said Wild. But jokes aside, this has been a series that you just cannot call. You know everything there is to know about these two teams going into it, and believe me, between us all, we probably know a lot, and you would still get it wrong. It has been an exciting start to finish and very unpredictable, and what better way to settle it, Fresh, than to go to all 5?
Oh, it's been absolutely excellent. I think, you know, we've seen a best of 5 just last weekend that was probably a little bit flattering to deceive, if we're being straight up honest with ourselves. We've had a best of 5 where every map has hung in the balance, where, you know, map 1 was max OT, then we've been to 12 rounds on basically every single map afterwards, and now we're going to a map where, you know, neither team really has a great record on it, if we're being totally honest. We're going over to Chalet. Now, if you're a BDS fan, what can I give you that might inspire you that your team's going to do well in this? Well, they have won it once against Heroic in Stage 3 last year, but that's where the good stuff ends. They've lost it every other time they've played it, ever. For Wild, played it 4 times in recent history, won it twice. Those wins coming up against Secret and Wolves, but they did lose it against Virtus Pro, which is an odd one because Virtus Pro don't like it, and also they lost it against M&M, but everybody loses this map against M&M. So I think the map is very much I kind of want to say it's fitting, Ollie, with it being the last map of a best of 5, that is very much like a best of 1 map for these two teams, where neither really loves it, but neither, well, especially on Wild's case, really hates it either.
It's a true decider, isn't it?
Yeah.
It feels like a true middle ground between these two teams. You could talk yourself into backing either one of them based on a number of different factors, but ultimately, it really is just on who turns up in the server. I'm very, very curious about the Capital ban. Have BDS recognised that Hungary is the glue and they are just removing one of his most favourites, removing the Capital from him?
Yeah, I think that's definitely some counter-analysis, because I think, if I remember rightly, they did use Capital a lot in terms of when they've played it through Stage 1, in terms of their executes, but also to clear out that position in Library. I know there was, you know, the position that Demo loves, where you can play the dock by the hatch in Library, but if you don't have a Capital, you can play absolutely anybody you want there.
That's a brilliant position.
4th most played op, yeah. 40% play rate coming into this weekend. Capital on Wild. That's incredible.
The thing is, that's what they're known for, though. They're known for those disruptive operators where teams will usually find space for one, Wilds find space for four. It really is just that sort of a team. Iana, Azami, staples so far inside of the series. It has flipped and flopped as to who has banned the Azami, but the Iana ban has been stalwart throughout. BDS are actually going to remove the Valkyrie. I'm very, very curious about that, Jack, because BDS have played a lot of Valkyrie. A lot of Valkyrie has been played this series. It's going to be up there with one of the most picked defenders for sure. And they're almost doing it to themselves in that first half. That almost, to me, tells me that they know that they're coming into this for a long game.
Yeah, it's definitely a curious one, and I think it's maybe because it's a free ban. If you look at the way that the bans have gone throughout this, BDS have generally been the ones that have taken out the Azami. So I think because Wild took out the Azami, that gave BDS a free one because, you know, Cade's not really as relevant as we're seeing Breedy on Cade staying upside. So you're not necessarily going to be banning the Cade, which is basically the only other operator that's been banned in this series by BDS. So I think it's just a case of, hey, it's a free ban. We don't really want to play against it, but it's been forced to be open because we've had to ban the Azami in previous series. Now we got an opportunity to ban it because they've banned the Azami for us, basically.
Changing max.
Let's have a look at the approach as it starts to develop here for Wild. Bringing plenty of hard breach, so they've got enough tools to get the job done. Hungry, this time going to be on the gridlock. Aces, I do worry about the sort of solo play from Aces, especially when he's on the hard breacher. Feels like he just dodged a bullet there from EFAC, quite literally as well as the pre-fire comes through. Aces, he's not wasting any time at all, is he? He's playing this for the AK-12, surely, Fresh.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, he's got the breaching charges on hand. This is a full clear coming out of Wild. They've recognised that BDS, they've got a roam set up, particularly out towards that dining side to protect the hatch and the lobby, and they're trying to clear it. And I think they've done, to be honest, they've done a pretty good job because they're moving BDS out of position, they're moving them back down to the basement, and they've done it within 70 seconds.
Pretty efficient so far from Wild. Typically the focus on this basement site, teams sometimes get headlocked into just trying to get those breaches open, then going for that clear, and Wild are doing it almost the opposite way around. They've recognised there's a presence upstairs that needs to be dealt with. LeakyFac, he's already dodged some bullets once. He's likely going to have to do it again, especially if he continues to hang out up there. But Wild also do need to be cautious. There are some jobs to be done here on the side. Look at how bold Aces is. He doesn't just go in for a little shoulder peek. He's straight in there, full body peek. Cautious of the drone, Shaiko. He's going to dip himself out just to a little pocket of safety. Activates the glasses just in time, it seems, as the breach starts to open and the plant is starting to go down here. In a 5 versus 5, this is incredible. Shaiko, he picks one off, but the plant's still going to be confirmed. Hungry, he's looking to try and hold on to this. Can play a great crossfire here with Packbull and try and keep him as safe as possible. There's still a C4 left in Shaiko's hands, but he's unlikely to be able to get it done. Say again! Comes out of nowhere. LMs doubles down. Hungry, he swings and gets decapitated by LMs. LeakyFac on the flank, and that is all she wrote. BDS, what a retake.
Yeah, Wild lost way too many people there, and I think we can start to see why that take is going out of fashion. When we've seen Chalet played at the Major and predominantly through stage 1, what you've generally seen is teams breach the front side, the garage side, and take control of lobby and then play for a plant either behind the bins or by the breach wall or by the cabinet or whatever it may be. There's a few places you can plant on that side. It's gone out of fashion where you would do that kind of half clear to take control of dining and then look to breach the 2 walls. Now, Wild shouldn't have lost that round because that's a pretty impossible post plan to lose as soon as that long angle's open. But it looked like Wild at the same time, to force the plant in the 5v5, they were pushing in and trying to get kills. So then the dynamic and the win condition of that round changed from can we get the plant down and hold the post plant to can we win those fights with those kills. Obviously they'd lost them and BDS could just throw enough numbers at the retake in the end to be successful. I thought it was crazy, absolutely crazy to see a 5v5 plant going down there. So kudos to Wild for making it work, but then also kudos to BDS for, you know, committing to and actually retaking that site.
It's another example, and we've seen many throughout the series, of BDS allowing something to happen, having a plan for what happens afterwards. You know, you almost feel like you're speaking things into existence when I'm commenting on C4 in Shaiko's hand and he's immediately throwing it out there.
Oh dear.
He's saying oh dear because he's seeing Hungers on the blitz.
And all 5 people outside library balcony.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying.
And there's utility ban just straight away. What's going on here?
Oh dear. Well, smokes are going to come out, so no one really knows what's going on apart from Leaky Fack. He's going to get shut down straight away. Teb, what a hop in that was! Immediately caught out, though, and downed in the position. Renshiro, he's going to be playing at the top of Fireplace here. For all that this was framing up to be a little bit of a rush, it has fallen a bit flat. We're missing 40 seconds and only a kill and a down on either side. Aces, is he going to be next one through? Teb, potentially recoverable here if a couple of kills come through. Why is Azami peeking that? Hello, Aces. He's just tap firing his way through. Renshiro, he's keeping an eye on things as well, but he's allowed the blitz to transition in. A lot of information here, but Jegs is going to be the next one in the crosshairs. Shaiko, he's getting a bit bold and brazen on the alibi, peeking onto that main double window. And well, this is just falling apart slowly but surely here for Wild. Teb has been recovered. This is going to be a difficult fight for Renshiro to take. He's going toe-to-toe with the blitz. And he's going to get flashed out. Can Hungers grab the kill? Yes, he can. But Shaiko and LMs, they are there to collect. Hungry, 1 versus 3 on the blitz. Show us what you've got.
He's going to try and find these 1v1s. He's not even showing any default cams at the minute. I still think the lobby cam is actually up. Could be wrong. He's going to ADS, look into bar. Does see a bullet tracer. Does find one onto Shaiko. Hungers gets the kill of his career so far and then gets a kill onto the lobby cam and potentially the bulletproof cam. Took more bullets to kill the bulletproof cam than it did Shaiko there. He's now ADSing, looking towards dining. Knows one's there. Can he find this 1v1 with Brede, who's inside of stock? Alems needs to reduce the distance between the two of them because this 1v2, or essentially 1v3 into a 1v2 is certainly on. Smokes drops down the hatch. He's going to push Lems, choosing to find the 1v1 that he knows where the player is, and he's crouching. It's tense. Lems running away. Going to try and create distance. That's a good thing to do. The blitz drop shot comes in. Lems finds the kill and finds the round.
Brilliant attempt there from Hungary. He got much further than I thought he would. I can't believe I doubted him. He binned Shaiko there on the vertical, but he didn't really have much option there. He did the right thing in trying to break him down, but it just comes a little bit of game of cat and mouse at that point. A strange round from Wild. I think we had our doubts from the start, didn't we?
I had my head in my hands that whole round. I think I'm seeing the mezzanine wall reinforced where there's 3 walls. Normally you see an Azami play on the mezzanine wall and they play the keeper barrier in the game and cat and mouse with usually Habana. None of this in BDS Wild. We'll just all jump in the window and try and peek the guy in library, but the wall's double reinforced so the one I couldn't do anything. Oh, I don't know what was going on. That was a round. We'll say that.
It starts to get a little bit concerning, given that round 1 from Wild was they had a clear strategy. It might not have been the right one, but they did get the plan down. They just didn't really work around their trigger as well as they could have done, and maybe they jumped the gun a little bit. However, it's a round they could have won. Round number 2 feels like a throwaway round where they just rush. And because the first kill doesn't really go their way, and I mean the first kill did go their way, but Teb got down. That was the big problem. It just all sort of fell apart. Now you start looking at it and you're thinking they need to get a little bit of consistency on this attack because they don't want to be going into their defense 4-2 down, 5-1 down. You know, that's not a position that you really want to be in, especially when you're in map 5.
Did I just catch a mirror window in stock for a dining defense there? I could be wrong, but I'm sure.
No, I think we have got an extension. I think we can VAR confirm.
Wow, well, that's one hell of an extension set up there. Alems and the Castle of Leakifak are out on a little duo roam over here. And I don't know if Wild realised this and realised that it's just 2 people. They could probably quite simply overwhelm both of these, but it looks like, you know, their information is maybe looking to go a little bit more direct, which you could also do, because then you could just 5v3 site. It's a very bold and aggressive roam coming out of BDS.
BDS probably feel like they can try these sort of things at the minute because things aren't really going too well for Wild. Aces is going to get caught out on the wub, takes the goo mine out, but he's almost left spoiled for choice. Going to go for a risky phone call here, it seems, but Pieball's picked up one in the meantime. BDS, they have battled back. Look at him go. Shaiko picks 2. Alem's one in the meantime. Doesn't matter if you've got a solo roam out there on the other side. If Shaiko's hitting triple kills like this, Jegs finds 2 of his own. Not in a great position, pretty low HP. An eternity of time left on the clock, just over half the round. Alems and Leakifak, they're going to be left to clean up the pieces. They did manage to transition back. Leakifak getting himself onto the bottom of those Astro stairs. 3 clean rounds in a row. Wild, they're looking frustrated. They're looking fatigued.
Yeah, it's kind of try a legit strategy in terms of getting the plant down, try a couple of rushes and wild type plays, and BDS are shutting everything down. It feels a little bit like Border again, where we're looking at more of a small condensed map, and there's less opportunity, there's less room to try these plays, and WYLDE are therefore going to be getting shut down. I think it was key whoever started out on the attack to get a couple of attacks under their belt and keep it close, because, you know, attack is the more dominant side on Chalet, and you would expect BDS, once they get through onto their attacks, to be able to get some, you know, get some rounds on the go. So WYLDE need to book their ideas up pretty quickly. They get to go back down to the basement. This, I would say, was probably the closest round in totality. And, you know, but for a couple of things, they could have won that round quite comfortably, you know, in terms of winning a couple of gunfights. So I think this is probably their best opportunity to get a round back.
Well, it was the round that they played properly, right? It was the round that they got walls open, did a roam clear, and were quite clear in their intentions. Let's see if they can pull the same thing off now. Oh dear. LeakyFac. This is where things start to get frustrating. Can he get a freebie? No, Pipebull's better. Takes him out. LeakyFac punished. Not a great person to lose either. Think about the value that Shaiko saw on that Warden. He had a great time. The goggles were very useful. We know that WYLDE are no stranger to a smoke plant going down. Fortunately, there's no smokes on the team this time, but even a couple of flashes or even the C4 can be very valuable. So quite a big loss straight out the rip.
Yeah, and I think, you know, especially there could be a situation where there's a long angle engagement that needs to come in from the defenders. If you think about how the last time this round played out, you would have loved a 1.5 to challenge the long angle from connector or wherever it is. That's 1.5 off the board, and BDS sure could do it with 1.5 LMs, sure, but it's the Warden gun that you really want. Jegs finds a kill onto LMs through the west main wall, and I've got to say this round's shaping up so much better than the previous round. They've still got to deal with Shaiko, who, you know, a flank did come in last time from this library position that they didn't clear, so they've still got something they need to deal with. Looks like he might be looking to get out of that window. Knows there's a player there, is maybe now just waiting and looking for a runaway from the player that was on the drone to west main. Decides he doesn't want to wait, jumps out, gets the kill, and that will be tabbed down, and at least some kind of numbers disadvantage is salvaged.
A big play from Shaiko there. It was a bit of a risky one as well, because if he dies on the way out, that's a big old problem. However, manages to stay alive. BDS spends a nitro cell quite carelessly there at the bottom of the trench. Maybe he thought someone was just hiding out on the drone, gathering a bit of info. Probably worth a go, especially if you feel like you're not going to be in a position to use it later on. WYLDE, they have had the wind knocked out of the sails slightly. They do still have tools to get these jobs done though. Plenty of hard breach available, and still one EMP. They are just going to open this wall as a little long angle, but Shaiko just waltzes out of the main door. What's he doing, Fresh? Gives himself away for free. The patience from WYLDE being shown is being returned once again. An impactless kill there for Renshiro, but BDS, he joins the party. Can he break these up? Can he find one apiece and break these down into 1v1s? 40 seconds, a long time. Stun's going to come out. Does manage to dodge. Players need to push him together, and Hungry will say, no worries, I'll do it on my own.
Yeah, and you've got a similar situation occurring that, you know, as soon as LeakyFac gets that spawn peak, and spawn peaks are very high risk and high reward, right? Because if you get them, it sets you up nicely. If he'd spawn peaked the Thermite, would have been excellent, because they could have really hungered up in sight in a 5v4. But when you're punished on that spawn peak, what you force is the rest of your players when you're on defense to try and look for kills. Shaiko jumping out of that window, you know, people looking for those unnecessary frags. Shaiko feeling that in a 3v4 there, that he had to walk out of the wine door to try and find another kill to even it up to relieve some pressure. And that's how that round was dictated, and that all comes back to LeakyFac forcing that spawn peak when in reality, and again, it's another one of those things, it's like, I'm going to praise it if it works well, but because it didn't work well, it was an unnecessary move from LeakyFac that put his team under kind of unnecessary pressure. And WYLDE, great capitalization on that, went through their processes, punished everything BDS basically threw at them. Even though they didn't get the full breaches, they got the round.
And we see WYLDE, a great team at attacking from ahead. You know, if they get that opening kill, especially early on like that, they are usually a good team for that. And most teams are. It isn't an uncommon statistic.
Yeah.
But it does make a big difference, especially when you're 3-0 down. And you can see an opportunity like that and you're still feeling sprightly enough to take it. Previous time that we saw this site, there was an attack, there was an attempt.
There's a round.
Fortunately, I'm not seeing a blitz, so it isn't going to be exactly the same. We've still got a little bit of interesting stuff here, namely the glass. Teb is going to be trying to dig that player out tucked in. It is going to be Leaky Fac on the warden with the glasses.
I kind of like it. I kind of like it because it's a very high-powered weapon. Because normally what you see is you see the person that's playing in that position get away but take chip damage. So if he's trying to drop and get away, they're Glaz with the very high-powered weapon two shots in. Happy days. So I'm wondering if that's why WYLDE have specifically brought. As soon as this utility comes in, we'll see if Teb manages to actually get this kill. Because it looks like that's what he was holding for. Drop happens. Oh no, he's pulled out a nade. Great. Doesn't matter. Completely counteracting my point. No worries, Teb. Get a drone in there. Check his left.
Yeah, now's a great time to go and drone it out and to see exactly what's there after you've spent the nade. Talking about high-power weapons, I think BDS took damage from potentially a nade from Jegs.
Yeah.
He's quite literally on 1 HP. And he was playing all the way inside of the stock, so he was trying to keep himself safe, trying to tuck himself away. He's got a little bit unfortunate there. HP advantage certainly in favour of WYLDE at the moment, but there are a couple of players unaccounted for. Leaky Fac going to be downstairs on the library stairs on the lower part, and we've also got a Lems on that top floor, same with Renshiro. For all that WYLDE have been able to do stuff so far, they haven't really gained any control. They've spent quite a lot of utility as well.
Yeah, that was the old Habana and then nade through the drone hole trick that they tried on BDS, and it nearly worked. Unfortunately, there's going to be a disconnect coming out from Aces there, so WYLDE are going to have to play this on in a 4v5 scenario because we are so deep into the round. But it looks like they might be able to breach through onto that stock angle. If they can clear stock angle and they can hold the players out of library, there is a big opportunity for WYLDE right now to enable and actually get this plant down. But everything needs to align, and they do need to move that player out of stock.
Great kill there from Packbull to open things up a little bit. He's going to now be able to make his way up through blue hallway. Shaiko removed and sent into the cameras. Don't forget, BDS being so low, he's one shot to anything at the moment. You hit him with a stun grenade and he's likely going to fall. So this is still a reasonable position for WYLDE to be in. Renshiro is going to see to the end of Teb, however, and Packbull still cautious of a Lems out inside a dining side. He's just going to push himself straight into side, try and find himself an engagement and win it over there against Leaky Fac. Renshiro finds another over onto Jegs. We know that BDS is so low, but he's prone in and around the chassis now. How has he kept himself alive for so long? There's 3 seconds left. What is going on, Packbull? Finally, the plant starts to go down under the cover of Hungry. A Lems, he has to try and push up, but he isn't going to be successful. What are we watching here? How has that plant been allowed? Renshiro on the top floor trying to make some vert. It's almost too late for that. You need to try and find yourself some gunfights. Hungry, he's super low. The plant isn't in an optimal position, but it's not terrible. Certainly holdable here in this post plant. Does he know there's a player inside a stock? It certainly looks like he might. Another player on the lower portion of those blue stairs, so he can try to push in. There is a drone above the bomb chassis as well. That really will start to feed some information in. I believe that's one of Ace's way back from the prep phase. Packbull finishes the final kill. How have WYLDE gotten away with that?
That's an absolute heist, and I think the approach that they were going for was to just try and clear the player out of stock, and in the end, whilst they were doing so, they managed to clear out absolutely everybody else. Credit to BDS, because he stayed alive way longer than he should have been, and I think very slow from BDS to actually, in terms of rotate, to understand that that's what WYLDE were doing. I don't think BDS really had an idea WYLDE were just going to come in directly and then try and hold them back out of library. I think Renshiro did a very good job to actually get a couple of kills and retake library, but obviously in all of the commotion, the plant had gone down in a weird spot that isn't covered from vertical from library. So it was just one of them weird scrappy rounds, and WYLDE managed to get that round win, which I think, especially, you know, considering they did have a player disconnect during the round, I'm quite glad they did, because, you know, it's never nice to see that happen.
It's so... Siege is such a beautiful game because, yeah, Ace is disconnected, but his drone basically won them the round.
Yeah.
From the prep phase, because he put it on top of the bomb chassis. I saw it at the time, and I just didn't get a chance to talk about it. It's just one of them things. You see a lot, and you can't talk about everything. Then it comes up, and you can see it active in the final little bit of the round, and you're thinking, that's Ace's drone from the prep phase. Like, he's, yeah, no worries, lads, I've rejoined the game. Yeah, my drone's still there. Nah, you're welcome. You're welcome. You can plant in that rubbish position because my drone's there watching it, by the way. So it's just such a marvellous game like that. Wild certainly dodging a bullet, getting that round. Not necessarily a round they should have won, but that is the story of this series so far. Both teams have scrapped rounds out of seemingly nothing. And there's a chance here for Wild to go 3-3.
And again, we said it on Skyscraper, if they managed to get a decent split, it didn't look like it, and then they did. It's the same with Chalet. They were 0-3 down. They get a 3-3 split. This is excellent for Wild. Trying a slightly different approach from the last time. They're going to try and take control of the top floor, play vertically above the site, and basically not try and hit it fast and lurk in. You see Impact Bull opening up the hatch, and as long as they control the vertical, they can then start working vertically with the sledge, with those. They haven't got any breaching charges on, but with those Ash charges as well. And they really can start pinching BDS out.
Shaiko does need to be cautious here, but what a shot through the floor. They're not easy ones to hit, but he makes it look effortless. Takes Teb out of action. Jegs still free to rip open the floor with the sledgehammer, but he has lost a little bit of security on that Astro flank, and he does need to be mindful of that because Shaiko knows how vulnerable he is. He easily takes him down, nearly finds the third. You can almost forgive him there for peeking onto the window. You likely know it's going to be a hot spot. Packbull uses Selma to try and open up a little bit more vert, maybe just mask a little bit of sound for his teammates. But BDS coming out on top there.
Hungry's task there was to control Trophy, and unfortunately Shaiko's managed to get 2 kills from Trophy before being refragged. So you would say Hungry's potentially not done his job there, and he's going to try and force it. His players are going to have to try and recover the round from him. Aces does know Brede is in West Main. He is in a very pinchable position at this point, as Hungry does manage to get some shots onto him, but the pinch just seems to be coming one by one, and then they've left it. So they know one's in West Main, but it looks like they may be looking for some other players, or actually, where are these guys going to go? They're going to force it up West Main. Do manage to find one onto Leakfact. They know Predate's stuck. So if they can get this kill, suddenly the round is back in the advantage of Wild.
Predate's got a massive part to play here, and he does his first bit by finding one. Gets taken out on the second. Packbull, he's going to be able to push up now and finish off that kill. C4 ripped and ready from Renshiro. Just a little bit premature. Lems, he's going to be above. He's on the Solace. He's going to get a lot of information from this. Knows that there's going to be somebody down there. He needs to get to within touching distance of Renshiro, though. He's already spent his C4, so hasn't got the opportunity to deny the plant from afar. And if a player does choose to tuck in, it isn't going to be ideal. The push is coming in. Renshi finds one through the smoke, picks the second. Look at him go. The left-hand guard finds 2 out of nowhere.
What a strange round again. Same time with Dining Kitchen is, you know, Wild it looked like they had everything and just needed to go through their processes properly, and they're forcing the pace. They're rushing it a little bit. Brede should never have got one of those kills there. I think unfortunately Hungry's played so passively in that round that he's kind of baited his teammates out and, you know, only got himself 1 kill for it. And I hate to call that out, but Wild had full control of that round. Such good map control early on, and then they faltered and gave the opportunistic play back to Shaiko, gave the opportunistic play back to Brede, and it sorely cost them. 4-2 split when you're attacking Chalet is never the best on the balance of things, but obviously now they will get the opportunity to get onto the defense and try and make something happen on the same site that they just failed on.
I think Shaiko did a massive job there to keep his team in it. I think he recognised that he was probably a goner if he got 2, and he was pushing his luck really for that third. But as you say, a lot of damage done very quickly there. 2 kills per round in the opening 6. Sorry, double positive in the opening 6 rounds. Rest of the team just lagging behind a little bit. Alems is doing a good job as well, 5-2, and for my money, Alems has come alive on the attack sometimes today. We've seen him have some great plays on that Dokkaebi, so certainly one to keep your eyes on. Look over toward the side of Wild. Teb, another quiet game, but we know he's got it in him. I love this. Leaky Fact straight in there. That'll be mine, thank you very much. But immediately, as quickly as it is caught, it is gone.
Yeah, he tried to get on it straight away, didn't he, to actually open it up. Obviously, Packbull also has the impacts on hand, could have used one to get rid, but also is clearly keeping those impacts in hand for the impact trick onto the breach. That being said, they do have a 7 total on Wild in terms of impacts, so they could have expended 1 if needed. But great, you know, removal of utility from Leaky Factor.
Where's the bulletproof? Where's the C4 fresh?
Yeah, You love your bulletproofs. I've been hearing it all week, mate. I think particularly on the Melusi, I'm not sure why you need so many of those, you know, of those impacts. You could have definitely had the bulletproof, but I guess you're bringing the Maestro for that reason. But the bulletproof on this site is actually really good because you can put it inside of the plant pot and it actually sees so much, and it's very hard to actually kill that bulletproof camera. Anyway, as it is, they've got 7 impacts.
Well, let's see if they can make any use of them. Shaiko, not sure if he realizes just how close he is. There is going to be a player down.
Device ready.
He's just going to play some air jobs out for the time being. He needs to be cautious of Hungry inside of bar stock. Jegs as well. He's going to have a nice angle onto the top of those library stairs. Doesn't appear to have too much information kicking around at the moment, as Brede will start to get that breach off. This is where BDS are a classic checklist team.
How do they stop the impact trick, though? That's my big worry now for BDS, is they're being quite slow. Hungry's still in bar. Hungry's got a big part to play when the flank comes in. They've only got the Thermite. So when Brede eventually drops down to get the breach off, you would expect he would because of how this attack's shaping up. What happens? Because there's 7 impacts. Oh, well, take Hungry's away. Jegs and Pack both have impacts to get rid of that Thermite charge, and then they're going to have to force it through the top floor. As it is, actually, BDS just going to force it through the top floor anyway. I think BDS may be understanding that already, as Aces picks up the first kill, going out onto Leakifak.
WYLDE are happy just to drop off now. They know the value in what they've been able to do up until this point, and that is the 30-second mark. There hasn't been a lot of vertical achieved. Pikebull, he's going to be the next player to fall. Can now start to look at getting this hatch open, but a desperate hatch drop is never a great place to be, and a heavy stack up of players. Hungry is still going to be out there on the flank. It looks as though Shaiko is roughly aware of it. Renshi, he's picked up a couple of important kills here. Brede just going to go for a little pop smoke here and try and get a plant down in it. Always a risky one. You know you're going to get shot because you're in the smoke. Aces, he's able to find the kill. Renshiro picks up where his teammates left off, but he can't do anything. 1 HP in a dream and planting just on the edge of some smoke. You ain't going to pull that off with no time remaining.
Really not sure about the composition there or the plan from BDS. I think the plan was to just do a straight up half clear. Take control of library, bar, lobby, breach both walls, and then plant behind the bomb chassis. But then as soon as they realized, hey, we can't do that because we're going to get impact tricks, they had to try and, you know, find something. That is definitely not a predetermined strat to plant where Brede was planting. That's them trying to recover that in the round. And I think, you know, this potentially also comes back into the fact of this Ayana ban. Obviously, WYLDE have been banning away the Ayana consistently throughout this best of 5, all 5 maps, right? And it's specifically towards Shaiko. And people say, yeah, take Shaiko off his most comfortable operator. But then, because he then needs that good gun, that ARX, he's playing Nomad when WYLDE aren't trying to flank. If he's on the Ayana, he can nade for the impact trick and all that type of stuff. And then you've got better operators that you can bring in terms of the strategical aspect. And that's where that ban really does start to come into its own there in that particular round.
The best word that the word that I picked out there is the word need. Shaiko needs that ARX.
Yeah.
And it genuinely feels like a need. And we were talking about it earlier with Demo, and we were saying it's all well and good being incredibly talented, but if you're a bit of a one-trick, it's a bit of a problem. If you can't flex onto multiple different operators, multiple different guns, like we see some of the best teams in the world doing, you're always going to be a little bit behind. And it does certainly feel that way at the moment with this want and need to play this ARX. He is leaving his team a little bit short in other departments. Still, they're finding a couple of nades elsewhere here, but they're having to bring the sledge, they're having to bring the Nook, and you're maybe not getting as much utility as you would perhaps like out of those two.
I'm liking this setup from WYLDE, actually, especially if they get this player back. Leakifak has a big opportunity to lurk in and kill this player in dining. But even if he does, there's a lot of long angles going against the side of BDS if they have to force their way all the way over from this north side across. Leakifak's going to throw a nade, does see a glimpse of somebody, sees the bullet traces as well, and this fight is going to carry on whether we like it or not. Shaiko's also looking for him as well. It's a freeway pinch. Hungry does end up getting taken out. I'm wondering where the rest of his team was on those long angles to kill Shaiko, to prevent that walking down. You see a little bit from Jegs walking down the lobby stairs now, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, and BDS, they've got the advantage.
That's the second round in a row that we've seen Hungry caught out in a bit of an off position. He was playing on his own inside a bar last round, and it actually worked out quite well. He's playing a little bit outside of the pack this round as well, yet BDS pinch him instantly. They get the read, they get that drone information. I don't think he was droned effectively last time. There was a bit of a gap in the drone work from BDS, but they've done a much better job here at singling out that weak point, and as we've seen, the teamwork is there as it has always been. Can now start to turn our attention a little bit more toward the site, and more importantly, the room above it being library.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing for BDS. They've not fully cleared out this top floor yet, and even if they do, it's not going to be long for Ventura to start getting that sledgehammer swinging. Bear in mind, Aces is also playing on the Echo. Doesn't seem that they've located either of the Echo drones. No Dokkaebi call, so it could get round to a late round denial. What can Lems do here on the lurk-in, though? Gets himself into bar, gets himself flashed, and he's just sat in bar waiting for absolutely anybody. WYLDE seem completely unaware of Lems' being there right now, and he finds one, finds two, sees one in stock as well because he's got the mirror window, and he will find the third one and close out the round. And that is how one lurk can win you a round.
Fresh, I'm thrilled that you got to cast that and witness it firsthand and just try to put words to what you were seeing on the screen, because that is you to a T.
Just following around.
I've played enough Ranky with you to know that that is a classic Fresh play. Just slipping into sight, finding three. Everyone else is getting shot in the back, terrible timing, you name it, it's happening, and you just walk in with a Teflon suit, no one can touch you, and you just got invisibility cloak, invincibility cloak even on, and you're picking up 3 rounds. Lems has been fantastic for that in this series. There's multiple occasions that I can reference where he's been able to do just exactly that, getting himself in and being that backstab, and WYLDE were not expecting it.
I was tripping over myself casting that because I was just utterly gobsmacked that it was happening. And I can imagine, because, you know, if I'm doing it, I say, guys, I'm in sight. Lems, obviously he's French, communicating in French. I've just Googled it very quickly. Je suis sur le site. I guess that's what he was saying, is I'm in sight. I found myself in sight. And I criticised Shaiko on the Nomad. What does he do? Gets a Nomad trap in sight.
Oh, the Nomad was actually huge as well. For all that we went in on Shaiko at the start of that round, Nomad was wonderful.
Oh dear.
Great round from BDS, a round that they needed as well. Gives them a little bit of confidence back. They've not had the best of times so far since switching sides. That's going to be the first round they've actually picked up on the attack. So looking to try and chain a couple together here. That match point is getting dangerously close, and one thing we like to say about this team is that when they get that momentum, when they get that sniff that it could be over, they don't often take their foot off the gas. Packbull going to be allowed to bandit trick here. Little bit criminal that is going down. He's got himself tucked right into the corner. He's not going to pay any mind to the nades, and that's both exothermics gone. Sorry, say again. 1 exothermic is left.
Yeah.
Is enough for BDS to potentially get that back hatch open. He must have got extremely lucky and picked the first one up.
I'm curious to why BDS was placing it on the right-hand side, because especially now that Jegs has found the corner to leak fact, there's 1 exothermic, and you cannot win this site with just 1 breach generally. I'm curious to why BDS placed it on that side, because normally, if you could check that there's no impact trick going on, and there wasn't, I don't believe, from WYLDE, you could place it on the left side, you roll the nade through, and the bandit cannot bandit trick. And that's a big problem. BDS placed it on the right side, got bandit tricked. As we see, Aces found one onto a Lems as well.
Not looking great for BDS.
Oh dear.
Yeah?
Wrong side.
No. Packbull. He was a 50-50 and he got the wrong one, unfortunately for him, but the round hasn't really gone BDS's way so far, so that's going to be a very small consolation prize. Shaiko might just try and waltz his way through here, and he's going to do just exactly that. Gets caught out in the goo mine, but finds one instantly. Probably not going to have time to take this out. Really concerned about the hatch, and he shouldn't be. He should be worried about Jegs. Fortunately there, BDS was there to pick the pieces up and finds himself 2. Shaiko is downed. BDS 1 versus 2 and a minute left on the clock. Does have the diffuser in hand, doesn't have a great deal of health. No C4s, so no denial. It's going to be a straight gunfight here to win the round, and WYLDE just need to time this well. All they've got to do is pinch here at the same time. BDS just trying to provide a little bit of distraction and a bit of confusion, gets a glimpse of the player there inside of Connector, knows that he needs to try and take a challenge here, knows he needs to try and break it down, could go for the revive. The fact that he's been allowed to do this is a massive shame. Jegs won't let it go through, though, and shuts Shaiko down as he's getting up off his knees. BDS, does he have the info to pull this one off? 25 seconds left, and WYLDE are playing this very close to their chest, as they should be. BDS doesn't have much of a clue here. He's really clutching at straws. These two players can play on contact, and Jegs hits him with the swing. An inevitable end to the round. Wild were looking good from the start, but Brede at least made it tense.
That was absolutely shocking that Brede went for the revive there, by the way. I don't know if it's just because it's Shaiko's alive or what, but I thought, hey, this is great. Well, it's not great. It's, you know, it is what it is. The situation is what it is. But Shaiko can do the scouting. Brede can plant and force one from Shaiko's information to at least get a 1v1 engagement. But no, Shaiko's gone out of the door, can't see anything. And Brede's gone and picked him up, wasting valuable time. And crucially, allowing the defenders to get back into those power positions, allowing a defender to get back to pillar. Very, very surprising thought processes from BDS there. And I think a great round from Wild, you know, finding a kill onto the breacher, finding the bandit trick, just being ready for, you know, inevitably BDS having to force a doorway in a breach, which is exactly what they did, and then cleaning up when they needed to. It's a good round from Wild. It keeps it close, but they've got to go back to dining kitchen now.
A round of two has shrunk. A round of two? A lead of two has shrunk to a lead of one. BDS now lead by 1 round, 5 rounds to 4. Was 5 rounds to 3. Attack has not been their forte here today on Chalet. But fortunately, they're getting to try multiple different sites. Now, there were a lot of impacts previously, fresh, and we're seeing a lot of impacts again.
Yeah.
The adaptation from BDS hasn't been to bring another set of hard breach.
No.
They're instead going to try and get by with this solo thermite. Bit of a problem last time.
I think especially given that Ace and Hamana are both available as well. And we're seeing, you know, Shaiko farm the Nomad and Leakyfac farm the Jackal. The problem last time wasn't that they were clear. They cleared most of the map. The problem last time, actually, oh, here we go. We've got a Jackal scan coming in. The problem last time was actually that they couldn't get the breach of the lobby side into dining successfully, right? So I don't know if this operator lineup does work.
I think Leakyfac's done a good job there to flush Hungry out pretty much straight away and back into sight. That backstab was very dangerous last time, and Hungry pretty much went entirely unchecked. If a Jackal's what you've got to bring to get that job done, then so be it. At least you've got a bit more time for everything else that you need to do in the round. Jegs playing drone hunt on the top floor. So far, the wall hasn't been opened just as of yet, and BDS haven't got much of a presence in the map. We've got Shaiko downstairs in games. We've got a player outside on new balcony and Brede in library. It's quite one-dimensional for the time being. Alems, he's the one to keep your eye on. He's the guy that can slip in at a moment's notice and cause chaos.
So there's that first breach. Minute 20 to go. They obviously need to try and either force... The problem is, if they try and force across the top floor, they're not going to get it for free like they did last time, because Wild have people there. If they try and force the lobby side, an impact trick can come out. It all relies realistically on Alems and Leakyfac making things work on these windows. Jegs finds one on Shaiko. Leakyfac's gone in. Does find the kill onto Jegs. So top floor could, in theory, be established now, as Leakyfac does, you know, still try and push through. But there is still a player in the closet. Aces is still up here, and there's 50 seconds to go. If they still want to do what they did last time, they've got to breach a hatch. They've got to take top floor. They've got to play vertically, and it's not currently happening. That's good. Leakyfac manages to find the kill onto Aces. 40 seconds left, though, is not a lot of time to play with from the side of BDS.
They've gained top floor, but it has cost them a little bit. There's an argument.
Look at Pack's position.
Maybe played up there a little bit long. I don't think that Pack Bull's moved since the prep phase.
He's under the bed. You can't see him, yeah. Oh.
He's stuck on the thing, and ultimately will get found out there by the Jackal. Renchiro, he's there able to take down Teb. Pack Bull, you can't sit on the counter forever, my friend. You've got to try and get yourself into the action. Alem successful on the backstab as well. We said it hinged a lot on Leakyfac and Alems, and both of them have done a fantastic job up until this point, providing that pinch from both sides. The plan going down, the smoke out there to cover the angles. Hungry, his second kill here, maybe finds a third, but no, Brede knows exactly where he's going to be coming from. Great comment from the side of BDS. Fresh, they put themselves on a map and series point here.
And you've got to respect it. I don't think it was the right strategy. I don't think it was the right lineup, but they found a way to make it work. Leakyfac finding that one little hole, getting 2 big kills, and then also crucially finding the Jackal ping onto the player that was playing safe from vertical. Had that Jackal, you know, I did criticize the Jackal. I said, hey, why is he on Jackal? Don't think it's the right play. But had they have not had that Jackal, they wouldn't have found Packball, who would have mopped up as they all dropped the hatch for that plant there. So in the end, results-based analysis, it worked really well. But the process definitely wasn't, the best adaptation they could have done. They are going to force Wild onto a completely different site. They are going to go to the master bedroom site. They are going to play that Doc and Rook combo from the back line with the 1.5s and the 2 times if Jegs is running the MP5. And brand new site from Wild. We did see it yesterday from them with this same strategy.
If there's one thing that you can say about Wild out of this whole series, and believe me, there is a lot of positive things you can say about Wild out of the series, is that they have not left anything on the table.
Yep.
It's match point against you, series point against you. You go into a brand new site, you bring in a new lineup that we've not seen yet today. Granted, you've played it before, but you've not tested it here against BDS. There are sites that you could go back to that you've been successful in, but you are concerned and you know that you don't want to leave anything up to chance here. Leaky Fact talking about chances, he's going to take one of his own, hops himself straight in. It looks as though BDS are going to try and speedrun this round. Punishment being dealt out there on both sides. Leaky Fact nearly catching someone, placing barbed wire there on those Astro stairs. He's very, very lucky that Shaiko won the engagement with Packball. I can only think that was a bit of a peak.
Yeah, it's very fortunate. I feel like Packball's been done a little bit dirty there. He's probably done all these holes in prep phase, gone to put his barbed wire down, and just his arms being seen, and then he's ended up dying. But 4v4, in terms of map control, BDS not really gained any. Wild have maintained it, but can Renshiro find anything on a little lurk here?
Oh dear. Renshiro, this isn't your role. It's Lems that does that. You can't just walk in through sight. That's not your job. It ain't going to work the same. Teb's below and he's watching the angle. Teb's got a lot to keep his eye on here as well. He's concerned about the hop-in potentially coming out there as Shaiko. He's just going to try and make safe this rappel for Brede. For all that there was a bit of an explosive start to the round, it does seem to have tapered off ever so slightly. With the amount of shot calling that Leaky Fact does, it isn't the end of the world that he's down, especially given that the man count is equal. A Lems falling, though, is certainly not ideal. Renshiro confirms on to Jegs before that, though, as Aces is the next to fall. It turns out he was the main character fresh. He's pushed through and found himself 3. It's all down to Teb. He's at the bottom of Astro Stairs. The plant's being confirmed. He finds one onto Shaiko, but it's not going to stop the plant from going down. There is an eternity of time. Well, at least there was. 40 seconds now left. Renshi cooking the nade, gonna send it on out there. It lands at Teb's feet. He's got the Rook armor so he can withstand. I don't think BDS know that they got the down here. We rarely see that in competitive play, but it comes out here when it matters most. Teb, he's gonna try and push his way up. It doesn't look like he's working off too much information here. He's got players on either side. A pre-fire onto Bruno. Can he find it onto Renshiro? Yes, he can. Oh my goodness, Teb. 4 kills on the round to keep your team in it. When do we see that Rook armor play off?
There is no way. Is that the first time in competitive play we've seen a player be fully downed in a 1vx, pick himself back up, withstand, and then win the 1v2 to keep his team in it, to send us to 12 rounds in a best of 5 in map 5? Oh my days. We've never seen anything like it.
I have never seen that. Back in the day, there was one round I remember where it happened on Zafir. It was in Garage on Clubhouse. I have never, ever seen that happen in a competitive game of Rainbow Six at this level with these stakes.
No.
A blunder from BDS, it is to be said.
How have they
almost forgive Shaiko for challenging on to Teb? We're in a 3 versus 1.
Yeah.
But after that and beyond that, it was shocking.
They had an absolute age of time to pick the right plant position. Like, why? Like, first and foremost, we said Renshi wasn't that lurker, and then he pops up and gets the lurk.
Turns out he was.
And the plant position was awful. Why was nobody outside? Like, the 2 optimum positions there is probably outside of the office balcony door and on piano window holding a very long angle across. That is unlosable. But they held 2 very close angles and lost, but I don't know. I don't know, man.
I think it just goes to show the series that we've had so far.
Oh, yeah.
It is only fitting that it is this chaotic at this point.
Yeah.
It's 6-5, map 5. There's a chance of going to an overtime here.
Oh.
Packball. You've been very good on the bandit trick so far. So much so that we've brought a Maverick to try and counter it. League Fact has gone.
They forced the Maverick.
it's a worthwhile force. I mean, Leaky Fact's been flexing all over the place, to be fair.
This is brave, by the way. Like, Maverick in this wall is always really awkward. I presume they're not going to thermite it now that they've just made a load of Swiss cheese in this wall, and they'll just leave somebody out there on those holes, you know, probably Leaky Fact, just to be there as a constant backstab. It means that the defenders cannot play in that B bomb site whatsoever, and I guess that's what the Maverick, you know, brings in that utility. It's a surefire breach.
Hungry playing that lurking role once again. Going to be inside a kitchen this time. Wonder if BDS have a focus on really dealing with him up there. They've been good at it in some rounds. They've been fairly average at it in others. BD going to opt to get this trench wall nice and opened. Of course, bringing the Maverick means that they do have a few more options. I believe that one of those walls was less soft as well, actually, looking into Big Garage.
Yes, it was, yeah. Soft in the feet holes that's now been opened up. I wonder if they've cleared out Hungry, though. As long as Hungry and Wild maintain the hatch control, I don't think this is a desperately bad issue for Wild. And I think that's another problem that, you know, BDS have got to deal with, is Hungry up here inside the dining with that 1.5 on the castle as well. If they don't clear him until late, it gives Wild a lot of opportunity to play for this.
Teb's going to be tucked in close, and I'm not sure if anyone knows that he's there at the moment. Leaky Fact finds one. Teb is going to be shut down as well. Shaiko not making any mistakes this time. Hungry still on the hatch. Could have a part to play here, as Aces is going to get involved as well. But no, Hungry drops and immediately is taken on out. Brine going to start to get the plant down. This is surely it here for BDS, and they do it. We avoid the overtime. BDS take it in regulation. What a series we have seen here to see who goes to Gamers 8, and it is going to be BDS.
In totality, that was one of the best of fives there ever was. Max OT in map 1, 12 rounds in every single map since then, 7-5 scoreline all the way through. Absolutely excellent stuff, and BDS just about on the day, worthy victors.
Well, BDS won the whole thing last year at Gamers 8 in Riyadh, and they've booked their ticket here and now to go back and defend that title. Wild, commiserations. You were there as well, but unfortunately you will not be there this time, but you have had a fantastic run inside of this series. And don't forget about the $300,000 for the first place to their chosen charity. What a series we've seen there, Fresh. I know that our desk is desperate to break this one down, and I think we might have an interview with our winners. Fresh, thank you so much for stepping in for Demo. Demo, I hope you feel better soon. We're going to throw it to the desk, and we'll be back.
Thank you so much, Ollie. Thank you, Fresh, for taking us through that epic map 5. I mean, BDS have done it. They're the champions of Europe. They're going to be advancing to Gamers 8 later in the year, and they're also going to get to donate $300,000 to a charity of their choice. What an impressive performance today. And that, honestly, that was truly a battle right to the bitter end. GG. Right, Anne? The expectations were on their shoulders from the very beginning, I would say, and they lived up to them, right?
Exactly, yeah, and you know, I'd like to be proven different when I say, oh, you know, BDS gotta clear it in a 3-0, they gotta clear it in a 3-1, otherwise they might have a difficult time on Chalet, but they showed that they actually were the better team on Chalet today. I really like their defensive setups coming up, where they had some good retakes, or they had a very wide extension all the way into Library and Bar, just forcing time onto the Wild players. There was a round where I was kind of questioning, I guess, that they didn't have the Solace, and where the Drone of Aces were so important in, you know, Wild winning out that round. And then the round after, BDS brings out the Solace, and it is a huge win factor when they have that top 4 control and they can see where the diffuser is. Some personal performances, some huge personal performances from certain BDS players as well. I mean, Elanis with the backstab in round 8, where he just walks into stock and picks up a few kills there. And also on the attacks later, where they had that top 4 control with the Jackal. I know the costs are questioning it, and I saw the Jackal also peek out with the scanner on quite a few times, but still it helped so much to get that map control and eventually get that top 4 control too.
Yeah, BDS started so strong once again. Wild then started to play with a bit more confidence. They were starting to get more aggressive, and that's when they started to pull it back. But ultimately, BDS powered through. Demo, I mean, what have you got to say about that? That was just the most outrageous ending, I have to say, as well, to a game best of 5.
Some crazy rounds in there, has to be said, Barney. I mean, all credit to Wild. I think they should be really proud of the performance they put up today. Sure, it's not the result they wanted. We understand that, but to push a team like BDS that we know is just, they're so good. They are a good team. I know they've had rough points. I know they've had some issues in the past, but it's BDS. You know, that is the most consistent team in the past 2 years in this region, and they pushed them all. I don't think BDS will have a harder game this year. I believe that. I don't think BDS will have a harder game to win than this one they've just played today.
Yeah, we've spoken about individual performances throughout the day as well. Hungary putting up some serious numbers for Wild right there and then as well, alongside Packball once again. But Shaiko, finally, the danger man, he came out and he really put it to them when, you know, when it mattered most, Anne.
Yeah, exactly, because yesterday we mentioned, or the cast and analyst mentioned, that he had a really slow start in the game during M&M and how it almost costed them the entire game if he wouldn't wake up in time. Today he's been a lot more consistent, especially on the 1-2 previous map. It felt like all of the BDS players were quite consistent in their own performance. Yeah, they lost the map, but still, they were being consistent in their performance, whereas on the side of Wild, it felt like players were taking turns. Oftentimes, we would also see Packball on the very top of the scoreboard. Very well done by him, but he's not the kind of player you expect to be there because he's more of a supportive player.
Well, like Ollie mentioned a few maps ago, I think while he was also casting alongside you, Demo, BDS, they can make a best out of a bad situation. And, you know, that's a trait that you've got to have in a game that includes so many variables as well. I feel like every round that you claim, you know, it gets you one step closer to that victory. That any given Sunday, Inch's speech is like ringing in my ears, Demo.
Yeah, it's the genetic code of that team. That is what that team is. They have been around for such a long time. They know the game inside and out, and they will know what to do if they're in this position, if they've lost this player, if they only have this certain portion of the map. They will win a round out of that. And we were really worried, I think, for BDS for the majority of yesterday and also today. But you can see that brilliant shine through. I think once they got over the first map of Bank, I think BDS, that's the BDS that we know.
Yeah, well, we have our MVP brought to you by Savvy Games Group. That's going to go up on your screen right now. And your MVP of the series is Shaiko. A very impressive ending to that. But Anne, you know, did you have a personal MVP? I know, I knew it. I knew the demo would be like, oh.
No, I'm looking at the numbers. The KD says 60 to 51. I was actually asking production for this. What total kills was Shaiko on? This is so close to the best of 5 kill record, and that by itself just shows how impressive Shaiko's performance was in this entire best of 5 series. Being able to consistently put up numbers to the point where you're not necessarily hard carrying your team, but you're always showing up on every single map. It shows experience, it shows consistency, and a very well-deserved MVP, if you ask me.
Yeah, Demo, I think you said that, what was it, that the record was 67, was it?
Something, yeah, it's 65, 67, it's one of the two. Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, like we've said, an incredible performance throughout for all involved, but an honourable mention that I have to say was that moment that Teb, that play that Teb made in round 11. Demo, what were you thinking? Paint the picture for the people who maybe didn't see it, who have now joined us. I don't know why you've joined us right at the end of the broadcast, but come on.
It's the first time I've ever seen the Rook armor where they add in the mechanic where you can essentially Sophia withstand before Sophia got that taken off her. The first time ever I've seen it work, ever. And to be fair, whenever he did it, I thought, oh, well, okay, that's cool, but he's not going to win the round, but he did. That's what made it all more special, is that he won the round using the mechanic.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. I think that, were there any more individual performances that we should really mention over here, Anne, from your point of view?
Well, I obviously mentioned the backstab or the kind of lurk that the LMs did in round 8, where he just stepped into the side and got rid of quite a few players holding on to that bomb site. I think these kind of solo performances really turned a game or a round around today. And yeah, that's what we have to mention. Obviously, the top 4 control as well, where I think it was League Effect on the Jackal, where he jumped in, got 2 kills, got rid of that top 4 control. And sometimes you need these performances to, if you're down in man count, turn the round back into your favor.
Well, we love to talk about story over here, don't we? Storyline is just the big thing whenever we're doing these big broadcasts for everyone at home. And I think that one of the storylines here is that BDS are going to possibly continue their legacy. They're going to go to Gamers 8. They're going to defend their title. Demo, let's build this up a little bit. What are you thinking? Do you feel like BDS have what it takes? They haven't been performing that well on the international stage up to this point, but now seems like they're showing up.
Well, the issue is BDS are obviously going to go to the tournament now, but there's two teams that are also at the tournament, known as the most recent major winners and also the most recent world champions. That's the issue for BDS, is that the competition already, it's going to be a lot to take over. So yeah, it's good that they're going to get the chance to defend it, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy.
It's really not. Okay, speaking of the international competition that we have coming up, we're going to look into tomorrow very briefly. North and South America is going to start tomorrow, our regions. Who's looking, like you've already mentioned the previous world champions, who else is looking particularly dangerous? Who should BDS be looking out for? What do you think? Anne, let's start with you.
I mean, if we're talking about Latin America or South America, I think that teams that they should be careful for is Liquid. They had a really strong performance in the last major, all the way up until the finals, really, where they kind of, fumbled the bag in the best-of-5 series against W7M. It was very convincing from W7M's side. And also Ninjas in Pajamas, they themselves made it pretty far into that major too. So, they're both at different semifinals tomorrow, but they can both be very good contenders for a potential final spot in Gamers 8. Would they make it that far?
Which match of those looks particularly spicy to you, Demo, going into tomorrow?
Oh, it's the bottom one. You've got NIP, historic team in this game against, a team that has really taken the world by storm over the past year in the form of los+one.
We're going to have a quick look at the NA bracket as well before we continue here. And I want the same question to you, Anne. Which of these two matches is going to look like it's going to bring the most hype? I think on the A stream, we're going to have M80 versus West Garfield Park. But what are your thoughts?
I feel like if you look at the two matches, you have Beast Coast versus Dark Zero. It's like a regular NAL matchup that we would see and we may have seen in the past season as well. But then M80, a team that attended the major, going up against a team that, we see some names in there that have previously played in North American League, but they're with a full new iteration. So that might bring some surprises, I guess, against a strong team in M80.
Well, I believe we are now joined by one of our players from our Champions of Europe. It is LeakyFak from BDS. Congratulations. You get $300,000 to donate to a charity of your choice. You're going to Gamers 8 later in the year. That was such an incredible way to close out this broadcast, to close out the day, to close out your region. What was the reaction from you and your teammates as you won that?
I feel exhausted. I want to cry after this 5 game. Oh my god. But yeah, we expect the win and we got the win, so we are really happy and we are ready to go to Riyadh.
Good to hear. Last time when you played WYLDE, you lost during the LCQ. This time you came out victorious. I'm really curious, what was the most important in the prep to have the upper hand on WYLDE today?
WYLDE have not a common playstyle, so after our game, we just see how they play against us to see, okay, so we have to pick more Goyo, more traps, more things like that. So yeah, we prepare the match for a week, and yeah, it's working, so it's perfect.
EFAC, first of all, apologies for the voice. You know what I'm supposed to sound like, so apologies for that. But is that the most difficult game you have ever played in? It has to be. It had everything.
Yeah, like I said, after the game, I just wanted to cry. It was too much for me. It's not the most game. I think Liquid was the final for the major. Junk hopping was harder, but it was a top 2 for sure.
Well, LeakyFak, before I let you go, I want to ask, we're going to look into the future a little bit. Let's look to Gamers 8 later in the year. I know you're exhausted, but I want you to cast your mind forward a little bit. You weren't in the roster last year that took the win. Do you feel like you guys can progress, take that win at Gamers 8 and, maintain your legacy at Gamers 8?
Yeah, of course. Like I said yesterday, Gamer 8 is our competition, so we'll do our best to get the win. And yeah, we are working hard for this win, so yeah, we'll do everything.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Best of luck in all of your future matches, but also best of luck in Gamers 8 later in the year.
Thank you.
Right, what a day. It has been an absolute stormer when it comes to matches. Before we end today, I want to show all of you at home our schedule that we have, because we have plenty of Siege action coming your way over the next 2 days. We're going to be kicking off North America and Latin America tomorrow. We're going to have at midnight CEST. It is going to be a best of 3 between Ninjas in Pajamas and los+one, and then we're going to have Beast Coast going up against Dark Zero esports here on the A stream. Don't worry, there's going to be a B stream as well, but both of those will be be best of threes. Remember to convert the time zone into your local time zone as well, because we'll be kicking off at 3 a.m. CEST in that second match. Ooh, it's going to be different. It's going to be amazing. We've had two brilliant regions that we've rounded out today. Thank you so much to all of the talent for joining me. Thank you so much, Demo, for the little switcheroo, and I hope that your voice recovers. Thank you so much, Anne. You've been absolutely incredible. And of course, to our casters who have worked tirelessly throughout the whole day. Thank you so much to all of our players for playing absolutely outstanding throughout the entire day. We're still here. We're still standing, just about. Production, you guys are incredible. This spaceship that I'm inside is so cool. And thank you so much to all of you at home for watching and supporting all of your favorite players. Tomorrow, we start 2 more regions. We reset and we bring it back, and it's going to be incredible. I can't wait to see you there. My name is Banks. See you tomorrow.